PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, or PUBG for short, is at its core a battle royale game. Battle royale typically means 100 players leap from a plane and parachute to different locations on a large-scale map. The objective is simple: be the last player or squad standing by any means necessary. How you survive and how you choose to play the game is up to you. All players begin the game with nothing to defend themselves, and you must search buildings and nearby areas for weapons, armor, and healing items. This is referred to as looting, and is typically the very first thing you do after landing. At the start of the match, loot is randomly distributed around the map. While some areas are more likely to have better loot, you never know what you'll find in any given location. It's your choice to parachute into a crowded and dangerous location with large quantities of loot, or land somewhere quiet with lower quantities of loot. The loot that you obtain throughout the match might affect how you play the game. You only found a shotgun? Then focus on short-range encounters. Found a rifle and an 8x scope? Explore the mountains and pick off players from a distance. Early in the game and shortly after looting, a large circle will be placed randomly onto the map. This circle is the new play area for all players. Once inside the circle, the game will continue as normal. The area outside of the circle is called the blue zone. If you're caught inside the blue zone, your health will slowly drain until you have no more left. The play area will continue to reduce in size in phases, and this encourages you to keep moving, and it also makes it difficult to stay hidden for too long. Of course, there is a lot more to PUBG than simply staying within the play area. Utilizing the environment around you is essential, whether that be hiding inside of a building, using trees as cover, or finding a hilltop to snipe unsuspecting foes. It's all fair game. The sounds you make throughout the match will play a large role in your survival. Running through a field, firing your weapon, driving a truck down the road, or simply walking up a set of stairs, if another player is close by, your presence will be obvious. But making loud noises can't always be avoided. You have to walk upstairs, you have to defend yourself, and sometimes you need to get somewhere fast. Vehicles are randomly scattered across every map. You can find 4x4 off-road vehicles, motorcycles, buggies, vans, and more, each with different capacities, top speeds, and durability. On top of land vehicles, you can also find various water vehicles like boats and jet skis scattered around the edge of the islands. In Battle Royale, being the last player standing is the ultimate goal. You may not win at first, but if you can quickly loot an area, mastering your favorite weapon, and survive into the top 10, you'll land that #1 spot in no time. Good luck, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Night number 2 of what is to be an amazing event. It is the XP Esports. Getting all tongue-tied. I'm too excited. That's what's going on right now. But it's the XP Esports ANZ Open, and this is night number 2. Like I said, we're here to really finish this off, but we got to know where we began. We got to go back to last night. We got to look at what was happening. We got to go over the scores because there's so much that could happen tonight that it's kind of a bit scary.
It is really scary, Copt. And as we've been saying last night, anything can happen. We saw some huge games, Battle Arena Elites taking out an 18 kill win. So they got 28 points in one game. Then we had Pandemic and TNG both taking out 11 kill wins. So anything can happen. We have 6 games left tonight, and the amazing Copt and myself are your casters for this evening. We will be starting our first game at 6 o'clock. Now remember, there is a 10-minute delay, so you're probably not going to see the first game on your end until around 10 past 6. But between now and then, Copt and I are going to run you through the leaderboard, and then we've got 2 players from 2 of the teams, one from Athletico and another surprise guest who will be jumping in to having a chat about what's been going on for them, how they've been playing, and what they're looking forward to today.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, yesterday was pretty much a Athletico show. It was a story of Athletico constantly getting those points, constantly being in that top 5, and they were number 1 all the way through up until the last game. And it was a great turnover that we actually saw happen, and very surprising to see it end the way it did. And, you know, I said it yesterday, Athletico to me is one of those teams that likes to claw back their victories. So maybe they set themselves up to come into night number 2 being in second place to try and get up to first. But it is actually Team Bliss that's rocking that top at the moment with 66 points.
I know. Team Bliss, it's fantastic. Having a look at just what they've been doing, they have an impressive amount of kills. I mean, 41 kills. That's 41 points. That is more than all teams who are outside the top 5.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They, like their last game, 14 kills. They were getting at least three kills all of the games last night, and they had 3 top 3 placements, and they were just the last game was theirs. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if for the next 6 games tonight, our 3 Miramar and our 3 Erangel games, if they're going to be claiming the title, or if one of our other teams are going to knock them off the throne. Because as we said, anything can happen in PUBG, and I know I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what's going to go on. Now, coming into this, Scott, who do you think? You saw what happened yesterday. What do you think is going to happen today? Do you think Bliss are going to come out on top? Do you think one of these people who are sitting outside the top 3, even the top 5, maybe even the top 10, are going to get into the top 5 position, which is top 5 is where people want to be, because that's where the prize pool money starts. That's where they start getting some money.
It's true. And look, it's hard to say because you go along the lines of, you know, if they can do it one night, they can do it the next night. So, you know, we just really need repeat performances from these teams. Team Bliss, obviously, sitting in first place is good for them, but they're only 5 points up. Now, 5 points, when you downscale it, it's 5 frags, or, you know, getting yourself maybe a couple of frags and falling out in that 6th or 5th sort of mark that gets you the points to get there. So it's not a huge gap. So they really need to keep that foot straight on the pedal there, keeping it hard down on the metal, so that way they can keep on going. But that being said, there are these other teams like Battlegrounds Elites that really just had this massive big explosion of points, and that's what a lot of these teams have to be worried about, because if they have 1 or 2 games like that, another 18 kill chicken dinner, then they really are putting a lot of pressure on those top 3 teams. And those top 3 teams, as you can see on the scoreboard, they're very close in points. You know, it's only 6 points of difference between first and third. And we know that any one of those teams can do it. That being said, Pandemic Esports, again, they're another team. They got chicken dinner yesterday. They did it with 11 frags. That's a good amount of points. If they were to do that in the first game and say Bliss, Athletico, or Fury, any one of those have a bad game, they suddenly find themselves outside of that top 3. So this right now it is a competition of endurance. It's a competition of really trying to make sure that you can get that consistency down pat. And if you can, then you're in the money. Now, that being said, there's some other teams in there as well that, I'm keeping my eyes on, the likes of Endzone Tractors. We saw Husey absolutely pop off. Had a little dig at the TNG lads before, saying that Husey was only 2 personal frags behind their entire score, which, gets a little bit of fire going. But, these individual players, they're doing their part to really step it up. And once their team starts coordinating around them, then, that's when we start looking at, a really, really good team. The likes of Dark Allegiance, I think they had a little bit of a quieter limelight is probably the best way to put it. They didn't have a quiet game because they were constantly getting points. They're on 31 points in the 7th place, but they didn't win a chicken dinner. They were always just outside of that top mark and weren't really talked about as much, but they're a team that likes to sneak in there. They're always that team that I think is under-discussed, but always in the talk, if that makes sense. So look, that's probably where my eyes are going to be looking tonight, and hopefully we get to see those teams really step it up a bit. But all in all, I think we are in for a bit of a treat and a surprise for what does come out at the end of the evening.
I know. I'm really excited. Like those 6 games yesterday, they had some impressive plays, and it kept me on the edge of my seat the whole time. So I know that it's going to be exactly the same tonight. And I mean, I don't think we've told people tonight just exactly what the players are playing for. So as we said, top 5 teams are in the money. Now, $2,000 is our prize pool, which has brought to you by the lovely people at XP Esports in partnership with Glitch Gaming and Computer Alliance. First place gets $900, second place $500, third place $300, fourth place $200, and fifth place $100. But also, the teams are actually, not the teams, the players. Now, Computer Alliance and NVIDIA have donated a NVIDIA Shield TV Pro 16GB 4K streaming media player for one lucky player, which we're going to draw at the end of the 6th game. And I mean, I'm jealous about that. When that was told to Cocked and I was like, you know what? I think I should start becoming a player, because like all of it, I've seen so many awesome spot prizes come out of XP and other events for these players. And I mean, it just makes me want to get involved, and I'm actually absolutely hopeless at playing PUBG. So, I mean, I know I won't be in the top 5, so I wouldn't be in for the money. But I mean, a 1 in 64 chance to get one of these streaming media players, I know I'm definitely all about that one, Cocked.
Yeah, look, 100%. I'm around that as well. I wish I could be in there. I wish I could be a player again. I feel like it's probably not on the cards for me at the moment. But hey, look, couple of good weeks of grinding, as we were told last night from some of the pro players while we had a little bit of a chat with them. Anything's possible. You get that skill down pat and you're backed in. Now, I know that as you said before, we've got a couple of players that will be joining us for a brief chat before the games do start. I believe we're going to have Athletico's Extreme joining us, and also the one and only, and this one's going to sound confusing because I'm going to say Fury Oz, but I'm talking about the player, not about the org. I'm talking about a man, a myth, a legend. He's pretty much pulled together this team and held it together quite well. He's an absolute great bloke, and I look forward to having him in here. But we will get him in here. Obviously, Fury from Justice, they had a really good run last night. They got themselves into a good spot, and we're going to bring him in here because I want to know what sort of, dessert they might have had, the dinner that they may have chucked in through the middle of the games, because they fought back really well in the last couple of games. But welcome to the chat, mate.
How are we going, guys? It's good to be here. Pretty excited.
Welcome.
Hello.
So tell us, mate. Tell us, what is your attack plan for tonight? Obviously, you're sitting down in the bottom of the top bracket. What are you going to do to get up into the top 5?
Look, I felt last night we got good positions, but then right late in the game, the circle moved away from us. Even in the one game we did really well in, the same thing happened. We didn't have a good spot to finish from. So I'm hoping tonight we can just, in that phase 6, phase 7, we get a little bit more room and a little bit of circle. So, we could hopefully clutch one out, get a win.
Now,
get that dinner.
With that luck of the circle that you're talking about there, obviously that Miramar, well, the 2 Miramar games we had that were nearly identical to each other, was there an early call by you guys to go, you know what, we've seen this zone, it looks very similar to the last game, let's go get this compound? Because once you guys were there, it was very hard to get you out of it.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, it depends where other teams are and what was happening. Because first up, we went up towards the top. It was near where those warehouses were. And I think it was Y-Kick knocked me pretty much straight away. And I was like, okay, this is going to be a bit rough to stay here. So we started scouting down towards the warehouse that we ended up in. And it was free, so we took it. And then, yeah, we just had to pretty much play out of that for the rest of the game. So
now, one other surprise thing you've been doing to me, because I get obviously the privilege of watching a lot of games and you play in a lot of those games, but I see you a lot of the time with the Vector. Now, I haven't seen you using the Vector so much so far. Is that going to make an appearance tonight?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I love using the Vector on Sandhawk. So on Miramar, I find the engagements are too long for it. You know, it just doesn't handle it in long engagements. But if I can get up close with people, the Vector's really good. So maybe in Erangel, if, you know, especially when we get building kind of finishes or anything at an end where we're going to be close fighting, Vector's great.
Yeah, and look, I love the up close and personal fights. I think that's where most of the points really do come out, because obviously, you know, we talked about it a little bit last night, Miramar being that long engagement battle where you've really got to make sure you can get your knocks and convert them to kills. Doesn't always go the way. There's a lot of other teams that like to spy and pick up the knocks that you get. But I want to know from you your tips. I want to know what you can advise or offer as your pearls of wisdom to anyone who's watching at the moment to go, you know what, this is what you should be working on.
Yeah, well, look, I think, and this is the meta that a lot of us deal with, is not having too many bolties. So you can't run around having, you know, 4 snipers. So you definitely want to have your DMRs going and time your shots at range and just land them. So if you can land them, like that's what Y-Kick did to me last night. I did not expose for more than a second, and he just double tapped me. So if you can land those DMR shots, that's definitely the way to go.
Now, you say that with not running so many bolties, and we all know that one of your players, Stonenauts, is known for his massive bolty action. Is that definitely something that you guys do leverage off as well? Like, do you set it up so he gets the opening knock and then all you others with the DMRs go, right, let's spray down the kill? Or do you just go, you know what, you do your thing, we'll do our thing, you know, we'll see what combines in the middle?
Look, it depends on how looting goes. Obviously, if you don't find one, you don't get one. But the key part the bolty can come into is if you're trying to breach somewhere or you're trying to make a movement and you can get that opening knock, then you can really like go for a movement. But even now, if you speak to Stone, he's been playing a bit more with the DMRs and he's starting to say things like, at times, he doesn't want to use it. He wants to have a SLR or a Mini. So
converted.
Yeah, look, you do more damage with a DMR, there's no doubt about it. But there's just like those key moments. If you can get a bolty knock, it really puts a team under pressure. And then you can try and capitalize. You can make a movement, you know, you can drive away, you can breach, whatever you need to do. So I think having one good bolty is always handy. But it's just hard because you get in these long range fights and really good players don't stand still enough and they move around too quickly. Having a DMR lets you put out more shots. So, yeah.
Now, I have a question for you, Fury. Are you and your team going to be playing the PUBG Continental Series, which starts quite soon?
Yes, we are. So we're going to be ready to click that check-in button, and hopefully we can get in. There's been a bit of worry lately that we might miss it, but we're going to be there. We're going to try and do our best. We've had an aim when we kind of started this roster that we want to be top 6. You know, both Player and I have got full-time jobs, so we're trying to do our best. And I know other people have laughed a bit at being top 6 is not like the greatest goal in the world, but we'd be pretty happy with it. So if we can get, you know, 5th or 6th, somewhere there. And look, if you get, this is why we love PUBG, right? If you can get a bit of circle luck, sometimes you can punch out above your weight. So that's, it'd be cool, you know, if we can pull off something, make something happen.
You're talking about top 6 there, so you obviously have a bit of a list in your mind of the teams to watch out for. Who do you think we should be watching out for tonight in this tournament?
Oh, look, I think this tournament has shown straight away who they are. Like, you know, so you got Fury Global. I mean, in form, strong all across the roster. Athletico been there the whole time. And then I think Bliss now is, you know, the next one. And they've shown that. They showed that straight away last night. But it's on their roster. They've got international experience. They're just calm under pressure. So that I put them as my top 3 for sure. And then there's just a couple other teams that kind of float around just beneath that. I thought Pandemic is a great roster too. So, I think currently the current kind of list of what's happened in this comp is a really good example of probably where most of the teams sit in ability right now.
That's
Awesome
to hear. Final question from me. What can we see from you and the rest of the Justice lads in the next 6 games, the final 6 games tonight?
Yeah, look, we want to basically just get to our positions early and have time to shoot. Like sometimes you just don't get a chance to actually fight with anyone or engage anyone. So we need to be a little quicker, get to our spots. Sometimes we're just stuffing around. So we need to stop stuffing around a little bit, get to our spots quick, and then start looking for people to engage that are in a position that, we could look to take. That would help us for that better circle movement later in the game.
Well, I'm going to be definitely looking out to seeing if you're going to be making speedier rotations than last night.
Yes, definitely. Well, we always have the longest rotates, so it's crazy.
Yeah, look, there was a bit of a bet between Ezra and myself, I think, last night where you guys were looping Camp and Militar if you were going to go west or go east and then come in. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely long rotations. But look, no, we're looking forward to seeing what you guys are going to be bringing tonight. Obviously, you are in a position where you can really upset that top 5 and really work you guys' way into getting some prize money there. So hopefully everything goes your way. The RNG gods of PUBG are on your side, and we get to see the best of Justice can bring.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the interview, guys.
Thank you so much.
Good
dude.
luck tonight. Kick some ass, Fury.
Thanks.
Bye.
Now, absolute mad lad there. Been around in the scene for quite some time, actually. He's had a team, I think, going for as long as I can remember, even longer than what I was playing. So definitely a guy that has the experience in the rosters and in the leagues to be able to see what can he bring. But there is also other players. Go.
I'm excited about our next player that we're going to chat to. We're actually going to be chatting to Extreme from Athletico. Now, fun fact about Extreme, he actually played in the Northern America Premier League, so the NPL, last year. And so he is one of the few people from the Oceanic region who actually has competed in a Premier League. We've had Lynxie go over to Europe. We've had Tiggleton in NA and also Extreme in NA. And it's awesome. It's awesome to see these players go international. And now he's back in the OCE and back with his family in Athletico and just kicking some ass, which is fully expected of this pretty darn awesome player. Welcome. Welcome.
Extreme. Welcome, man.
Hello.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
Are you guys happy about last night's results? Obviously, you were doing very well. You were first place up until the last game. You're sitting in second place tonight. How are you feeling going into tonight?
I feel like we played pretty well. I mean, for a new roster, 10 points a game average or above, just above 10 points a game average is pretty good. I think we looked back at the games and the way we played them, we're happy with, which is, I guess that's good. Obviously, we can be doing more, and I wasn't happy with my own performance, but the way we played them as a team in terms of macro play and stuff like that, we were happy with. So I think just like anything, we refine it going into tonight, and hopefully we come out on top.
Yeah, awesome. Now, you did say one thing there, which was new roster. And yes, you guys have got Lynxie on board. You've got Nicholas on board. I believe Emma's your backup player as well. But you and Zoid, now, you guys date back older than time in my essence. You did go to NA, but before that, you were still playing with Zoid then too. Now, we spoke to Waikik last night and he talked about how it's great to get a team together and just continue playing with the same players. How does that work for you guys? Like, obviously, you have some synergy built in. Is it comfortable? Is it just something that you can naturally play with Zoid and go, let's do this?
Oh, 100%. It's been, close to 3 years now? So, yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm. It's every new player that comes into the team or that plays with me and Zoid, it's I have to kind of guide them in a sense. Like whenever Zoid makes a call, I pretty much know exactly what he means to do. And some of the news players don't really know because I haven't played with him that long, right?
Yep.
But yeah, I know Zoid's tendencies. Zoid knows my tendencies. it's been enough time now for that to have grown. So yeah.
That's awesome. Now, are we going to expect anything different from you and the rest of the Athletico lads tonight compared to what we saw last night? I mean, I'm personally expecting you guys to dominate as you did last night, get some more, hopefully, chicken dinners in top 3 positions and just fragging out. But is there anything that you can tell us that you are going to do differently?
To be honest, like I said, there's a few things we have to refine. And once we're not going to change up too much. Once we refine those things going into tonight, we should be doing much better. So.
Question for you: with obviously you brought on 2 new members, and that does change how you have to play a little bit because you've got to work them into that composition too. But
yeah,
you guys have always been a successful team. You know, you're one of those teams we can always rely on and say, you know what, you're going to go places. You're going to be one of those teams that we can count on to get to those international events, and you constantly are doing that. Do you think, or the evolution, and you said you've got to refine a few things, but do you think that evolution has to keep on changing per tournament or per patch or whatever it may be? Do you constantly have to evolve and refine things, or do you just go, once we're there, we're there?
No, you do have to adapt and refine. Patches change things with the circles, and circle tendencies change, and the meta changes as much as like the core meta doesn't really change too much. The meta itself changes every now and then, and you change your style for region to region. OC is very different to any other region, just as any other region is different to any other region. So yeah, you do have to adapt and refine and play.
Speaking of metas, now that the OC region are combined with SCA for the APAC PUBG Continental Series, have you noticed that more of the OC teams, especially in scrims and Let's Play Live, have been adapting to a more SCA type meta, or have they been still continuing on with the same old OCE strats?
Good question, he says.
I think that is a good question. I think for the most part, OC teams. I could be totally wrong in this. This is our way of thinking of it. For the most part, we want to stick to a style that's going to work internationally, and I think the way that SCA plays is objectively bad when you go overseas and you verse Korean teams, European teams, North American teams. So of course, when we go into playing SCA tournaments, we have to adapt to their style and play in their meta. But I think for us, like I said, I don't know about any other OC teams, but I would think that most of them want to play a style that's going to work overseas, because it's just like it's a less risky style of play, which I think lots of teams are akin to now. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I think it probably depends on the team, but I don't know.
Cool.
Right.
Now, I'm going to say 2 things to you. One, don't forget to jump into the game because the lobby's now up for us.
Just about say that.
And the second thing is, we've been asking for a little bit of tidbit of advice, those little things you can say to the up-and-coming players or the other ones out there. What's your massive wealth? And I do mean that in the best of its ability. What is your wealth of knowledge able to share that may give some aspiring players, even myself who's trash at the game and I know it, to get a little bit better?
Look, I think one of the biggest things is understanding. Confidence is a huge thing in PUBG, and it's something I've struggled with. I continue to struggle with when it comes to PUBG. But that's a big thing, and I think the way you gain confidence in this game is through a level of know-how and understanding on how to move yourself as a player, like individually, as well as. So I'm just trying to join the game here, as well as your team on a macro scale. So I think one of the better things you can do is study the way that better players play, including Korean and European. I can't join this game. Give me 1 sec. You can't start the game yet.
We're not going to start the game without you. The
will.
reason is us that we're causing you to be late.
No, I think especially for OC players, because OC is a region that is super undeveloped, and a lot of the teams don't actually know how to play the game like really, really well and really, really properly. So I think those players and those teams really need to understand the much bigger macro meta of how to play the game. and that you get an understanding of that through watching how the best teams in the world play, as well as getting experience. I'm blessed along with many other players because I have experience and I understand how they play and like the correct way to play, I guess. But that's where OC lacks, is the much bigger understanding of how to play the game, how to rotate, how to maneuver, like I said. So I think if players and teams can get to looking at European VODs and Korean VODs and taking that into their games and just playing smart overall, I think OC will become a much more challenging region, and I think it's a lot easier for those players to go far.
Beautiful, man. Well, look, thank you so much. And I know if we've got someone like you in the scene, it's always going to be a challenge for the top. So keep up what you're doing and keep at, especially flogging it through tonight as well. Expect great things from you guys. And I know you'll deliver because you are a fantastic squad. Now, we'll let you get into the game, mate. You have yourself a fantastic evening. And thank you for the interview.
All good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck tonight. Kick some
See you later. I will.
There you have it. Again, that is probably one of the most wealths of knowledge you'll get out of any player. He's been in the scene for a long period of time. He's been witness to one of the, I suppose, greatest events that OC has been able to deliver, with coming second overall in a tournament in the European side of things. And it's absolutely fantastic to see. So, look, I hope you got clips of that. I hope you wrote down notes, whatever you need to do. But I'd be listening to that lad if you ever want to get better at the game. Now, speaking of the game, Ezra, we are only moments away from this one launching. All the players are in the lobby, so we'll be getting onto the field shortly. But look, I know you don't like answering the question, but game number one, who do you expect to come firing out of the gate?
Look, it's safe to say that Team Bliss and Athletico are more than likely going to be in a top three position, because they both had a majority of games yesterday getting top three. I think they both had at least 3 of them. Yeah. But I mean, as I've said so many times, like each game, different teams are just going out unexpectedly in last or second to last place. Like we saw Athletico go out in the bottom 3 last night. In the last game, and then we saw Team Bliss get a 18 kill chicken dinner. So each game is just so different, but you know, I'm all about the upsets and the unexpected. So I want to see some of these teams in the bottom 8, actually let's just go bottom 10,
bottom 10,
anywhere outside of the top 5, to come in and spice things up, give these teams a run for their money, and so that's what I'm looking forward to tonight.
And look, you're probably on the same par as me with that one. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams actually do bring this evening and how much effort they've brought in as well. You know, whether they've gone over last night's VODs and had a little look at things, gone, right, okay, so they will rotate this way. Maybe we need to think about what we're doing. We can't go loot here because we're too close to that. You know, people like Mod Boys, for instance, might go, you know what, let's not do the long parachute. It doesn't seem to help us getting shot in the sky. There are things like that that could really, really change the dynamic of the game. And, you know, last night we finished on Miramar. Tonight we're going to be starting on Miramar, which is absolutely fantastic. And when we'll flick over to the map, you will see what it looks like in terms of playing paths and things like that. But this first game, I'm expecting a lot. And, you know, one of the teams you didn't mention, Fury, I think tonight are going to come out absolutely swinging. You know, I think they're not going to be happy with the third place. It's the first time in the last probably 3 or 4 tournaments I've seen them in that they're sitting in third place rather than first. So I imagine they're going to be stepping up their game quite a fair bit and looking to take it to it. They're one of the teams that I really enjoy watching on Miramar as well. I think that's one of their stronger maps.
I just love seeing Waikika Mukau click heads. And I mean, all 4 of them are really strong players. They're strong players in general, but they are beautiful to watch with sniper rifles and DMRs. And it's, as Fury was saying, he popped out for a split second and Cal automatically took his helmet off.
Double tapped as well. You know, 1 second double tap. You know, that takes a lot of skill to be able to control that recoil, which was something we heard last night to one of the tips as well, as being able to control recoil in terms of your gun control. Definitely Waikika is someone who impresses me. Now, we are in the plane. We are flying over Miramar. This plane path, a little bit different than what we had last night. But it is very much into the south as well. If the zones...
Not really good for Justice, because we
No.
did see them jump Camp Militar last night. So they're actually one of the first teams off the plane tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go and where they're actually going to be looting. But we can expect to see some of the teams that have their regular drop, like Fury and Los Leones, and some other teams going to their usual hotspots, which is pretty darn awesome. Atletico's down in Picado, which is another no surprises there. Mod Boys actually are going to be the last out of the plane. Looks like they're going down to Puerto Pariso, which is pretty awesome. What I like about Mod Boys is that no matter the plane path, it pretty much, they just jump, they react. They do reactive dropping, so they just drop where they hopefully think people aren't going to. But we did see them in Los Leones last night in a bit of an interesting position with Fury, and that first circle got...
Look, the first circle, if you're a stranger
to... a little bit better at driving the bike,
yes. He was getting shot at, there was a bit of pressure, but the only damage he did take was from running into a rock. But no, look, this zone... look, it's not the same as last night. It's a little bit further south. It has pretty much Los Leones dead set center, which, again, Fury have been suffering from the fact that they get fed their zones. And, you know, when BAE came in with that big 18-kill chicken dinner, they were still, again, stuck in the center of a zone for the majority of that time. So, but hopefully they decide to look at other ways to get frags. They know that there's a team nearby, Hotontons, who we've got up on screen at the moment. They are the team that they may look to go and hunt once they've got some gear. Who knows? We'll see. But look, all in all, I think this is probably a game where we're going to see the likes of BAE and Bliss to really step it up, because this is what they did last night. You know, in those last two games, this is how they evolved, and it was on a zone very similar to this.
It was on a zone very similar to this. And what I really like about BAE is their rotations. Now, this is a team that I haven't watched that much outside of some occasional SCA scrims and some occasional SCA events. So it's really interesting just to see their rotations, because last night when they rotated to the south and got their giant game, like, that was unexpected for me, and I thought it was an absolutely outstanding rotation.
Yeah, they really learned quick, I think is probably the best way to put it, because they went ham at the zone. They had teams crashing up against them, but they also crashed up against a couple of teams as well, and really, really came out on top from it. Low-keys, I thought you were going to do the jump for me then in the combi. That would have been absolutely epic. But no, look, these guys definitely don't take the risk. You know, they are in it to win it. They very much want to be winning it, and I expect really, really good things from them tonight, because I believe they are capable of it. I reckon this is one of those teams that is going to set the top three teams above them and may look to really compete for that first place. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, sure. And we can see that Justice is actually rotating, have already started rotating down to the western side. They're probably going to come in north of Los Higos on the main island. May go in that area to get into the circle, because this circle really, really could go anywhere. There's absolutely no
predictive abilities on the first phase.
No, there isn't.
It's all RNG. And look, there are zones where you can predict quite a fair bit. Obviously, the ones that eliminate water, things like that, you can tend to go, right, we need to be looking at this sort of area. We know it's going to feed away from here, so on and so forth. But in the first couple, there is really no reason for it to go anywhere. And that's where it makes it really hard to get yourself into a nice, good spot. And, you know, while I was talking earlier about, you know, the guys in Fury being dead set center of this zone, they're not going to be dead set center in the next phase. They're not going to be dead set center in the phase after that. It's going to keep on moving, and that's where they really need to evolve. Obviously, it is going to be in a position where they are still going to be close to the zone, but we'll have to see how it is. Now, the guys in Justice on screen at the moment, they are actually being followed in by Kingdom, who are very, very close behind.
They are rotating early. Now, Fury did say that they were going to rotate. They were going to work on their timings because they were late to enter in the circle. So it's really good to see that they are nearly all in the circle before it's even halfway closing. So that's great to see that they're already doing that. But I'm pretty sure Rapuni and Fury Australia actually realised that there were people rotating in front of them because the lads in Kingdom Gaming did... at one point, they were in front of the two Justice players, and they did stop to group up, so they are aware that there could be people coming into the circle behind them.
Yeah, and look, right now, there's a couple of teams close to each other. Obviously, Fury and Athletico, they're very close to each other. Jukesy did do this last night, same spot. Didn't work out for him. I believe he did get knocked there, so he's probably going to be playing that one a little bit safer. We are seeing a few shots come out across as it looks like Justice are looking to engage against what I believe is Apple Nana, but there's also some shots coming in from behind them from the guys in Hot Tauntauns as well. So they need to be very careful and extremely careful, especially when bikes are rolling back down the hill on top of you. That's something you don't want to have. But look, it wouldn't be Miramar unless we had a team run over at some point. It'll happen. Keep your eyes on the kill feed. I'm sure it'll happen. Happens to the best teams. Happens to everybody in this game. So keep your eyes open for that one.
Yes, and we can see that TNG were just taking some pop shots at Battle Arena Elite. Macca and the team at Compound were just announcing themselves that they're there, but it seems like they've decided to change their positions because they weren't in the strongest of locations. And we can see, if you go back to the map there, Cops, we can see that Fury have spotted some people, aka Athletico, and are trying to see if they can get some of these long-range kills, which we definitely know Fury can do, and Rona's actually pushed up to support Jukesy in these defilades.
Yeah, and you can see just on the screen there that obviously Ath are pretty well spread, and Jukesy's no stranger to that. He spots out where the long-range shots are coming from, but this is definitely more of an exerted dominance than it is for a frag points sort of play, as they just want to be controlling this area. They want to keep the likes of Athletico on the back foot. They don't want to let them come forward and steal the real estate, the territory that they're controlling. That's pretty much everything that they want to keep. That being said, there has been a knock across the map against 4 Chaos, as Tragics has managed to pick himself up a kill there as well. Lucid Freak was the first initial knocker of that one, so a quick point being passed across them. Now, Tragics needs to be careful because Straya is looking to make his push in as well. You can see that there's a nade coming out as well. Tragics is on the run, but he's going to get tagged down. It's going to be Straya picking up a knock just there, but can he convert it to a kill? That's going to be a hard challenge for him, because right now you can see on the map that there is someone close by. Straya is just going to be picking himself up a vehicle and looking to reposition himself.
Valorant actually need to watch out, because they didn't realise that Battle Arena Elite have actually pushed up into the compound that they just left. Oh, Straya.
Finishes off this knock with the run over. Come on.
Beautiful. He's going back to his team now. They have realised that they've got another team that has pushed up on them. So it's good that they've regrouped to give each other that much needed support.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely a team you need to group yourself up against as well, because BAE, as we said before, no pushover team. They're looking to try and control this, and look at how this zone has ended up shifting. This is what we're talking about by not being able to predict these first couple. Everyone was positioned over on the west and down towards the south. It's gone, you know what? Nah, not again. We're having a different finish this time. I'm going to take out those 2 compounds, and we're going to go straight over towards the east. So the guys in Dark Allegiance, really happy with their rewarded efforts for sticking it out over there. And also the guys in Mod Boys, they're probably more surprised than anything that the zone has come back to favor them. And in such a way, they have a lot of zone to control. So really, really good for them to see. But that does mean we're going to get a lot of teams rotating together. It means that there's going to be a lot of teams physically close to each other. As such, Loki's actually going to take a shot of damage as he goes very close to what I believe was end zone tractors, with Bulldog getting a couple of shots out there too. So got to be careful on these rotates, because there's always going to be someone around a corner you don't expect.
That is very, very true. And I mean, that western side of the circle, there's 4 teams that are trying to go into similar areas. But I mean, looking up north, that's a bit scary as well with Athletico. You've got Pandemic. You've got the boys in... sorry, my game's just frozen on me at the moment.
All the fun ones.
All the fun ones, and Thrust Gaming, and then you've got Bliss, who's currently outside of the circle and hasn't started their rotate into it. So that's really going to be quite interesting. But what's interesting also to see is that Justice have completely rotated down over to Puerto Paraiso, and they, I think, have done the longest rotate so far, because they were up over El Pozo ways when they dropped.
Yeah, look, they always do. They have very easy strategy, which I'm not afraid to share on stream. If they can't get to their compound of choice, they drop straight away. And that's what we saw this time. They couldn't get to Campo, so they instantly dropped. If the plane pass were reserved, they would have gone straight down to Puerto Pricio as well. That's the kind of team they are. They have their way of doing it. They learn a lot of those loot spots to be able to do that, and that's why 9 times out of 10 that they're so far away from the zone if it goes to the other side of the map, because they're instantly out straight away. Does work some of the times. You know, maybe zones like Millie Island, when it ends up on Millie Island, it would work out for them. But obviously, there's a lot of work they need to do and make sure their rotations are working. Now, that being said, there's a lot of shots coming out at the moment. You can see Jukesy taking shots over towards the guys in Thrust. Now, yesterday...
What do you think of this 2-2 split by Fury, though?
Look, I don't mind it. This is in their comfort zone. This is their loot zone. This is where they know where to go. They have a really good layout of how Los Leones works. And again, they're probably banking on the fact that Los Leones doesn't get fed. It's one of those places where it always feeds away from. So they're probably counting on the fact that no one's going to come into Los Leones. Neckman Athletico already trying to push through Los Leones to get to the other side. So there's going to be those teams that know these things as well. And again, going back to what Extreme said before, it's about learning the rotations, learning the plays of some of the top teams, so that way you can make the best out of it. And obviously, Fury is one of the top teams, and they're learning from it. Now, next zone's in Ezra. It looks crazy. It's gone south. It's still given Mod Boys a really good slice of their life. The 2-2 split from Fury has worked out for them.
Certainly paid off.
It's
that is
what
for
I
sure.
expected.
That's really, really interesting. I know a lot of teams don't like being in cities in the later zones. So it's going to be surprising if we see many of these teams actually go into Los Leones or the surrounding fields and hills and defilades. But Fury, that 2-2 split certainly paid off, because they are going to be able to get basically some of the strongest positions in the circle. And they have decided to do a split again with Cal. I think he may be trying to see if he can go and get the that crate that's just fallen there.
Well, look, he may be looking at the crate. He may be looking at the next compound down. He's got himself this really nice dip at the moment, so I'd be surprised if he goes for the crate that is just over yonder. I feel like this would be a lot of bait for a lot of teams, just given how far out in the open it is. And look, it's a MK14, which I like as a gun. It's coming with an extended quick draw mag for it as well, which is even more fantastic. Definitely high rated loot out of that drop, but it's just in a spot that you wouldn't like to be caught out in, being right smack bang in the middle of a field.
That is for sure. Now, we do see that the boys in Kingdom have found 2 different teams. I've seen Bliss and also the lads in
Valorant Gaming,
yeah, who are currently a 3-man. So it's going to... I wonder if this may be a time that Valorant actually change where they rotated to.
Look, they have been an aggressive team, and they've actually been surprising one of those teams that has made it to late game more often than not. Not always getting the most frags, which is, I think, what's letting them down, but they have been survivors. There's something I can definitely give them, that they are a surviving team. It's just one of those situations where you've got to look at the payoffs, is getting 8th or 7th place, which is worth only 1 point in placement. Does that pay out maybe getting those 2 kills that you potentially could have got trying to get there? So that's what a lot of these teams have got to justify themselves as well. Obviously, everyone wants to go for the chicken dinner. That's silly if you think that you're not. But at the same time, there's payouts.
Yeah, look at what's happening at the south of the circle at the moment, because we have Team Bliss rotating so close to BAE, it's not funny.
Yeah, and look, this is team number 1 on the board right now, Bliss, and they've just lost 2 of their players. Non-Reg and Textile getting picked up from behind, but Critical Most has got something to say back. He gets down Loki's to very, very low health just there. Loki's is just going to have to pull himself back underneath that ridge line to stop any more damage coming through. But that is definitely a big, big loss to Team Bliss in game number 1, or 7, however you want to look at it, with the points that are now coming out and going towards the favor of what is the guys in BAE. But that being said, there's fights happening everywhere from south to north. We've got Endzone Tractors actually going up against the guys in Bands, and I believe we saw QC go down. We see Bulldog now getting flushed out as well, leaving just Snowlull and I believe Ninja Shack as the last 2 members up for the guys in Endzone Tractors. But
they are aware that the Ninja Shack is out in the blue, but I don't know just how close. Don't think they realize just how close Snowlull is.
No, look, they're looking for Ninja Shack. They're not even considering that Snowlull is already snuck in around behind him. He can hear those shots still. He knows that Ninja Shack's getting pressure against him. He needs to make a move quickly if he's going to do anything for it. Ninja Shack is actually going to end up being demoed. You can hear the little faint explosion in the distance just there as the vehicle goes. But look, there's Tchaikovsky caught off guard. Snowlull's going to pick up a kill for himself, and now he's going to look to try and hide away because that was unexpected.
That really was unexpected right there. And I wonder if the team in Bants are going to try and kill Snow when he comes into the circle, or just make their way into the new zone, which has popped. And it seems like Fury actually have been predicting the zones, because I mean we saw Ronan and Jukesy go to these compounds that they're currently in, and then Waikiki Mukau going to that T intersection, which is now the center of the zone.
Yeah, and look, Pandemic, they suffered a couple of losses as well up in the north to the likes of Darker Legion. Again, that team, I told you, they're kind of the unsung, unspoken about, quite consistent and should be spoken about team, as they just picked up a couple of kills, and it's against Pandemic, which, again, this is one of our runners for the top prize. Like, these guys do have that chance of getting up there. They're now down to just 2 men, which is definitely a big shame. Thrust is looking to take it towards the guys in Fury, which we know there's a little bit of feud there. I don't think it's Thrust versus Fury. I think it's more Thrust versus Waikiki Mukau. It's definitely an individual vendetta against each other. But the Fury, again, this is not a team that I'd want to be dancing with, and you can see that Thrust are looking very much to be smart about how they're doing it. Lots of smoke already, which is very early to be using that utility just to get across that road and get out of the lines of sight from the guys in Fury.
That is for sure. It's Fury are in a really strong position. I'm surprised Waikiki Mukau is still out there on his own, because although he's in quite a safe position, it does make me nervous that if he does get knocked by any of these teams that are rotating into the circle, he is not going to be able to get picked back up. But I mean, Pandemic, they are not fight. Oh dear. Dark Legions, as you said, these are the unexpected team in this fight for one of the top 5 positions, and they just completely took Pandemic off the board, and the next zone has actually popped.
It has, and it's favoured no one really. It does give a little bit of breath life to the guys in Bliss who are down to 2 men as they're in the zone. I'm really interested in the moment at what's happening with Valorant Gaming and the guys in Athletico, as Athletico seem to know there's someone here. They would have heard the movements before, as Max Zoris is actually going to knock down Zoidmate on top of the hill as they're looking to come across the top. He did manage to get a smoke on himself first, so look, he's safe for the time being, but it's going to be extremely hard for anyone to consider going up there for a revive, especially when they know that there's a team down with the rest of them that they have to try and deal with. So we'll see what comes out of that later on, as it looks like Dark Allegiance are looking to go up against another fight. This time it's with Apple Nana, but it looks like Apple Nana are actually going to get the advantage here, as Rapidos and Bless are going to tag team onto Power AU and actually get him knocked down. That being said, there's a lot of damage that came back onto Rapidos just then, so it's going to be up to Bless to look to see what he can find. He's looking for an angle. He's trying to find out if anyone is close that he can get the damage onto. Not able to see anyone just yet. They can hear, and Frozen Sniper actually is going to suffer it. Vance came up from behind. He's actually going to get flushed out. You can see Proudhouse looking to run back to try and save his fellow brethren. And what I mean by that, these two have been playing for such a long time together. I think way back before either of these players was even known in the Tier 1 scene that they were playing together. So another one of those composition synergies that you'd love to hear. That being said, the long distance battles are going out, and it's actually going to be Jukesy showing up out of nowhere, going to be able to pick that one up. Now, that is definitely going to be putting Vance into a little bit of a worry. Now, someone did pick up that crate, which I am surprised about. I don't know who it would have been, but Waikik and Mukau, he's found the guys in thrust, and he's not looking any other direction right now. He just wants to see one of those thrust lads pop their head up so he can get some shots going up over there. So, got to be careful being thrust here, because look at Ronan. He's just popped off.
They are just not letting people get into the circle. So they have got thrust quite pinned down out there. But I don't. Jukesy is aware that Guano is up. Is aware that
and Athletico just stormed through the guys in off tauntauns as well.
Completely wiped off tauntauns.
Nothing's stopping them. They are just monstering their way through. That being said, the age-old story of Valorant Gaming down to Just Australia. He's looking to try and get himself going as well. He knows that the blue zone's right behind him, but it's not going to matter. Nikos is going to find him, and that's going to be Valorant Gaming out 12th place. And now the guys in Athletico, they're going to have to move again, as we do see Big Boy Mac actually get a knock onto inside. Actually, sorry, Gage got the knock on inside. Big Boy Mac is going to finish that one. They do send some more shots over towards the rest of the guys in Fury Global, but they do have themselves a nice bit of cover here. However, it is outside of the zone, Ezra. And right now, it's only Rapidos that really has himself a good center point in the zone to make him last that little bit longer.
It is, and I mean, I'm a bit nervous for Fury right now, because that zone didn't favour them at all, and they have some open cover to get through. And I mean, Cal, he doesn't have a vehicle around him, so he's pretty much going, if he uses his utility, he does have one smoke, so he can definitely get some cover with that. But I mean, I think he's just busy trying to
who needs cover? Who needs cover when you just knock the team that's suppressing you? You're done. And look at this. Jukesy's already on the push from that as well. He knows that he needs to get across that road, so he went and did it straight away off that knock. They know that it's definitely a good play to be made. You can see that Athletico, they're also trying to position themselves at the moment just to hold out TNG, because they've seen the kill feed. They know they got a knock on the Gage before. They just saw one of the other players go down then as well, so they're constantly putting this pressure on. We are seeing Justice go out, as it looks like Flood gets a knock on to Ripeni, which is going to take BAE up to 5 kills, and they now are going to get their 4-man into the zone and look to hold out that slice. But I'm a little bit worried about what's going on down here between Apple Nana, Team Bliss, and also Mod Boys.
That makes me a little bit nervous. 3 teams, 1 compound. But I mean, Edge currently hiding in a bush and just... Extreme. What is going on over there, Cox?
Well, it looks like TNG had themselves a bit of a fight, and they're actually getting into the to back of BAE, getting shots across there as well. Atletico is looking to hold out from both sides here. They're going to be knocking down TNG, also looking to knock down the guys in Furious. I believe they did find one of the players. Head kick's going to get knocked down as well. He's going to get flushed out, so he's leaving just the one player left standing at the moment, Big Boy Macca, as he's trying to revive Holty. Nikos is going to find Gage as well. They are going to be able to get that revive off, but Gage is definitely out. And now we're going to see a nade go out. It's going to actually a flashbang. It may just do the damage there as Big Boy Mac tries to step forward. Holty also going to go down. And Athletico, look, they said they were going to come out and play their game. They're currently playing it with 12 kills, but it's going to be all she wrote because BAE have stepped up and they're going to take him out in 7th place. And that's now looking good for these guys too.
Yeah, as soon as BAE heard that gunfight next to them, they just wanted to get involved and try and get any of these kills and third party that firefight. But that was a great push by Battle Arena Elites, and it has put them now on 8 kills.
Yeah, and look, you can see that in Mod Boys at the moment. They're very much on edge. They've gone and hid themselves inside this warehouse. I believe they know that Dark Allegiance has also joined the fray on this one too. I think they've seen Speedy K come close, but look at how close Rapidos is to Critical Motion and to also Edge. And I don't think they even know that he's there because he just has been playing that quiet game. This could come back to bite someone in the butt if they're not careful.
That is really true. And I mean, Zappington is bound and Sydney is bound to hear Critical Motion when he was just walking around in that bin at the moment. And this is going to be interesting to see who comes out on top with these 3 teams in this one compound.
Yeah, and look, you can see Crit's got his eyes on towards the wondrous team of BAE just there. Not quite landing a shot on Sophia or Flood just there, but it's going to be enough to draw some attention down here, and that's not going to be good for the likes of Rapidos, who I think this container is pretty much open from that side. So he needs to be very, very careful just there, especially with BAE looking down. And you can see the Edge, though. He's gone and put himself into another position where he's got a frag down, and this one he's got to knock on towards Sydney, which is really good news for him, but he needs to be careful here because there are still 2 more players that are looking to hold it out. He's got the nade. He's going to throw it. He would have spotted Zappington out there, so he may be looking to go for a nade through that door. This could be bad news for Zappington, and Zappington's have to run back out. He's going to get taken down as soon as he does, as Crit has come around to join him in that angle, but there is still Ashley to be careful of, and Ashley is just hiding it above, waiting for these guys to step forward, not making any sound at all. Just giving way to hopefully a bit of a surprise attack, maybe a little bit of the drop bear action onto both Edge and Crit. And they've just got to be careful, though. That's the biggest thing.
That nade. It has forced Ashley to move. So they are aware where he is now.
Good shots, though, coming out. But he needs to be careful. He hasn't spotted out Crit coming up the side. Crit, though, is going to get up there fast enough. He's going to be able to take down Mod Boys. And that is going to be Mod Boys out in 6th place, picking up a couple of points for their movement. Fury, they're going to go down just as quickly as they tried to rotate in. But just there has also found himself the knock on towards Downey. It's just Speedy K left alive for Dark Allegiance. And you can see him on the map over there. He is just hiding out over this little ridge, not trying to give himself up to anyone. He needs to be very careful just because he's not currently in the zone. He's got to go up a little bit higher. And look, Bliss are going to be there waiting for him if he does go that way. But BAE, 11 kills now. They're looking pretty comfortable to potentially take out this first game.
I think right now, 4 teams left and BAE have all 4 alive. I think this is 99.9% sure that this is going to be a BAE game because they've pretty much pinned these 2 teams that are left to a very small part of the circle, and Speedy isn't even in the circle at the moment. And I don't know if Neverhall and Flood actually realise that he's just over the other side.
Well, they do now.
They definitely do now.
Which does mean we are down to just 2 teams. We now have Team Bliss versus the guys in BAE. And look, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. It's 2 versus 4. BAE, definitely not a team that you can say doesn't have the same experience level to the guys over in Bliss. Because, Bliss This is the other dynamic duo when you're talking about players in the O scene. Edge, Crit, they've been playing on the same squad for a long, long time. You could almost say they'd have a psychic link of sorts because they just do some amazing things. And I've seen Edge clutch out many a game, 1v4, let alone going 2v4. He has a bit of support this time. They need to be careful, though. As you said before, BAE are doing a pretty big wraparound play, just holding him out. They know they're going to be in this compound. The center of the zone at the moment is exactly where Flood is, so they know that the guys need to push in from Bliss. The nade's not going to go where it wants. Crit tries to run to the side, actually going to get taken down as he comes face to face with Loki's. Loki's is going to be able to get that complete flush. Now it is just going to be Edge looking for an angle. You can hear those shots. He knows that they're close by. He's waiting for someone to poke their head through, trying to get the attention of someone. The pushes come in. 1, 2, can't do it. And that is going to be Battle Arena Elites taking home game number 7 for a 14-kill chicken dinner. Now, you can't say, Ezra, that when these guys win, they do it lightly. They go full hog on it.
They definitely go full hog. And watching BAE play is actually really beautiful. Like, I love watching them rotate. I love watching them with their pushes because they always seem to have one person who is not normally with the other 3, but in a different area, providing the information back to the rest of the team as they push. So we saw that with Lockie's just then, providing information about where Edge and Crit was in that warehouse. And I'm just loving watching them play at the moment. And I mean, a 14-kill chicken dinner. They were the ones to win game 6. They are the ones to win game 7. Do you think we're going to see them again win another? Sorry, no. BAE didn't win game 6. No, they won some other games, but I know this isn't going to be the last win that we see for BAE tonight.
No, look, it's definitely not, and I feel like the performance they put in, it was game number 5 where they won that chicken dinner. I feel like this isn't going to be the end. You're absolutely right. They are going to be stepping up. This is going to get them into the top place potentially, which is, really good news for them. Bliss, they did make it a second place. I just don't think that they had the kill count just then to keep up with the demand that was being thrown at them from BAE just then, because, it was a fair few kills that they put on the board just then. It was a fairly big number. And, the other team I want to highlight from that one as well was Athletico. They dropped down earlier than probably what they were wanting to. I think they went out in, I think it was 6th place. But
they had a huge amount of kills. I mean, Nikos and Extreme both had at least 5 kills each. So that's 10 points right there. So that's absolutely awesome to see. And do you think that Bliss are going to retain their top spot right now, or do you think Athletico could have actually knocked them over?
Look, I think Bliss will keep it above Athletico. I'm just not sure whether Battle Arena Elites are going to come up and maybe contest that 1st and 2nd place. I think that's probably more where it's going to be at than if Athletico is overtaking Bliss. It's going to be a hard one. Obviously, the 5-point buffer that Bliss had going into the game definitely helps. And they did get a lot of kills as well. It wasn't a huge kill count, but they did, get those 3 kills onto Mod Boys. They did also, I believe, get Rapidos as well. There was a couple of kills that I think they were looking at before they got there too. So, all in all, they got points. It's just going to be a case of, is this, a starting point for Bliss, or is this the finishing point? Are they going to keep on stepping up? Because they went last game, game number 6 last night. They won that. They did well in that. They got the top score. Are they going to translate that as, we now just got 2nd? We're going to get ourselves another 2nd, another 1st. Are they going to keep up that consistency? Because that's going to keep them 1st.
It will be. The consistency is key. So if they are able to keep getting top 3 placements with a decent amount of kills, they can actually retain 1st place because, I mean, you can win a game, but we've seen teams win with not a lot of kills, even come 2nd with not a lot of kills. And I mean, it is about the kills because you can win on 1 or 2 kills, but then the person who comes 2nd can get a lot more kills than you, and they actually can get more points from that game. So the kills are are just as important. And I mean, I'm looking forward to this leaderboard because we definitely know BAE have jumped a few places, and it's going to be interesting to see if they have if they're going to be a top 3, because they're currently sitting in 5th place on 45 points, and considering Bliss is in 1st place on 66 points, it's going to be very interesting to see this one.
Yeah, look, absolutely spot on. And, you know, this, I thought we were going to get it last night with Fury, with one of the games maybe going a second chicken dinner, but this is actually the first time we have had a repeat team win a chicken dinner. You know, Battle Arena Elites, they did win that round 5. They've now just won this game too, so that means that they are on the chicken dinners of counter 2, which that's going to work in their favor. Now, it kind of worries me, though, that they are the team that has won the most chicken dinners, but they're still not the team that has the most points.
Well, if you have a look, though, these 2 wins are the only time they have been in the top 5 for all 7 games. So this is why they have been fragging, but this is why that they aren't currently in the top 3, because they just aren't getting the placement points, but they are getting quite a lot of kill points. So you can see that the ones that are currently in the top 4, like Team Bliss, they've been in the top 4 now 5 times. Athletico only 3 times at the moment. Fury 5 times as well. So it's interesting to see.
And look, one of those ones for Athletico, they were in 5th place. You know, they're only just out of it. They've only had, they've actually had 2 games where they haven't gotten placement points, but even in those 2 games, they still fragged out. You know, they still got a lot of points. You know, whereas you look at the likes, as you're saying, of Battle Arena Elites, you know, they had a game where they scored 0 points. They actually had a 0-point game there at one stage. And that is, you know, something that you don't really want to have in your backlog when you're looking at the points side of things, when you're trying to aim for that first place, because that sort of scares you to thinking maybe it could happen again. Now, that being said and done, they're not the only team that has had 0-point games. You know, Pandemic, they had a 0-point game as well. They're sitting in 4th place. They've won a chicken dinner. They've come second once, and everything else outside of that has been in the top 5. But only one of their games was not a placement point game. So, you know, there is consistency in there, but again, it kind of worries me that there is this potential of history repeating itself in a way that you don't want it to. I fear that it might actually get to a point where they're relying a lot on, you know, let's do the same thing again, and a team reads it and gets the better on. That's what I don't want to see happening to the likes of BA. It's not what I want to see happening to the likes of Pandemic, because again, Pandemic didn't have a great game just then either. And I think they may have gotten 1 point from a frag. So I'll double check that obviously when the scores are updated. But to me, that's the worry that I have with what is currently happening on the scene of things. So, but we'll see what the next game translates to, because we are getting into the lobby at the moment. The next game is going to be up very shortly. But did that first game go to what you were expecting it to go to?
It definitely did. Like, Athletico popped off. Definitely knew that was going to happen.
Yep.
BAE popped off. Knew that was going to happen. Team Bliss gave other teams a run for the money. They popped off as well. Fury kicked some ass. Like, the teams that I was expecting to get a decent chunk of the kills and to get some decent points under their belt did that. I still am wanting to see the likes of Bants Gaming, Mod Boys, Tumtums, TNG, Kingdom. I know that these teams
they're capable of so much more.
They are capable of doing so much more. And we saw it with TNG yesterday with their 21 points chicken dinner with their 11 kills. We know that they can do it. That was the only time that they've actually been in the top 10 out of these games. I can't remember where they went, what position they were in last game. Just off the top of my head, were they
7th? They went out just before Athletico.
Okay, yes. So that their win yesterday is the only time they've been in top 5, and we know that they can do better. Those players are pretty really strong. And speaking of strong things, what do you think of this plane?
So Yeah, look, once the stream gets across to the map itself, you'll see this playing path. It kind of offers a lot and denies a lot at the same time. And when I say that, I mean, it goes all the way up to Campo Militar, Picardo's in reach, San Martin's in reach, El Pozo, La Cabrera, water treatment, Cruz de Val, even El Alzahar, Chumacero. These places, they're all in reach. Los Leones is not. Now, that does mean Fury have to do something different. They may choose to go the long haul, get some vehicles and drive there. That would be their choice. That's more of an Erangel play, not so much a Miramar play. So I'd be very keen to see where they do decide to go in this one. But outside of that, they're really the biggest team that's been affected. I dare say we are going to see Mod Boys do a very similar thing to what they always do and be the last ones out of the plane. I don't feel like that's going to change anytime soon. I think they learned from jumping out in the middle that they get shot in the air. So I feel like they're going to go back to what they're doing, which they are just jumping now, which is really, really good. But yeah, you're going to see Fury. They're going north as well. Two of the players going very close to the TNG players as well, which is a very interesting thing to see. And I'm just going to have a quick look at Jukesy as he's going down to a compound. There's a vehicle on the corner. Jukesy's looking to go for a quick gun. He can't find a quick gun, and Holty is going to be able to get away. There is Uzi in this one. Reload's happening. The vehicles have gone, though, so it's not going to be a quick kill being picked up. But now Jukesy might be in a bit of a rough position where he is, because all he does have, by looks of things, is an AK and whatever.
Speaking of rough positions, this new circle, I feel sorry for everyone who jumped out of that plane late, because, I mean, Guru's still in the air, and Dwayno's still in the air, and the circle's definitely not in their favour.
So is Benny SHD as well. They're still up in the air, still trying to get themselves into a good spot. Now, Holty, a little bit of pressure on him at the moment. He's only got himself a pan until he found that mini, so he needs to be very careful with what the likes of Fury are bringing, as they did come to pick up Jukesy. Insight is going to be able to drive it back over the hill, and he's going to get away okay, but that was a very, very hit and miss sort of moment there, and there it is again. You hate to see it. You go to the iron sights, you turn around, and there's a scope in the ground.
You do hate to see it. I'm really interested to see how a lot of these teams that are currently pretty much centre map rotate into the circle. I'm expecting some of the teams to the east to rotate south or through Los Leones, but the likes of like everyone else, it's just going to be really, really tough to get into the circle, especially if they don't start rotating sometime soon to be able to secure one of the spots that is well sought after. But I mean, Valorant Gaming, they are probably just extremely happy with their choice of loot spots right now.
Yeah, well, look, they've been fed the first zone, I think, nearly every single game we've had on Miramar. So, look, they're going to be sitting pretty happy there, I believe. But, look, you're spot on with, I think, part of that is that you'd have to give up on the fact that you're going to get a priority compound if you're looting way to the north or well out of that zone. But I think at the same time, that comes with the territory of going there, that you've already given up on priority compounds. You've gone and played one of the corners, so you shouldn't really be expecting a priority compound unless the zone beats you. That's the only caveat to that. But I feel like that's where some of these teams do really, really well. The likes of Hot Tontons, they've constantly been that team that is rotating. Late, they do a lot of their fighting on the edge of zone. They like to pick up the other teams that are rotating alongside them, and that's where a lot of these points have been picked up. The same can be said for the likes of Dark Allegiance as well. I remember a lot of the games last night on Miramar. They were sitting up on the eastern coastline outside of the zone, getting Bants Gaming as they're rotating through. They were the kind of things that were happening. So a lot of these teams like to play for that. Whether they can consistently do it, that's set to be said. There's always that risk of when you run an early game fight that you end up getting yourselves taken out early as well.
That's very true. And going back to the map, we can see that Justice have rotated early again. So they have they're quicker to rotate tonight. Because we interviewed Fury before, and he did say that that's something they're going to be working on. This is great to see, because they are one of the first into the circle. There's only currently 3 other teams in there with them, so they actually are able to get a pretty darn good spot due to their early rotate.
Yeah, and look, I'm really surprised with what's happening here with the Zoid. He is just being very patient and waiting for these teams to go by. I know he's only got the 2 times, but Straya, I think, is very lucky to get by with his health just there, as the rest of Athletico were looking to come in on that. You can hear, though, there are some shots coming out. It's actually going to be... Yes.
BAE gaming.
We've seen this before. We know it's not smart to pull up on BAE. We know it's not smart to be on the receiving end of when BAE pull up. You just do not want to be around on this team anytime soon. But that does mean that Kingdom is just down to Pablo now, who nowhere near that fight. He's still running away. He's got himself a compound all to himself, but he doesn't care. He wants to keep running away from that team as far as he possibly can. And it may take him very close to actually TNG, as he does see Big Boy Maka just doing a little bit of Tokyo drift around the bowl there to get himself up on the hill. But this is... And he hits. This is just awkward. He hits everything. I need to give that boy some driving lessons. But
you very much do. That was painful to watch.
Pablo needs to be very careful. He's last man alive for each team, and that could work out very much against him. A very quiet game to be had for, I think, the rest of Kingdom for the rest of this game. But we'll see how that goes. But Justice, they've got themselves a little bit of engagement happening at the moment with the guys in Valorant Gaming. You can see Rupeni is the one that's currently being suppressed down in this God tier compound, which, look, it's a good compound. You can hold out for a while, but I still feel like they're not putting enough resistance against Valorant Gaming. It's allowing some other teams to get closer, and it could end up backfiring against themselves, where it's only Stonewalls, I believe, doing shots up towards them. So we'll see how that one plays out. Again, this is all long-distance fighting. I know it looks close on the map, but when you zoom in, you can see that it's a good 200 meters away from each other, 150 at a minimum. So, look, they are fighting from a pretty big distance all the same. Now, this is something we're seeing a repeat of, Ezra. This is not good news at the moment for Pandemic.
No. But what about Fury, who's about to drive through the middle of it?
Look, I think they're probably going to be okay. I think the attention is drawn too thin at the moment from the likes of what's happening with Pandemic and Bance Gaming. Obviously, Bueno picking up that kill on Asper is very, because he's trying to get some shots over on Ronan. I'm worried that they're just going to turn around and take shots back, because just like that, because he popped higher, and now both Ronan and Insight, they're stuck a little bit up there. They've had some shots being sent from Killer Roost. Oh, you see that white
Oh no, Cal! Oh no!
What are you doing, White Kicker?
Get in the car! No!
Oh. White Kicker, look, he's behind that tree. He's going to be popping meds right now like crazy, but that is absolutely rough plays just there. He does manage to get shots back off response. He's actually going to knock Roy, though, so maybe Killer Root missing one of those shots could have just turned everything against the guys in Bance, because now this is a fight out in the blue. Pandemic's used this opportunity. They've gone Sawyer and left it up to them, because this really is a fight that won't last in the blue for sure.
That was really smart of Pandemic to get use the opportunity while Bance was distracted with Fury to get out of there. And I mean, I'm surprised Cal lived through that and has been able to regroup.
And look,
the team.
They're gone now. Fury's moved on. It's just Bance Gaming. They're outside the zone, and you can see they're worried. They're thinking, is Pandemic still there? Is Fury still there? What do we do? Where do we go? How do we handle it? They'll work out soon enough that there's no one there anymore. Back down into the guys in Valorant Gaming still taking shots at Justice. This time it's the other two members of Justice. Do need to be careful. You can see that there is a Bliss squad down there too. Janguchi actually did land a shot onto Bliss, so they're going to be very mindful of what's coming from up the top of the hill. But again, this is just the compression that happens in this area, and it looks very clustered on this map. But I'll have you know that there is a lot of ridges in this area, so you can get a lot of teams closer to each other than what they need to be. The guys in Bliss, though, they're popping off. They've got themselves a second kill. I believe they got one from TNG before. Now they've got one from the guys in Justice. They are looking to have a good night. If they keep up this pace, I'm really, really excited to see where Bliss can take this.
I'm really excited to see where Bliss can take this as well. But right now, it's really interesting. I'm wondering what exactly the boys in Dark Legion are doing, because they could be rotating onto the west side of the circle, but the team is going south. And I know that teams that are on the southern end of the circle, so I'm surprised that they're coming that way, because I know I definitely don't want to be in their boots with the likes of Battlegrounds Gaming and Justice, Attracted, Thrust, and Bliss, all on that southern side of the zone.
Yeah, and look, TNG, they're having an absolute nightmare start to the day as well. They've lost Big Boy Macca. Holty was dropped before. Head kick's already knocked. Gage was lost before. It's just Holty left alive. And it's Pablo that's actually picking up all these kills, which is really good for Kingdom because they lost so much to start with. Holty, though, he's looking like he wants to try and finish this one out, but he needs to be careful because there are other guys in BAE that are still sending shots down the hill, so he needs to be very careful of where he currently is. The zone, look, it's okay. There's no reason for Holty to have to push his way through. He's got plenty of time to see what happens next. But again, you've just got to be on the edge of your seat waiting and being ready for whatever comes, because Pablo is one of those guys that was just on the waiting side of things, and then suddenly he's getting breached by a team of 3. So if you're prepared for it, you're going to get the kills.
That is really true. And I mean, I'm currently looking at Hot Autumns with you at the moment, and unfortunately they did just run into Athletico at that compound where Athletico rotated to, and they didn't come out unscathed. Athletico actually did manage to get some kills out of that.
Yeah, and look, Athletico, I don't know if you could say that Hot Tauntauns ran into Athletico. I think it's more that Athletico ran into Hot Tauntauns. They are a team that looks for kills, where Hot Tauntauns are a team that looks for placement, and then they'll deal with it once they're there, sort of thing. So, Athletico, definitely a team similar to what BAE do. They are hunting for the kills. They'll work from the placement that they're given, but they're constantly looking for more kills. They'll go aggressive. They'll hunt down. They'll chase a few teams here and there if it's reasonable to do so. But then if it's not, then they'll look elsewhere to see what they can do. Whereas I think a team like Hot Tauntauns, they'll look for a placement. They'll go sit in a compound and they'll defend from there. They'll wait to see the teams push, and then they'll be aggressive against it. Now, I believe down in the southern side of the zone at the moment, the guys in Thrust are having a little bit of a hard time dealing with Valorant Gaming, as looks like Full Chaos and Jam Gucci both got a knock each. Flick Fox, he's out in the open just there, and I don't know if he saw Full Chaos there, but look, Apple Nana definitely saw Full Chaos here, and there's no choice that Full Chaos has to actually move forward here and look over towards what's in front of him, which honestly, he's in a bit of an awkward spot for himself. But the zone, you know what? It's favored them. It's come south. It's a very hard shift south as well, which a lot of these teams, I honestly think, predicted. You can see that there's not too many teams outside of the zone at the moment, while Fury is one of the teams that's out there. And a good shot from Lucid Freak, just going to tag Waikakamukau as he's rotating. But as you can see, everything that's Fury, you get shot at when you're Fury, you stop, you pull up, you shoot back, and you usually get something out of it. So you've got to be careful.
You definitely have to be careful. And Fury at the moment, they're one of the few teams that are currently out. All 4 of them are outside of the zone, and they're going to have a bit of difficulty potentially getting into it, depending on what way they rotate into it. But we can see Enzo Tractors trying to take some shots up at Bliss on the hill across from them, who are Enzo Tractors are actually in a pretty good spot right now in that compound, which is quite close to the center of the circle.
Yeah, and look, Apple Nana maybe overstepping their boundary a little bit. I've seen them win a really, really good game from this location that they've just pushed into. However, the guys in Athletico, they are looking to hunt down anyone they can see. Rapidos up the top there, he did just get tagged quite a fair bit, so he's just going to keep his head down a little bit, which gives an opportunity for the rest of Athletico to move, push forward, whatever they want to do. As you can see, they are heading down this compound, and Lynx's got some pretty wicked driving skills. He does just get auto-corrected from one of his teammates. We see Pablo going down, so that's going to be our first team out in Kingdom, leaving the game in 16th place.
But we do have all 4 of Athletico pushing up on Pandemic at the moment, with Zoid and Nico's finding Sa, one of the 2 Pandemic players in this compound with them.
Yeah, and look, Sasam actually ends up killing himself as well, and High Command comes to join, face checking against Zoidmate just there. Thought he was on the roof. I thought he was being a little bit more sneakier, but doesn't turn out to be the case. So that is going to be our second team out. And Pandemic, unfortunately, really not the start that they were wanting to the night. This is a little bit of a shock more than anything else.
I'm shocked as well. Going into tonight, they were in the top 5, and now looking at the leaderboard at the moment, they are in 5th position. But I mean, after this, I'm pretty sure they're going to be dropped out of that top 5 spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a high chance of it. And, you know, just to give, I suppose, that update as well, is that Team Bliss still are in first place. Athletico is second. Battle Arena Elites are third. And Fury Global are fourth. And then there's a 20-point dip to Pandemic as well, as they do have a massive, massive difference between the two teams. It's shocking. It's surprising to see that Pandemic haven't really closed actually they've opened the gap themselves by dropping out as quickly as they have. But I'm a bit worried that that's going to continue on for the rest of the theme for the night.
I'm a bit worried as well, but I mean, it could just be they're having a bit of jitters before this game, or the going into this evening. We don't know, but this isn't the Pandemic that we saw yesterday at the moment, because I mean, they were doing some impressive plays yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen for the next 4 games with them. But this new zone has actually made an appearance, which is pretty darn awesome.
Yeah, well, look, it's worked out for BAE. It's worked out for the guys definitely in End Zone Tractors. It's kind of kept TNG's hope alive for a bit, as well as Hoff Tontons. But there is definitely something a play here with Dwayno driving in the middle of the Fury players. And I mean directly dead set through the middle. Don't know how he got away with it. Stranger things have happened, but Fury, they've pulled up. They're now looking to try and go up against Apple Nano. They've got the knock on to Bliss. Bliss is going to get taken down. You can see that the shots are coming out. There's shots from across the road, shots from in every single building, so they need to be on the right foot here. But they are going to be able to get it as Extreme does come through with a little bit of support. Actually going to get the knock on Apple Nana's Frozen Sniper with Lynxie following up with the kill. I honestly think that Athletico were probably hoping that that was going to be Fury that they found rather than it being Apple Nana.
I think that they were hoping that as well. But I mean, Fury have just completely obliterated the Apple Nana and that compound they were just in.
Yeah. I mean, we're down to 13 teams just now. I believe we saw someone else go out. But Apple Nana, this was their home. This is what they called their location. Doesn't seem to be the case.
It's a repeat of game number 6, game 1 tonight, game number 6. Rapidos is the last person alive for Apple Nana, which we saw in this first game tonight. So hopefully he can do some impressive things like he did in the past in this last game.
Yeah, but I suppose the thing that's working against Rapidos at the moment, and just to give you a bit of context of where he is outside of the zone. He doesn't have a lot of cover to get into zone. He's got Justice down on one side. He's got Bance down in front of him. And if he decides to wrap all the way around, then he's going to have to deal with Fury anyway. So, look, things are not in the best of places. Although he's going to find Jakovsky. He's going to take the point regardless. And that is a smart play in my eyes. Because like I said before, you can try and get yourself up into, those higher spots. But it means nothing if you don't get the kills. And he's even going to steal Killer away from Insight. Insight's not going to be happy with that one. He's definitely going to be wishing that point was his. So Rapidos already on 2 points, which is 2 points more than honestly I was going to be giving Apple Nana.
That is for sure. But I mean, now that Fury know where he is, Justice know where he is, and also the team in Bats Gaming know where he is. So he's not in the best of positions right now. Speaking of best positions, Mod Boys.
Not in the best position.
Taken out by Team Bliss. Oh no.
Look, they did get 2 knocks out of it. They did knock Critical. They did knock Non-Reg, but they just weren't able to continue through. However, this team that's coming in late may have someone to save for it. Sigs needs to get a healing, something going for it. That blue was doing a lot of damage to him. But look what's happening here. You got Athletico. They've heard the vehicle. They're going to know that they came through the blue. They're going to know that they're going to be slow to react because they would have had to have healed first. But once this fight breaks out, shots are going to go through. Six is going to get knocked down. It's just FlixFox left alive. But you can see on the screen just there the little bits of Stormtrooper lasers coming flying through. The guys in Bliss, they know exactly where Athletico is now. They're not in a position where they can just easily say, you know what, we have to let this one go. That nade is beautiful. It's a lot of damage that would have just been done to the vehicle.
But what we can see is that even though Zoid is up there with Nikos, and also Lynxy, Zoid's actually paying attention to Team Blitz. So he's providing that cover and distraction that the other two players need so that they can actually take out Thrust.
And look, that was a beautiful smoke grenade as well, because that's going to limit a lot of what can be seen. Non-Reg is going to go for a bit of an underhand throw with the grenade, which, look, if that was cooked for maybe 3 seconds longer or 2 seconds longer, that would have been perfect on the Zoid just there. Flick Fox, though, he's going to come through and actually get the knock on Nikos and get the clutch play going as well. And it's going to be, unfortunately, Athletico now losing 2 players, and it's just going to be Zoid and Extreme, the last one's just left alive. Fury have spotted out Zoid as well, so Zoid has to be very, very careful here. He's looking back up. He knows that if they go to that window, they're going to have that angle on him, so he's just waiting to see what he can. He spots Non-Reg doing a little bit of the sheep jump, and now he's going to have to go between 2 players, 3 players. To survive this one. But as he gets taken out, so does Yuzi in nearly identical timing. This one was to Husey, though.
Yes, Husey actually knocked Extreme just before we saw Zoe go down to Team Bliss. And I mean, this Endzone Tractors, this is their circle right now. Theirs and Dark Allegiance circle at the moment.
Yeah, and look, I don't see Dark Allegiance getting contested anytime soon. Where these guys are positioned, there's a lot of open field. No one's going to come down and camp in this one. It's going to be all from the hills up there. You can see the Bliss is slowly moving their way in. You can see the Endzone Tractors. They are just holding that for people. Actually, Speedy K is going to get a knock on towards Critical Motion, but Jukesy is going to be able to steal that one away. So that's a point picked up for the guys in Fury. But Bliss, they've all but left the top of the hill now. They are just 3 men over on the side trying to hide, but Insight, he's got the knowledge. He knows exactly where they are. You know, we're talking about a player. Edge, knock to the blue. Not going to give those points up. He's going to rotate around. It's Textile going here. This is a bit of a confusion play for me because Edge probably could have made it back in.
They're just getting hammered from both Endzone Tractors and Fury at the moment. I don't think no matter what they do, where they go, that it's going to end well for Team Bliss right now, just because they've pretty much got all angles covered from other teams. But that was a beautiful knock by Insight onto Ninja Shack. But it's going to be good for Endzone Tractors because Bulldog will actually be able to get that revival. But I mean, Insight is pushing for the compound at the moment, and Jukesy managed to get Bulldog through the window.
And look, that's 2 free kills inside there. They just got to get in there to get those kills. However, you can see that Ronan was actually knocked. He was knocked down by Loki's. The guys in BAE still proving to be absolute menaces from whatever position they find themselves in. But there are just literally a knocked player right through this window that they have the kill or the potential to get the kill on. It was their knock. This was the first one that Insight did knock, I believe. So that one's just theirs. All they need to do is stop anyone else from picking it up. But they're definitely stopping the rest of Endzone Tractors from being able to push over and get the revive as well. So really good push play coming in from the guys in Fury. Although it looks like Jukesy is out in the open at the moment. He's got to be very careful because BAE are looking down in this direction. He is outside of the zone, so he can't stay out here forever. He's only got about a minute's time before that blue zone actually starts.
He does have 5 bandages, though. So if Fury is able to provide some cover fire to BA, which they're currently doing, and Jukesy just makes a smoke trail to that house, he should be able to get there safely. But he does need his team to provide that cover fire of BAE on BAE because they do know that Jukesy is sitting there.
100%. But Jukesy needs to go soon. And you can see now he is doing those smokes. He is looking to start to set this one up a little bit, which is fair so because, again, this blue zone, it's right on his heels. He can't stay here forever. He's got to get moving. He can see the guys in Dark Allegiance as well. Flood knows what he's doing. He is already sending those peppering shots down. Jukesy trying to get the damage, although Speedy K is going to find him regardless. And Jukesy is now down for the count and nothing the rest of Fury can do about it as he is out in the blue. So very good pickup from the guys in Dark Allegiance who are just looking to hold onto the southern part of the zone and do it really well, as I believe Downey's looking to try and take some shots over towards BAE as well. We see Hoff Tauntaun's dropping out in 6th place. Again, BAE putting the nail in the coffin there. Nefaho, I believe, picked that one up. They've got to be careful here because Holty is still over on that side. And I don't think Holty is as patient as what Strayer is. He'll shoot the moment he sees someone rather than trying to sneak up behind him. So that's something they have to be careful about. But all that said and done, this zone just keeps feeding down towards Hoff Tauntauns and also the guys in Dark Allegiance, and they're just sitting happy about it.
It's not Hoff Tauntauns. Hoff Tauntauns are actually
Sorry,
out. It's
End-zone
in-zone tractors.
I see the blue. I got confused.
Husey and Snowlow, this is feeding towards them. And I mean, Dark Allegiance, they've just been like their 2-2 splits that they've had for most of these circles has just been paying off, because you've got Power and Benny on the low ground being able to provide the information about where BAE and in-zone tractors are, and then Speedy and Downey up on the high ground being able to provide that oversight that's much needed to their players that are down in the compound.
And look, there's an opportunity at the moment to get a knock onto Flood if he gets caught up. You can see that there is a bike going in for the pushes. They did get a lot of damage just before on towards Benny, so they are looking to hold out what they can. Some really good shots coming out, as we do see actually Downey picking up Holty in the distance, while the rest of the guys in BAE also going to go down. So that's now 4 kills for the guys in Dark Allegiance, and all they have to do is just hold out. They've spotted out Flood. Flood is just curved himself around this tree. You can just see every now and again a little bit of his arm and a bit of a gun sticking out, and Benny's going to be able to capitalize on it. So now we do have Battle Arena Elites out of the game in 4th place. So it's just now these last 3 teams, and Dark Allegiance, they've got the numbers.
They do have the numbers at the moment, and they do have the really great zone control. And they did clear out. So we did see Downey clear out Holty from TNG as he was trying to move into the circle earlier. So they are pretty certain that no one is behind them, because they've had this side of the circle pretty much this whole time. So they are aware that the rest of the players must be in these compounds.
And you can see that right now, beautiful shots coming out from Speedy K. He's actually going to fight himself Ronan, which Ronan's now in a very, very awkward spot for himself. He's got to get right up close to this gas cylinder if he wants to stay safe. But it's a bit of a challenge. The Insight also getting a lot of shots in his way. Ronan is actually going to get taken out, leaving just Insight left to try and fight this one. You can see that Power AU actually looking to push up into this compound with Benny. He's going to find himself Husey. Husey's going to go down, leaving just Snowlow left alive. Can Snowlow be able to hold this one out? It's going to be a bit of a challenge. It's definitely going to be a hard one. You can see the smokes coming through now just to get a bit of shelter. He's going to try and push up, maybe go for the revive on a Husey. If you can get Husey back up, it levels the playing ground for the close fight here. The nades are coming out, both in response. Don't go yet. Your nade. Oh, this is just worrying me to no end.
That worried me as well. Trust me on that one. But we do have Power, who is slowly sneaking up to that around and trying to just get information to see where in-zone tractors are. But I think he has realised that now there's 2 footsteps in there. So in-zone tractors has been able to successfully revive the other player.
And look, this works really well for the guys in end zone tractors. They've got 2 men that they can try and fight this out with. The thing, though, is Dark Allegiance, they're 4-man strong. They know exactly where these 2 are. Now, you've got 2 options ahead of you. You send everyone in, you try and get a couple of kills, or you just wait for the blue zone to close in and finish them off, maybe get one in a desperation run out, maybe. You never know, but it's looking really good, I think, more so for Dark Allegiance than it is for end zone tractors, because you can see that blue zone coming in. Once this one closes, we're going to just constantly shrinking into the center of of this current zone. And that is definitely not going to be favoring end zone tractors at all. So they need to be very careful here. And you can see Power very much on the front foot here. Spotting out Husey. Husey, though, is going to be able to get the kill. He's going to get the flush as well. And that's worked out really well. So now it is a 2v3. While that happened, though, it's gone down, and Downey, it's actually knocked one of the players. Snowball has actually gone down. Husey's looking to try and level that one up. He does indeed, but it is actually going to be Speedy K coming through with the final knock, and Dark Allegiance are going to pick up their first chicken dinner of this tournament and doing it with 9 kills as well.
9 kills. That's absolutely awesome. You have been saying the whole time, Copt, that this team is one that are one to watch, because they have been the dark horses of this entire competition. And I mean, with that zone control that they had in the last few circles, there's no absolutely no surprises that they won this game. And I mean, that they are probably so pumped to get their first chicken dinner of this evening. I know I'm excited for them with 9 kills. So they got 19 more points on the board for them.
Yeah, and look, it's something that they definitely want to be striving for as well. You know, we saw what the points were for these guys leading into this tournament. Into this game. They were in 6th place, which was absolutely fantastic sitting in there, because now with this amount of points and knowing that a team like Pandemic went out really early, they would have just got themselves into 5th spot as a guarantee. You know, that's something that they have just done for themselves.
That's extremely true. And one of the other teams that did go out unexpectedly early, Team Bliss. But I mean, looking at non-Reg, 8 kills alone. He got all of the kills for his team. That's just absolutely
Insane.
Like insane.
But
I mean, he is an insane player. So are we actually surprised that non-Reg did get 8 kills? I'm not.
No, look, I'm not surprised either, but I feel there's kind of a trade-off to that as well. It's great to say, hey, non-Reg actually has all the 8 kills on that squad. They got all the points there. You know, what was it? 7th place they got as well. So 9 points they picked up, and you could say that non-Reg was the reason for it. But, you know, that sort of says to the other players there, you know, we can't just rely on non-Reg either. You know, we've got to be stepping up our game. And they really, really want to try and step it up a bit further. Now, I think we're going to have the leaderboard come up from privy to this game, just so to give you guys a bit of an idea of where everyone was sitting, just so you can get a bit of an idea. Obviously, Bliss sitting at the top there, followed by Athletico, BAE, Fury, and Pandemic in that top 5. But Dark Allegiance obviously coming home with a chicken dinner then, and doing so with a whopping 9 kills too, does get them over and above, because I think from what I believe that happened to the guys in Pandemic, it was another 0-point game, and that just kind of breaks my heart a little bit.
It was a 0-point game for them, and I mean, we're finally going to see them outside of the top 5, which is really sad to see. But I mean, we only have one more game of Miramar, and we did see them do some pretty awesome things in Erangel yesterday. So it's looking to me that they're actually much stronger on their map. So I know I am looking forward to seeing them hopefully get another chicken dinner, because I mean, they got 2nd place in game 2 and 1st place in game 3. So we definitely can see that Erangel is their stronger maps, and we are wrapping out the evening tonight for our last 3 maps actually on Erangel.
Yeah, and look, I feel like they'd be happy just to move past Miramar. I think for them, Miramar was a little bit, or has been a little bit of a down part for Pandemic. And you're right. I agree. They are stronger for sure on Erangel. So they're probably just, you know, at the moment, getting the zen and, you know, wiping away the fact that they've had a couple of bad games in Miramar. And it'd be just a case of, you know what? Let's just step it up. We'll go further. It's just Miramar. It's just 2 games. We can do it again. We're only just outside of the top 5. There's still that prize money that we can get. We just need to have a solid Erangel, and we know we can do that. So, look, that's the mindset I would be in if I was Pandemic right now. Hard to say if that's the mindset that they're actually in without knowing what their comms are like between games. But all in all, you know, I don't feel like they are in a rough patch. I feel like they definitely have the ability to bounce back, and there's still plenty of games to do it.
For sure, that's really true. Like, they can do it. I mean, their win that they got yesterday, they got 11 kills. They have been able to get 21 points in one game previously. What's to say that they can't do it again? And they, after this update of the leaderboard, I think they're going to be in that 6th or 7th position, which means that they can still get into top 5 so easily, and maybe even get into the top 3 spot, because we do have 4 games left, only 1 Miramar left, and then the 3 Erangel games left of this evening. So I mean, it's not secure at the moment. That top 5, those top 5 positions aren't secure, and especially not that number 1 spot that everyone is vying for. Not just because they get a $900 prize, but also because they can go into the they can be crowned the first XP Esports PUBG champions. They'll also go into the upcoming PUBG Continental Series on a high, knowing that they've already competed against 90% of the teams that have registered to play in this, and they came out on top. So I know that's also going through the back of all the players' minds as they're trying to dominate in this event.
Yeah, look, 100%. And look, probably further to that as well, there's a few of these teams which are probably going to be like, you know what, we now know the competition we have to go up against. We now know our gaps. We now know what we have to be doing better. You know, this has been a really good experience to be able to say, look, these teams are doing things differently to what we're used to. Let's learn from that, because this is a very serious tournament. And you know, we talked about it a few times, and with some of the players as well, just how seriously they're taking it, because they know that this is that final step before, you know, they are looking at an international stage. So they are very much on the preface right now that they have to do well. They have to show up, because, you know, I'll probably say, I'll say about 70% of gaming is in the mind. You know, it's all about how you show up to that game. You know, the tilt can be real for a lot of people if you're not careful, and that's what a lot of these teams are just trying to shake off.
Especially in a game of PUBG, it's just about the mental attitude and not just being prepared so that you are able to be switched on and everything, but going into it not being weighed down by any outside pressures that can impact your gameplay, that we have seen impact people's gameplay, because you don't just need to be able to point and click in a game of PUBG. You need to be able to think about rotations and angles and so many different things going through your mind, because since this game has quite a heavy RNG component, it's not an easy game to play unless you have that mental capacity to absorb so much information coming in around you and being able to make decisions based on the copious amount of information that the team's giving you and also you're finding out for yourself.
Yeah, and look, I'll definitely put my hand up and say I'm 100% guilty of being one of those players gone, what is with the RNG today? You know, I'm 100% guilty of letting myself get tilted by a zone going in a place that you just would never see it. You know, those kind of things, they do weigh heavy on there. It's not just about getting knocked from a player. It's not just about, you know, having a rough finish to a game. You know, there are other things that come into it. Like I said, the zones going where you don't want them to, riding across the field on a bike and getting flipped. You know, there's so much more.
And you can't let it get to you, because at the end of the day, that affects your ability to be able to play and be able to make these sharp, quick decisions, which is needed in this. So like if you're going into a defilade, one of the many defilades in Miramar, you need to be aware of all of the angles that you're exposed to. And if you are already tilted from you flipping your bike or anything like that, you're probably just not thinking about these important integral things that you need to be thinking about. And now I do know, Cop, that these players, if we switch to the game point of view, these players are going to be thinking about this plane route, because this one is a pretty perfect plane route, because it does go center of the map, unless you are Justice and want to have a desire to drop Camp Militar again, which I don't think they're going to.
Even again, they've got their play of dropping out straight away. Alcantara, it's never taken. Porto Patricio, you know, we've seen Mod Boys go there. They'll probably do that in the late, in the opposite to Justice, and it's kind of weird to think that we have the early droppers and the late droppers in the game. You know, the Justice and anti-Justice. But look, they are going to be doing their own thing.
Speaking of early droppers, they have already dropped already.
It's interesting though that the guys in Bance have dropped out with him, and you can see Killer Roos actually going towards Alcantara, which I'm very surprised at. And just as he was about to give up on it, Rupeni already gave up on it as well. So they are just kind of dancing a little bit with each other up in the sky. But Killer Roos, he's going to be able to pick up that one. I'm a little bit more concerned about some of these other people, like Jakovsky player 4, Stonot Dueno, who are consistently just pushing themselves to land near each other. Dueno is going to be dropping on a vehicle, and he's going to be looking to head off. That being said, player 4 is going to look to drop into a compound, and Dueno, he has to take a longer approach. He has to now go outside of the further distance just to get away from what's happening. Now, on the flip side of the map, called it 100%. The guys in Mob Boys, they're going to be going Porto Patricio. Everyone in between, they're doing their stock standard, except for maybe Beef and the likes of Bless and Rapido. So they are going very close to each other. But this split over near La Bendita, that's pretty much what I see Up and Down to do. They like that. They're used to that. And they're just going to, in my opinion, they'll give each other space just to go and get it. Now, first zone's up. Ezra, look at this zone. Are you surprised?
I'm not really surprised. Like, we have seen the majority of our zones in Miramar to actually be south zones. So I'm not surprised by this one. It's a really nice zone for all teams involved, which is great to see. We're not going to have we shouldn't have any surprises when teams rotate into the circle, because like Justice, even though they're the team that is furthest away from the zone, we saw them rotate early in the past few games. So I'm sure we'll see it again. But this is good. I'm excited. It's not a Los Leones type zone again. But I was hoping
time.
for give it time. Anything can happen. I was hoping for a more northern zone or something like that. But I mean, this is the last Miramar game, so keeping it. No surprises from me on this one.
Yeah, and look, you know, the teams. I'm hoping. I really am hoping that we have a very hard northern shift to this next zone, showing it to stay around that Picardo power grid sort of area, which will really throw the dynamic of where the zones are going to be finishing as well. Because I think we're getting to a point where people understand a lot of the southern part, and there's going to be a lot more precautionary methods taken. They're going to be a little more passive or going to be completely aggressive. It's not going to be that middle ground of where, hey, look, we're going to rock up here and then we'll have to fight. They're going to be going, well, we're just going to fight, or no, we're not going to rock up there. You know, I feel that's what this zone has brought to the game now, because these teams, they're used to it. And there's going to be some of those teams, and not to really pick on any team in particular, but there's going to be these teams that haven't had the best of starts, you know, and I'm going to say Valorant Gaming is one of them. They get the zone constantly, and they don't get further than, you know, maybe the next two zones after without losing a member or having a bit of roughness in the fight. Sure, they pick up kills along the way, don't get me wrong, but you never want to go into that final moments with anything less than 4. You know, you always want to be getting to the final moments in any zone, any game with the 4-man squad.
That is really true. And keeping your players alive towards the end of the game is going to, of course, it's going to be advantageous. But I mean, we saw some teams struggle only being 2-man up. I mean, in the first game, Bliss had 2 players killed by BAE. And then when they were fighting BAE for the chicken dinner, BAE were 4-man up. And I mean, if Team Bliss had these 2 players up that they sadly lost at the start of the game, they could have given BAE a run for money. But they couldn't. And Enzo Tractors currently rotating into the circle. If they're aware that Bulldog was actually chasing one of the TNG lads just a bit in front of them, got Mac quite close, a couple of hundred meters away from them as well, who looks like he's going to be going into that compound.
I'm a bit curious as to where they're going, because Gage was the player that was being chased, so to speak, and he's managed to get himself well and truly in front of everyone. And I don't know if the guys in End Zone Tractors were keeping tabs on this. It may work good. Look, I just saw Big Boy Macca in the background there. I saw him flipping that vehicle. He is getting driving lessons after this game. Look, these guys have to be very careful, because you hear that Enzo Tractors now taking shots over his BAE, which is just going to really mean that you have to be careful.
And BAE have just pulled up on Extreme 2G.
And look, they are just going to finish them. This is something that BAE have been doing really well. When they have these pull-up engagements or, you know, defense, all the ones pulling up, they've actually worked it in their favor. So I'm going to say they know the places to pull up on a compound very, very well. They know where to be fighting from. They know how much pressure they can throw onto a team. But that is not a good start for Athletico, losing Extreme 2G so early. That is a big, big bit of power that has just been taken out of the game. And I'm a little bit concerned now for Athletico in this one.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to play it a little bit safer now because they can't do these 2-2 splits what they currently have because they're already at a disadvantage from losing Extreme. But I mean, right now, they are centre of the zone, so they have got that going for them. No matter where the zone is, in the next phase, they are going to have an advantage either getting into it or already being in it because no matter where it goes, they're going to be hopefully in it somehow.
Yeah, and look, I like that Justice have already rotated into the zone right now. They probably don't realize that there's a loot crate so very close to them. It was the first one dropped and no one was there for it. There's a brilliant weapon there in the Orm to pick up if they do pick up. But look, they've gone for that safe rotation while everyone else is clustering around that middle point, which, I'm probably more concerned about what's going to happen to these guys.
Didn't Stone not have a AWM in Miramar yesterday?
No, it wasn't Stone. Rupenny did.
Ah.
I want to see Stone with it because he does so well with the Kark. I feel like that's the guy's hands.
I'm pretty sure
Jukesy.
he had it.
I'm sorry, Jukesy. I'm so sorry, Jukesy. I'm not going to look away until you land it. There you go. You got your crouch jump. Well done.
I saw that. Poor Jukesy. That was a...
It happens. Look, I'm not even able to get it at all. So, I can talk what I can, but he can definitely talk the walk and walk the talk. Look, there's just a lot, and you could get a pen right now, and you can draw where every single team is, except for our early team droppers and our late team droppers. They're the only two teams that aren't clustering up with the rest of the squads here to work into it. They're actually going to be clustering up on top of themselves, which is just weird in itself. But you can sort of see that these teams are getting ready to predict where the zone's going to go. They feel like it's going to come north. Obviously, if it does come north, then the guys in Team Bliss are sitting in a very, very good spot for themselves to be able to handle that one. If it does go south, then Lucid Freak, he's going to be sitting himself in a very, very good spot to be able to, get the rest of Hot Tontons moving to go with him. But look, I'm liking probably where Thrust is at the moment. They are looking to hold a good bit angle, and they can see a lot of teams to get information.
They definitely can, and I mean they've got no one on their eastern side, so they're pretty safe on that front. But it all depends on when this next circle is going to be. But we can see that there is a large cluster of teams that are in the centre of the zone, which is pretty darn normal and common. But as you said, our first droppers and our last droppers, they have seemed to be the ones that are
separate, just completely isolated. They've gotten themselves their own quarantine. And look, we've got something different. We actually have ourselves something different with the zone now centering up, pretty much doing a bit of a donut, lifesaver, whatever you want to call it. But we're going to have ourselves a different finish to what we had before. And I'm a little bit disappointed here because the guys in Hot Tontons, they're getting ready to leave. They're about to dip out. But I'm pretty sure, and if I can find it, there's a crate that was coming down. Actually, it's going to get picked up. I'm okay. It's okay. They got it. Don't mind me. But they actually did get that one. So, look, they are going to go away from this with a bit of pushing power, but they're kind of leaving a relatively strong position to go and group up on another position when they could have left a couple of people up there to get over Sky, the station above, to be able to help the rest of their team. Now they've just clustered themselves down into this one little compound, and I feel that's a bit restricting.
It is a bit restricting. It is a bit restricting in that one compound, but I mean, I don't think they wanted to risk the compound on the other side of the road without being able to provide that information from scouting. So I mean, and if they had people in that compound, it's always better to push when you've got your team supporting.
And speaking of having a team to push with, unfortunately TNG, they did just lose Holty because he was by himself. I believe he took out one of Dark Allegiance with him. I'm not sure if he did get the kill or not.
Funnily enough, Downey actually killed Holty in that last game, and he just killed Holty again.
Look, and again, when we're talking about the things they get into your mind while playing PUBG, that is definitely one of them. You get killed by the same player over and over and over again. I know the feels as well. I don't know why. There's one player that always seems to find me in MM. He always knocks me. I don't even know how, because there's not many people playing MMOs, but he's always in my games, and I don't even stream. Makes no sense to me.
You made us have a homing beacon on you, cocked. Or he spots your outfit and knows that he just needs to kill you.
Look, my outfit's definitely worth me getting killed for. It's not something that looks nice, so I can understand completely with that one. But look, on the map right now, the guys in Apple Nana, they've got themselves actually a pretty decent 2-2, well, it's 2-1-1 split if you want to really break it down, but they're split really well at the map at the moment. You can see that Frozen Sniper is looking over towards the guys in Thrust. Rapidos is looking back over towards Athletico. You've got Bless on the screen at the moment. He's looking at that, but he's also looking at Bliss as well. He can see everything going on, and this is the kind of information that I like seeing from teams that do the splits really, really well. And, you know, it really does pay off when you do these splits, because you get so much more information. You know, Badman Official up here, he can see so much further beyond. He can see over towards BAE. He can see over towards beyond them, which I think is TNG. So there's so much more information you get when you do step up like that, because, you know, this is a game of information. You know, we've heard a couple of team captains tell us that it's more about getting the information than it is about just going out there and fragging. So we'll see what happens. At the moment, Kingdom, they are under a little bit of a firefight at the moment. They're pressured down by the guys in Bance. The zone has gone and moved away from it, and has actually favored the guys in Apple Nana really well. They're going to be happy with that one. But Kingdom, I'm worried about the outcome to what's going to happen here. You can see that's some pressure being put on from Jakovsky and Killer Roo, while Dueno and Roy are actually pushing much closer. Personal Roy is actually on the run at the moment. He wants to get close to John. He's trying to get the taps on. John's going to be able to duke him out just there and get through to the compound. But I don't know if it's enough or if it's all done just yet. He's actually right now. Can't get the compound, but Loki's has found a couple of shots in towards Roy as well, so Roy can't stay after getting the shots out. This is a fight that is just going to keep on fighting. Dueno looking to push up close and personal. They know that there's someone nearby. He needs to check every building. You can see he's going to go straight into this one and hopefully find himself a moment to breathe, get that med done, because BAE just unleashed onto these guys, and I don't think they're ready for it.
I don't think they're ready for it either. And what else is what's unready for it? If you have a look at the map here, you can see that Athletico have just rotated, and both Justice and Fury are scoping out this compound.
I mean, Justice isn't scoping out this compound anymore. They are pushing into
committed.
it. They want it. My camera doing that to me. They love what's happened right here, and you can see that player 4 in Justice, he's looking to push in, while you do have Nikos looking to try and find him. He knows that he's out this way somewhere. The Molotovs are being thrown. It's a really good Molotov land straight onto player 4. Player 4 has to make a massive running effort to get away from the damage. Still out, he finally gets himself in a good spot. He's going to have to use another med kit, while you can see the rest of Justice, they're looking to kit up and get into the fight, because at the moment, Snowthoughts, he's in the top of the building. He's trying to hold out what is Fury at the moment. And you can a beautiful shot coming out from Stone.
That was a really tough position for Ronan, because he did have the boys in Pandemic up in Los Leones actually shooting him from quite a distance away. So he was running out of smokes. He just chose to try and rotate, and unfortunately, the attention of Donuts from Justice.
Yeah, positioning coming out from both Justice and Athletico, while they're still trying to fight around in the same compound here. No one is giving an inch. Everyone is trying to take a mile, however, because this fight, you can see just how condensed everyone is. Player 4 is literally standing on top of them, with Rupeni over towards the side, joined with Fury, and also Stonelot's Fury the player, not the team. Fury the team is off into the distance and trying to deal with Pandemic as the shots are coming in. But this fight, this actually means a lot more, I think, for Justice than it does for Athletico, because if Justice lose here, they potentially could lose out on some points, where if Athletico lose here, you know, they're not too far falling in that top 5 that it's going to be a significant drop. You know, Justice need to start having these good games to really make them count.
For sure. And I mean, right now, Athletico actually have dropped out of the top 3, which is the first time the whole tournament. They're currently in 4th place on 81 points. So they know that they need to actually come to be successful if they decide to push Justice or get pushed by Justice. Like, they can't lose this if they want a shot at reclaiming their title.
See, at the moment, Lynxie's going to find Stonewalls as well. Lynxie's actually shooting from that top story up there, straight over Fury's head. The nade is now going to get cooked. Nickers is actually going to go down. Repent's going to be able to find him on that one. Lynxie's going to go down now. Player Force going to be able to find him. So it is just going to be a now response because it's Repent and Fury left standing as Lloyd does find Player 4. You can see, though, that it is going to be Justice coming up big, and they didn't end up losing a player. And they should be able to get these revives out. If everyone gets back in, you can see Player 4 already getting revived by Fury. So that is a nice, clean-ish win from Justice just there without actually losing the player for themselves.
Beautiful for them. And I mean, they just got themselves sub points that it's going to assist them on their 4 points on the board right now. It's just absolutely amazing. But I'm feeling sorry for Athletico because, as I said, they're currently in 4th place on 81 points. They are 20 points ahead of 5th place, which is Allegiance on 61 points. But I mean, Bliss, 1st place, 86 points. Ballerina Elite, 2nd place, 82 points. Fury, 3rd place with 82 points. Like, these, every point counts. And Athletico are probably not going to be happy about what just happened then. And I know that they're going to come back next game on to get the kills and to get back into that top 3 spot.
I feel like they're a team that runs on rage without actually showing it. We see a lot of off-screen rage that they do bring, but in-game, in-game, they're so calm and collected, but I feel like, and I said it yesterday, they're a team that has to come from behind to do really well for themselves, and they are now in a position where they can say that they are behind on the ladder, and it's going to be a better position for them, I think, to fight back from. So we'll see what they can bring from that, and there's still plenty of games left to be had. That being said, Ballerina Elites, they are looking to hold out Advanced Gaming just there. Killaroo does get away with a lucky bit of assistance coming through from Ballerina Gaming, although he's looking to push directly on it. We are seeing some players have a little bit of a tuffle as TNG, yet again, going up against the likes of Kingdom. It was Pablo that disrailed them last time. This time it looks to be Pablo and also Sharky. Sharky is already knocked, so it is down to Pablo. Pablo has spotted that head kick. Definitely a beautiful shot coming through. Pablo clutches it out, and that is going to be TNG out in 14th place, and Pablo gets away with 2 kills. But again, he is now all alone, and he is a compound away from Husey as well, who's the last member of Endzone Tractors. And these guys, they have their ups and downs. They do well, they don't do well, however you want to look at it. But I feel like with Husey last one left alive, you just got to let him do what he needs to be done, and he'll get it done.
That is for sure. And I mean, right now, Husey probably knows where Pablo is, but Pablo doesn't know where Husey is. And that new zone cop, interesting.
Look, it's good for Justin. It was good for the guys in Apple Nana. It was also good for the guys in Trust. However, guys in Pandemic, they're ripping them apart. They're looking for both teams right now. You can see Waikik and Mukau also getting involved there. Frozen Sniper, he's going to get a knock too. Flick Fox, last one left alive, well, standing, I should say, for the guys in Thrust, as Mixoris is just. But he has got so many people around him. He can't sit still. You can hear the nades going off. It's a literal war zone on one player right now, as 3, maybe 4 teams are looking over towards him. You can see that's Advanced Gaming. They're actually going to drop out. Killaroo getting down. Here comes the damage. Flip Fox actually going to get one. The smoke is clearing, though. You don't want it to clear just yet. And Suspect, actually not Suspect, it's going to be Frozen Stuff, comes through and finds himself Flick Fox. Suspect did actually get himself a kill over on the other side, which... Look, I don't even know where he was aiming at, because these guys, they have so much more that they've got to get through. You can see they've got Fury they've got to deal with immediately, as they are nice and close and personal. But around the map, you've got Valorant Gaming trying to fight against the guys in BAE. Sophia is going to get knocked by 4 Chaos. Back to his stuff. Chaos gets knocked, and now just get knocked. Blood doing amazing things for his squad. So it's just going to be Garfield Low left just there with Strayer, I believe, as Flood has to get himself a little bit of health. Nefahor, he is going to be reviving Sophia just in the nick of time. And we have another team dropping out. So we are left with 8 teams left on the board. So there are placement points up for grabs now. Everything is now worth a point or more. You've just last. And I like that. That molly's a good molly on Garfield, and he's not even doing anything about it because there's nothing he can do about it. He is just going to get knocked, leaving just Straya, last one left standing. And it's going to make Neverhawk get an easy revive now back onto Sophia. Sophia's going to be able to get that health up. And Straya, he has to do something. Look at the shots coming out here. Everyone is targeting everyone here. Tragix is going to go down. It's going to be from Bliss, but BAE most himself a nice juice. Guru is going to get shots are coming out left front. Only Loose Freak left alive. Non-Reg going to try and finish it off with a grenade. The bounce is going to be awkward. Going to do some damage. Molly's just a little bit to the side. Both sides of him. He is literally just getting toasted. That nade's going to go too far. Lucid Freak is just chilling out in the smoke right now. It's got this nice little bit of a dip. A perfect molly will get the job done, but I don't think you want to waste that much utility on it.
You definitely don't, but I mean, he's got Teamless above him and Justice to the south of him, so he's in a bit of a pickle right now. And we do see Valorant Gaming going out in 8th place by unfortunately went down to
Look, we just lost a lot of teams. We lost a lot of teams all at once. We lost Valorant Gaming. We lost Hoth Tontons. We lost Blitz. We are left with just 5 teams left alive, which are Apple Nana, who have a very strong hold on the north. It's just a shame there's none of that north inside the zone. We have ourselves Justice taking on BAE right here, which they did just lose Fury on. Flood doing a beautiful quick knock and finish up with the molly. Again, it's beautiful to see, but BAE, 11 frags these guys are on. And I somewhat feel that maybe their first couple of games yesterday were just warm-ups for him. You know, I think this roster was really newly announced. They hadn't really gotten into proper tournaments. They've done some scrims, but it hadn't really been proper tournament settings. And I feel like they were just warming up for what is their massive emergence at the end of last night and through today, because they've done so good that it's kind of scary.
It is kind of scary, but I'm also it's really great to see that this team has been really strong straight out the gate. Absolutely. And what's awesome is Pandemic, not just getting jukesy, they're going up against Apple Nana as well. And I mean, say that we're holding a top 5 spot. Unfortunately, outside of that at the moment, they do only have 2 kills, but I think it's going to be
And look, they are trying to push around. They are going to be finding Apple and Nana as well. So that's going to be Pandemic now setting themselves in a better spot. Maybe their composition should be that Hakuman has to die first more often, because usually it's Hakuman last one alive, and they don't usually get a lot of good kills out of it. You know, they got themselves a second place one time, but I don't know. They seem to be getting more points this way around. And, you know, you might see maybe a friendly knock in the start of the next game. Who knows? But now, look, in all seriousness, Pandemic playing out of their minds right now, which is absolutely fantastic to see. They needed this bounce back. They needed to get back on the board and get pushing, because they were starting to let that gap widen and really slip from that top 5 of where they were finishing up last night. Now, we did say that they were potentially a stronger team on Erangel. That could still be the case just here, as we are going to see Fury Global get eliminated in 4th place. It was BAE that came through and finally got the knocks on them. BAE now on 13 kills. Neverhawk is going to get that revive onto Sophia, so they're not going to lose another player. Justice, they're down to 3. Pandemic, they're also down to 3. So we have ourselves a 3-way, 3-player, lots of 3s being thrown out. But that being said, Justice is going to go face check into BAE just there. Neverhawk getting that knock on to Rupenny, leaving just Stone Noughts to try and pick up the pieces here. But you don't have time to get these revives. You can see that BAE is already coming for the push. Rupenny's going to get flushed out. And now you can see Stone Noughts caught out of position with 2 of the members coming around. Player 4 has to run away from the fight. And that is going to take 15 kills now up towards BAE. Who can stop them? That's going to be the question right here. They still have 4 more kills they can get.
We may have a new top kill game this game if BAE keep doing what they're currently doing, which is finding teams and just annihilating them.
Yeah. I mean, they hold the current record, 18 kill chicken dinner. They're currently sitting on 15 kills already. The only ones in their eyes that can break their record is apparently them. So that's what they're aiming
Records
for.
are made to be broken.
They are. Usually by someone else, though. Usually. But look, Pandemic, they still have every opportunity here to take it towards BAE as well. And you can see Flood just took a lot of damage from Pandemic as he was trying to pull back to position. So look, it is definitely something that Pandemic are looking to capitalize on. You can see that they are holding down the center of zone at the moment. They are splitting themselves up. The only real extra that they've got to worry about at the moment is that player 4 for Justice just sitting over onto the side here, because he is just trying to hold it down himself. The zone is going to shift, hopefully for his favor, hopefully for him. Otherwise, it's going to be a very hard run to try and get in the zone from where he is, because it's a lot of open area down there. And both these teams are looking to pick up any kill that they can find.
They definitely are looking to get any kills. And I mean, BAE, they normally split up around phase 7 and 8 so that they can seek information, but they're actually keeping quite close together, which is beneficial because it means that if they do get knocked, they can revive each other. But right now, though, Pandemic have got the zone.
Yep, Pandemic have the zone. Suspect and Sarsummer, they're both inside the zone at the moment. Two players that I hate going up against because they are really good players, but they are really dominating the real estate there. And you can see it's not just the fact that they're closer to each other, they're not as spread out as what you would think, but they're holding down the high ground. And that high ground is giving them that ability to see absolutely everything. The bit I'm worried about now is this bit of a spray that's just come out with player 4 getting that knock on his effort. He's going to look to try and get the flush out as well. He does get blood. He does get an effort. Now he's looking to actually flip it on towards Pandemic. He has to push in from this, and he's getting all the time in the world. However, Sarsummer steps forward. He actually does get tagged, but is going to finish off player 4, and that is going to now be 3 versus 1 with, unfortunately, BAE being that one. We were expecting them to do well, but oh my God, Sophia sits down. Suspect looking to try and take it to someone else. He knows that all the other players are now over there. He's seen everyone's head pop up really quick. So now he just needs to go and finish off what he started. Smokes are going to come out. It's going to draw, hopefully, the attention of those players into somewhere else, and he is pushed across this road. He is now in the zone. Asper's gone for the revive. Sarsummer's looking just to try and hold the angle here. Sophia is going to look to push up. If anyone pokes their head over right now, it could be lights out, but they are going to be able to revive Suspect, which is really good. The flashbang is going to get used. It's going to go directly over their heads. He found one, but Sarsummer's too quick on the click, and it is going to be Pandemic coming back with a 6-kill chicken dinner and doing themselves an absolute solid right there. We're getting some big points on the board.
That was awesome to see. Like we were a bit concerned that for the first 2 games, because we were like, this isn't the Pandemic that we knew from yesterday. What have they done? Because they aren't stepping up and doing what they just did, which was win the game.
Yeah, and, I mean, it's a big ask what they had to do. And I really do mean that. Like, I honestly feel like it was a huge ask for that team to step up and get the final couple of kills there. Player 4 obviously played a huge part in that, really helping out getting the 2 players down from the side. Feel sorry for BAE in that instance. Maybe let a little bit of knowledge slip from them, thinking that the player had disappeared potentially. I don't know. But all things considered, it worked out 100% to the favor of the guys in Pandemic, and walking away with a chicken dinner, be it 1 kill or 19 kills, it is still a huge amount of points that they were able to pick up. So absolute kudos to those lads. Also kudos towards the guys in BAE who, even though they came second, they still won that lobby. They still got the most points on the board. Obviously picking up 6 points for the second, but also the whopping 15 points that they had as a team as well. So well over 20 points that they got for that one, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And then, Justice, we spoke to Fury Oz earlier in the day, and he said they were looking to do things a bit differently. They were looking to step up and, make some moves as well. They just did it, 3rd place, and they did it with a solid 8 kills. That's beautiful. That's exactly what we wanted to see from them. So, absolute kudos to them for doing it.
That is awesome to see. And what I'm actually really excited about is that before we start game number 10, we have actually got a player interview. We have got one of the Dark Allegiance guys coming in, Speedy, who I'm really excited to talk to, because I mean, you've been talking about how this team has been a dark horse, and I mean, they did win one of the games today, their first chicken dinner, currently sitting in 5th place. Now that was before the game number 9. So before game number 9, they were sitting in 5th place. So I'm really excited having the opportunity to speak to Speedy just while we get the next game set up and before we start our final 3 games, which is my favorite map, Erangel.
Yeah, and look, I'm excited for that as well. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, we do have a leaderboard which is not up to date to that current game. It is still a little bit behind, obviously, for quick calculator reasons. You can't just instantly type in numbers, but this gives you a really good idea, obviously, of where we were looking at with that game. Dark Allegiance obviously taking that 5th spot. Not sure if they're happy with Pandemic getting the chicken dinner just then. That's going to be one of the things I'll be asking Speedy when he does join us in a bit, but they should still be in 5th. So they are in a position where they can continue to lock down their current positioning. But also, I want to really, I suppose, touch on this top 4, outside of Dark Allegiance, the top 4, they've had a different position, I think, in nearly every single game with them shuffling themselves around in that top 4 at the moment. Bliss doing a great solid job, obviously, of locking down that 1st place up until that game. We're going to have ourselves a new leader after that, though. We are going to see Battle Arena Elites actually take the 1st place. So nothing is said and done. Nothing is solid. Nothing is by any means a certainty in this wondrous game. So look, I'm very much eager to see what we get out of it, and very much eager to see what Erangel brings into the rest of the evening as well.
I'm excited as well. I mean, these games are just so exciting because we're constantly getting different teams in the top 5, top 3, and even first position. And I mean, that is just like absolutely awesome to see. And that is the second win for the Pandemic lads. So they've joined Battle Arena Elites as the only other team that has currently got 2 chicken dinners. And I mean, we've only had 9 games, so there hasn't been a lot of opportunities for teams to be getting 2 chicken dinners. So they must be pretty happy about this. And I know if I was in Pandemic, I would be looking forward to going into Erangel, because we did mention that we felt that Pandemic weren't doing as strongly on Miramar just by the results of yesterday and today, and we know that they do play better on Erangel. So going into their stronger map on a win, they're going to be on a high, and so I'm excited just to see how they play the next 3 games. But I think we do have our Speedy here from Dark Allegiance. Welcome and congratulations on that awesome win. How are you feeling about it? Are you guys pumped?
Yeah, very pumped. Unfortunately, we couldn't follow it up with the 3rd Miramar game. Zones weren't in our favour, but just got to pull it back for Erangel. So it was good to get into the top 5 finally and show what we're made of.
Yeah, and look, that was probably something I was going to touch on, is that you are in the top 5 overall at the moment. And I reckon even after that game with Pandemic getting that chicken dinner, they're still going to be sitting behind you just based on the amount of kills that they got. So I really am excited. And, I was talking to Ezra before and I said, Dark Allegiance to me are always that team that people don't go hype about. And before you know it, you should be hype about them. You always show up when you need to. You're always constantly getting those frags behind the scenes, and it's absolutely great to see. And, to me, I just want to know, is this one of your play styles? Is this something you guys aim to do, is just be that team that you shouldn't expect to be behind you?
Yeah, we sort of like being the underdog, but we've just been trying to adapt our gameplay to suit the servers, so be more aggressive, take opportunities. Even if that means we die and we get 4 kills, it's better than trying to over-rotate and get 0 kills. We normally fall apart when we try and do that. So, it's, game by game, we always try and work on something like that. There's always something to learn. So, yeah, we like being the underdog.
Beautiful. And look, I like the fact that you're talking about, something to learn and constantly being in that position where you're looking for ways to improve. And, obviously moving to the meta of being more aggressive is absolutely fantastic to hear. We're talking to Extreme before, and he was talking about how, they play a different game, C plays a different game, NA, OS, all those are different regions with different metas, and they try and work for an international scale. In your eyes, what is the play style that you guys should be aiming for if you want to go international?
Yeah, you definitely have to be able to win every fight, no matter who it is. If you go in thinking you'll lose the fight, then it's a bad mentality. So it's just about taking opportunities, really. If that means being aggressive or just holding, like in that game on Miramar that we won, we just decided to hold off. We had 0 kills up until there was only 12 other people to kill, and we ended up getting 9 of them. So we just have to be patient and know that kills will come. Every time we get too excited, we end up getting killed with 0 kills. So as far as an international level goes, it's a long way off. But playing the APAC is the games is good to some other countries. So definitely good there.
That's awesome. Now, are you excited that the last 3 games are Erangel, or are you a bit disappointed that you can't play Miramar anymore?
No, we're excited for Erangel. That was probably our best 3 Miramar games we've ever had. So hopefully we can back it up with Erangel. But PUBG is a game of chance a bit sometimes. So pray to the PUBG gods, we get fed.
and look, I've said that many times. So I'm going to jump in with a question myself here. But I've said that many times about the whole PUBG gods doing whatever they can to make sure no one's happy when it comes to zones. But do you, in your abilities with the team, do you guys try and work to the center of zone? Because obviously when you won in Miramar, you guys had center of zone for quite some time. Or do you feel like, getting more frags from the outside in is a better way to try and get the points?
We see it as it comes. I guess when you're on the edge of zone, there's a whole 180 degrees you don't have to look. So there's a benefit to that there. When you're in the center of the zone, you pretty much want to be in a compound or a very good defi, because if everyone gets to see you in the center of the zone, then you can just die anyway. So it really depends on the zone, but we'll just see what the zone does. And if we're edge, we're happy being edge. We get kills there, so we're fine with that.
Cool.
For sure. Now, I have to ask, I've been asking all the other teams, are we going to see you in the PUBG Continental Series coming up?
Yes, definitely. Unfortunately, Benny is underage, so we are on the look for a 4th, but we'll be there. We got to go to LAN last year, so that was a very good experience, and we strive to be the best in the best comps.
That's awesome to hear. Now, final question from me. Are we going to see anything different from you for these 3 Erangel games compared to what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, we're going to really try and take some the opportunities. If we see something, we think we're going to get a lot of points from it, we're going to take it. We don't want to be too defensive and get into a negative mindset. So it's all about mentality. So yeah, that's what we're going to be working towards.
Beautiful. And I'm glad you agree with me on the mentality side of things. There's a lot more to PUBG than obviously just being able to click heads. It's one of those games that, one random zone could really, really put you in the back. But you guys have won a game. And I imagine, because I've played with Benny before, so I can imagine how he's currently hyped up about it. But I imagine that you guys will be feeling pretty good from winning that chicken dinner. Are you guys going to be, and I know the answer is going to be yes, aiming for another chicken dinner, but are you really going to be pushing for a chicken dinner? Are you going to try and fight through odds and ends, or are you still going to try and play that passive game? As you said, you're stuck on the edge, you play edge. Are you going to mix it up a little bit, or are you going to stay, I suppose, the classic play style?
We're going to back ourselves. We'll play our game. As soon as you go away from what you usually do, you're in unfamiliar territory then, so that's not what we want to be at all. So, look, if we can do something different, then it's just what we feel is right at the time. Otherwise, we're just going to do what we do, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then that's unlucky to us.
Beautiful stuff. And look, we're launching into the game right now, so make sure you're tapped in. But more importantly, I want to know from you, and this will be my last question, what's the God kit? What is the kit of kits, weaponry that you want to have? Talk to me about the number of nades, all that sort of fun stuff. What is the ideal situation to be in?
Dream scenario, you want an MK14 and an AUG, but I don't think I've ever looted a red drop. So I normally
Doesn't help.
Yeah. I just normally go the old M4 Mini or SLR on Erangel, and then with the nades being increased, try and always get a nade and a molly and as many smokes as we can carry, and at least 100 bullets, and scavenge first aids wherever you can.
Beautiful stuff. We'll let you get back to it because obviously there's now some pre-game planning that you are going to be wanting to have. But look, all the best of luck, and I hope that you guys do nail it home with another chicken dinner because as I keep saying, and I don't know if you listen to what I've been saying, but you are that team to me that people need to watch out for because you will surprise and really take someone without them even realizing it. So keep up what you're doing, and we'll see great things ahead.
Lovely. Thanks, guys.
Good luck,
Cheers.
Speedy.
Cheers.
What an absolute legend just there. And look, he is someone who has been around the scene for quite some time. I think if you've ever seen any of the OS top tier players, there's always been a Dark Allegiance and there's always been a Speedy K involved. And he is very much a great player in my eyes. And I really like the fact that he is constantly pursuing to play their own game. You know, they're not letting anyone else get into their minds. And I think that's a really big thing to be had. But Ezra, for you, what are we looking at right now with the leaders?
Wow. No surprises there. Battle Arena Elites are currently in first place on 103 points. Now, there is only 6 points in front of Bliss, who are in second place. And I mean, between second and third, Fury's on third, and they are sitting 9 places behind Team Bliss. But Athletico are currently 22 points behind first place. And this is surprising for so far in this competition. They were the number one team on the leaderboard. And I mean, Dark Allegiance sitting in 5th place on 64, but they are tied with Pandemic. And Justice has leapt up too. They are finally in the top 8. They are in 8th place on 44 and Apple Nana on 47. So that's a quick rundown. If you want to see it more, exclamation mark leaderboard in the chat. But we are going to flick to the game because it is Erangel. The teams are jumping out of the planes, and I'm pretty sure you want to see what is going on.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely something worth to be talking about as well because right now we've got a couple of teams that are sort of traveling down the same path, and I'm talking about Justice and also the guys in End Zone Tractors.
Yes.
It looks like they are going to have to split up a little bit, and I don't think this is where Justice usually goes. So I think they're maybe being put on a little bit of the back foot. And I say that because I've known in certain lobbies there's always been a player from a certain team that known as TNG that always likes to loot across that river. So this is definitely not known for any of these teams to be up on that northern part as consistent. But there is a vehicle there which they will be looking to take. That being said, as we go further south, we do have the guys in Kingdom and also one member of Oddity, as well as the full squad of the guys in Mod Boys looking to drop around the same area. And I'm now really worried for Sydney because Sydney... Oh! Squeege Bob! You missed him!
What is it driving?
Sydney was out in the open. Easy kill, easy run over. Right there.
Oh.
I was getting excited for an early run over kill, and they're just going to let them live, which is, look, I'll give them kudos. That's a lot of respect to let another team live. Twerkerfish maybe being that trade-off with the, hey, you know, we don't run over you, you don't run over us, and Twerk is looking to try and run very much as quickly as he can down towards that coast. But as the first zone has popped into play, what are we looking at?
I'm loving it. I like a north zone, but this is a really I like it. I've always enjoyed it because depending on where it goes, a lot of teams normally think that these zones sometimes lead south, but I mean these zones can go anywhere. So it's going to be interesting to see, considering we do have 8 teams outside of the zone at the moment on their eastern side. It's going to be interesting to see where they go when they finally decide to rotate into this phase 1 zone. But I definitely know TNG, everyone in the zone right now are just away laughing with this. And Justice, the center of the zone right now.
Justice 100% are going to be happy, but I feel like Athletico is probably, in my eyes, going to be the most happiest about this one. They already are in Rozok. There's 2 bridges to get north which go through Rozok. One goes past the compound, which in the scene, scene, has been labelled Zoid's compound. For anyone who's sort of wondering what that means, if you don't know, it's right here. This wonderful compound just north of the apartments. This is where he drops. This has always been where he drops. No one's ever challenged him for it in my experience with
No. Incognito camped Zoid there in one of the last games for, I'm pretty sure, the Face It Global Summit last year. And because of that, Incognito, I think it was Incognito, it wasn't Face It. So that he has been challenged there, but I don't think it has.
Not consistently. That's the one-off.
Not.
That's the win condition.
But I mean,
kind of drops.
Because everyone know that is Zoid's compound. If you did want to challenge Athletico and take out that IGL early game, just drop there or road like.
I'm not going to challenge Zoid. I wouldn't do it, especially knowing how on point he can be sometimes. He was. And still is rated pretty high up there in terms of OS rankings of players, and for very, very good reasons. I think when I first stumbled across Zoid a fair few years ago now, he was already finished with getting number 1 on the leaderboard for OS and moved on to trying to get number 1 in NA as well. So, look, he's definitely a mad lad when it comes to the game, and I don't recommend hot dropping him. It comes with massive repercussions. That being said, we do have Fury moving into the zone, though, and they're looking to try and get into this compound. And the scout is coming out from Dukes. You can see he's going to take a couple of shots. Nothing has been reacted to it, though, and this may be a little bit of a false sense of security because Full Chaos, he's over there. He's actually in that compound, and this may end up translating to the rest of the guys in Fury going and crashing on a compound that is already in place. That being said, just had a bit of a fight breaking out here, and they've actually got a knock already onto one player. Big Boy Maka from TNG is already down. Headkick is going to be rushing in the compound just here, trying to get around. Now, there is a little bit of history between Headkick and Player 4. They used to play on Justice together. So I know that these guys put down what they can. Player 4 is also going to find Gage, though, and you can see that Headkick's looking to hold the stairs. Holty's going to come through with a beautiful, beautiful knock, and that's going to be able to save a couple of players here. And that does mean that the rest of the guys in Justice are going to have to step out. You can see Rupenny looking to do just that. He's looking to try and Holty's going to find across there. Holty's massive offside plays here, just letting Justice walk into his gun. He's got the big DP gun that doesn't normally get played, the big dinner plate, and he is making it work. But right now, if we look on screen, you can see Stonenauts is way down to the south. He hasn't actually jumped into the fight just yet. Gage is going to finish off Player 4. Rupenny is all but gone from existence as well now. So it is just going to be Fury Oz and Stonenauts. And look, Stonenauts may be coming in for a beautiful flank play here, and it may catch the guys in TNG off guard, especially Holty, if he's not prepared for it. And
he's definitely not prepared for this one. I don't think he's even looked behind him at the moment. And I mean, Stonenauts hasn't spotted Holty so far. Oh, no. He's now seen him.
And he actually took a shot, did a good amount of damage, took him down to about half health. But it does mean now that the rest of the TNG do know that Stonenauts is down here towards the south as well. So there's eyes up in the top of that building. There's now eyes looking from every direction at him. But that may mean that Fury Oz could potentially get away with something as well. You can see him very, very tight angle here, waiting for someone to storm the garage. Very eager to see if that does come into fruition, because I think at the moment no one's going to be looking to move outside while there is a loose Stonenauts in the wild just holding down camp. So
for sure. And that was a really good use of utility by Holty, completely blocking out Stonenauts' ability to see just where Holty is with those use of smokes. But it's not also good.
Oh, Fury Oz actually going to get something. And it is going to be flushed out. So that is not going through. You can hear Holty on the dinner plate actually gets onto Stone Nuts as well. Stone Nuts now last one left alive for Justice. He's got to run away, but what he doesn't realize, he's running directly into Athletico. This is not the Justice start that they were looking for, and definitely not one that they want to be ending up on. So he has to get himself back down. Not sure if he has a vehicle down here or what the play is, but he is completely exposed at the moment to the guys in Athletico if they look over in that direction, which at the moment you can see they're just playing around with a little bit of meds, a little bit of loot, just doing that nice little bit of that. And Stone Nuts potentially is going to be able to get away with what could be known as murder, as he is sneaking directly up on towards him as well. Look at him go.
He has come from the one angle that neither Lynxie or Nikos can look at, because he's pretty much been running in alignment with that 3-story house, and they haven't been able to see behind it at all. But they could have. Nikos is moving, and is now aware that Stone Nuts is there.
I mean, this works for Lynxie. He knows exactly where Stone Nuts is, and it's going to be up to Lynxie to be able to clear this one out. And look, Athletico is a team that would have been keeping good tracks of the current kill feed, so they would know that it is just going to be Stone Nuts left alive. Lynxie has spotted him going up and up and up, so he's going to be able to potentially catch him off guard because, you know, as we say, information is absolutely key. Stone Nuts doesn't know where Lynxie is. Lynxie knows where Stone Nuts is.
Yeah,
you can see Stone Nuts trying to do the peak look.
The rest of Athletico are actually coming in. Extreme and Zoid are coming in to support Lynxie with this, because we do have a new top, which is favouring the western side of this circle. You can see that a lot of teams are now having to rotate to get a better position, which included Athletico.
Yeah, and look, all things considered, this is actually a really rough zone, and there's going to be a lot of teams really confused on where it's going to go, north, south. It won't matter. It's just going to be a very big challenge to be able to figure out where it's going to go. And look, I don't blame him. I'm still 50-50 on the fence myself. It's going to go and for what reasons. So we'll have to see once it comes into the next phase, which, again, RNG phases. It doesn't eliminate water or anything like that, and only parts of the river count to the water it needs to eliminate in phase 4 as well, which is another interesting concept. But
I completely couldn't see Fury at all because they weren't anywhere close to the circle, and I had to double check that there were 16 teams still alive, but they were going showcasing right out near Yasnaya.
there are still 16 teams alive. Fury, though, are a team that's maybe suffering a few, and Lynxie is finally going to get Stone Nuts. That fight has come to its end, but at the moment, Valorant Gaming and Thrust, they're really throwing it at each other just here, and you can see that 4 Chaos was knocked before, but it did cost one of Thrust's member in the process as well. So there's not a huge disadvantage just yet, but look at Blickfox. He is really looking to try and push through, and I like the smoke that were just thrown out because it does provide a little bit of questioning to where exactly they are looking to camp. That being said, Jam Blickfox is going to get the flush out as well, so it's going to just beat 6 left alive. 6 is going to find himself 4 Chaos. Can't get the flush through just yet. Beef was looking to try and run it up the middle, trying to get closer if he can. He's got to be careful there because Jam Gucci's up there, and he did just get that angle on towards Flickfox, so they need to be very careful. That Sigs is looking to try and run away. He doesn't actually want any part of that fight. He wants to get out of this one. They want to survive, and it looks like Beef, he's not actually following suit. He wants to be in on this. He actually still wants to get a part of this. He has no grenades. He's got one molly, which could work out for him if he can get a knock and maybe get it through. The revive has finally come back through again onto 4 Chaos, which that means he will be up to his 3rd knock if he gets knocked again. Ever so short on the timer, but this is really scary, and I don't know if that actually realize that he's so close. They definitely don't as he gets up and gets Garfield and right. And 4 Chaos. As both those players are going to get flushed out, you can see there's a flush come through from 4 Chaos, but the Sigs does have the good angle to be able to defend against that one, and that does mean that Valorant Gaming, they're now well and truly back to the wall, and Australia, he's now that player that's looking to try and dip out from this one. He's got the long distance mini going for himself just there, but Beef and really showing themselves in a place where he can shoot cleanly. And It's going to get taken down by Australia. That means now it is 1v2. Oh, the final shot can't come through. But, B steps up with the cock. And that is the power of a Bolty right there, leaving just 4 Chaos to fight against B. Whether this is going to come...
An interesting turn of events just then.
Hasn't finished. This is probably the big thing, is that it still hasn't. Still fighting against Beat just here. Beat, we know, is a big fragger. We've seen him do some pretty... No, he was caught off guard just there, looking at the wrong angle on the smoke, and that is going to be thrust eliminated in 15th place, as we still have more going on across the map, and I think this one's actually still the guys in Athletico kick off onto Apple Nana, as was Badman officially did get knocked, but the Apple Nana, they pulled up heavy, they've come in strong, and they're looking to dance with, at the moment, with only Frozen Sniper playing the off angle, and you can playing massive off angle, trying information for these guys, and hopefully it's going to work out for them. But you can see that the guys in Athletico, they are just looking to hunker down. They want the kills to come to them. They've already lost Nikos. They managed to pick up one. Bless is looking to push through. The molly's going to come out. It's a beautiful molly as well. Look at what just happened. It's knocked one. Rapidos is already on the bandages. They know that this is now a really good time to get out there and push. Unfortunately, the molly obviously blocks the quick way down there, but smoke's going to come through. Listen to it. They heard the smoke go off. Zoid, mate, extreme. They're now pushing for it. They know that this needs to happen. They know that it's going to be right here. They're going to be up there. Extreme's running back in as well. The guys in Apple Nana survive to fight another day, but only just because... Blessed is only just on his feet. And I say just. This is crazy action. And Athletico always seem to be in the thick of it.
They certainly seem to be in the thick of it. But I mean, with that new zone, they are in a pretty good position. And completely annihilated Apple Nana just then. And managing to only get Extreme 2G knocked. But I mean, he can safely get rezzed. And... this means that they can safely have this position in pretty much the center of the new zone.
Yeah, look, it's a safe zone to be had. There's still a lot of area to go around, and I'm a bit worried about where Bliss are looking ahead at the moment. And Non-Red specifically, he's going to be able to pull up. There's a loot crate behind him. I don't think they're going to spot it on their way in. It may just get left to the pastures, but I'm worried about the guys in Valorant Gaming.
I'm worried about them too, but I think we completely missed Fury dying.
Surely not.
No, they're out. The last I saw was that they were rotating quite south.
Yeah.
But I'm just unsure who successfully took them out of this game.
Yeah, look, I'm sure it'll all come out in the wash at some point, but at the moment, there's a few teams that are on top of each other. Kingdom, last man left alive. They always seem to do the best when they've only got one man standing. This time it's against Bance Gaming, with Tchaikovsky getting taken out quite quickly. Just there, you can see Killaroo, though, is fairly close by. He's just down in the shack. Over off in the distance is Roy. So it is just going to be Sharky versus Killaroo at this stage. And I don't think Sharky knows where Killaroo is. And that could go very, very badly against him if he's not careful.
That is true. I'm actually surprised that Roy hasn't just tried to push up and support through in this, but he's a little bit pinned right now with end zone tractors right next to him, so he can't give that much needed support that Killaroo needs potentially with Sharky from Kingdom.
And look, Pandemic actually picked up a kill for himself there against the guys in Hong Kong as they were making that rotation across the thread. They can't back it up with another one, but they're actually going to get a good tag down. Bliss are looking to try and find this last member of the guys in Valorant Gaming, with 4 Chaos being that last member. Australia is bleeding out. This would be his third knock potentially as well. And I don't know if the guys in Bliss would know that. They were a bit far away, so they probably wouldn't have seen it on the kill feed to start with. But the nades are starting to get chucked out, and if that nade goes where I think it's going to go, that was beautiful. That was just gorgeous. 4 Chaos now, last guy left alive. He is just going to go jump into the plane. This one's not going to fly away like he would hope it to, but he has to get the meds back up. He has to get some rotation happening. He's going to throw a smoke off into the distance. Something that 4 Chaos does quite well is lure the attention away from where he is. A lot of people drop the smokes themselves to provide that little bit of cover. 4 Chaos, he uses that to his advantage to make him think that he's further away than where he really is. And look, I don't know if Bliss are falling for it. They are very much still keeping eyes on. They wouldn't know exactly where he's gone. You can see Textile looking around. You can see Edge is just covering down towards the south. Critical Motion and Textile, they are very much looking to try and push on this one. I think they know exactly where he is. And Molly's going to come out to the front line there. This is just going to trap Full Chaos in. And Full Chaos gets one, but he can't get two. And that's going to be the end of Valorant Gaming, as Critical Motion does finish off Full Chaos just there. And that is a fight that's the guys in Bliss definitely want to have. 5 kills.
Speaking of fights, Hoth Tauntauns are currently have their eyes set on Mod Boys, who are currently outside of the zone, and End Zone Tractors have found them as well, and not making it easy for these lads to get into the circle.
Nah, look, it's they're in a position, and you can see that unfortunately Ashley Two Shoot has the 2 shoots sitting out from the box, so that is going to be a knockdown there. Zappington is in that area. I believe Zappington is potentially the last one left alive as well. So not sure what Zappington's going to try and do here. He's actually looking like he's flipping it back around and just running directly at Hoth Tauntaun. Maybe looking to catch by surprise. Bulldog doesn't care. And it's actually going to be Hoth Tauntauns though that do get the final shot in. JuiceX picking up that one. And that is going to be the end of Mod Boys. But
I think they know that Pandemic's there though.
Well, look, they should. They don't, but they should.
They certainly do now.
Oh, wow. There goes JuiceX and Tragix just like that. Which I only just realized that Tragix renamed himself. I didn't notice that up until the game. He's put in some vowels, which make my life a little bit easier.
It makes my life a little bit easier. Thank you very much, Tragix. But it's because they got the Hoth Tauntauns tag at the front of it.
They did indeed, which, look, I love watching step up to do that, but unfortunately it hasn't given them an extra power boost because Pandemic has just come across the top, and that is going to be the end of the Hoth Tauntauns, as the new zone has come into play, actually favoring TNG quite well. So look, absolute kudos to Justice. They were on the right path of picking up that area early on. They lose the fight. TNG have just held it since, but no more kills have come across this one. And this is one of those compounds where it's going to be a case of, hey, you can hold it. I'm just going to keep holding on to Sarah. We'll just work around, do what you need to do, and we'll go from there. But look, all things considered, it's only a couple of teams now that need to find their way in a zone, and that everyone at the moment is looking against TNG. TNG have been able to spot out the guys in Bliss looking to push in. That's going to be their biggest immediate danger, and they need to be careful of this because they have left the safety of that compound. Head kick Big Boy Macca, they are out looking for these kills, which is definitely the smart play to do. But you can tell that the guys in Bliss, they want more. They're out for more blood, and they've cut off the route of entry for the guys in End Zone Tractors because along with them is actually the guys in Pandemic, and they... Oh, that's an interesting angle. They have literally just completely circled around End Zone Tractors. And out come the shots. First one down to the long neck. It's going to be interjected. Left alive. Uzi trying to do what he can. But everybody gets him. He's knocked down one, though. Let's try to get a knock onto someone else. It's going to be a nade from Critical Motion, though, that finishes it off. The surprise sneak attack. And that is going to be the end of the End Zone Tractors.
It is, but now... Because of that, Team Bliss do know that Pandemic are there, and I don't think Pandemic knows just where Team Bliss is because Critical did throw a nade, but they don't know where it came from, only where it ended up. So they are aware that some people are around them, just not sure who or where at the moment.
Yeah, and look, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for both these teams here. Critical Motion has spotted out someone just there. He did also spot out a couple of taps to blood just there. Makes Summer reconsider where he's standing. And Asper is going to get spotted out by maybe not. Critical Motion not actually seeing Asper in the side of the screen. This could come back to bite Crit if he's not careful. Shot's going to come through. Oh, 3 HP. How does he survive? This is beyond my comprehension right here. Asper, though, he's now got pressure against him. He's got Edge super close and personal, and he needs to be cautious this one, although he's being undercut down the back. but it's going to be Edge that gets that knock onto Asper, leaving just the 3 members of Pandemic towards the side. They're looking to put some pressure down. You've got the guys over in Bliss. Edge hiding behind a tree. Asper is going to get finished off. But Pandemic is not the third party. They had however, it's still not going in their favour. Extreme does get the knock on a 1. Highcommand gets a knock back onto Extreme. This is surprising, as it is going to be Athletico getting shot in the back as they're running away. 7th place to end up for Athletico. There's still 1 man left alive. That is all going to come to an end as we do see Textile picking up High Command and Team Bliss. They're now looking to walk away with a good solid 9 kills and doing so pretty early on. And that has really, really narrowed out the field. We've got 5 teams left alive, as
we do have 5 teams left alive, and I felt like Athletico may have overexerted themselves just then, because as soon as they started shooting, not all of the players, so Lynx and Extreme, weren't actually covered at all. So the Pandemic players pretty much just turned around and started shooting, which led to them going up in 7th spot, which is not what they want, because they need these points. They've only got 2 games left now to try and get into the back into their lead, if they can actually do it, or into a top 3 position.
Yeah, and at the moment, Killaroo is really the only wild card out there at the moment. He's the last man left alive for Bants Gaming. He's coming and sneaking up behind the guys in Dark Allegiance, and this is something they've got to be worried about, because, you know, we talked to Speedy K before. They like to play Edge, and he was very confident when he said that they can just keep 180 degrees completely eliminated, which is everything behind him. Killaroo may have something to say about that, but what is currently being said is actually BAE looking to try and take a fight over towards the guys in Bliss, and you see Sophia slowly sneaking his way up. They did get a knock onto one of the players before. I think it was Textile that did get taken out, but this is still BAE pushing aggressively against. They're doing it in a slow fashion. They're going about half-pace aggression right now, because they are on the lower ground. The guys in Bliss, they do have the better grounds for themselves, and you can see that they are trying to use that. It's just really non-reg that is down in the lower ground, but he is looking to try and rotate back quickly. And he should be able to get there, but that new zone has come into play. It's actually left the compound that TNG were in, and you can see that just as quickly as the zone popped, TNG are actually looking to make a push themselves. They are pushing around towards where Killaroo is, but they're not looking at him. This could be disastrous if they're not careful. That being said, they're trying to sneak up behind the likes of Dark. They're trying to get it knocked on the second one. They've got the second one. And now looking at the third one. It's just Killaroo, he stepped up. He's got the knock on the head kick. He's going to get another one. Is he knocked down Gage? And Nade's going to come out. Molly's also trying to go for the finish, but he is just going to be out. He's not going to be able to deny the points, and that is going to be Bants Gaming out in 5th place. But TNG, they suffered 2 people at that, and now they know that they've got to fight the guys Dark Allegiance ahead of them. But Dark Allegiance now 2 men equal. This could go very well in their favor if they're ready for it.
It could go in their favour. And what I found interesting was, while I was watching your point of view on my screen. Oh, Benny.
Ooh, Benny playing with fire just there, and I literally mean as a Molotov comes over the line. Trying to run out of get but the guys are going to come through from Team Bliss and get Holty in the background, and that is going to be all she wrote for TNG as they drop out in 4th place. Benny needs to get moving. He's on the crawl. He has to get his way to Speedy K. But that being said, the guys over the other side of the BAE are looking to try and fight it out with the guys in Team Bliss, and Critical Motion is going to be the first one knocked down from that. He's actually going to get flushed out as well, leaving just non-reg and Edge to try and really hold on to these final couple of points. And look, non-reg, we've seen him go big earlier. He had an 8-kill game for himself, and look, we know he's no stranger to big kills, but Edge as well. I'm more excited to see what Edge is going to bring now that he's looking to hunt down the guys in Dark Allegiance.
For sure. And what I actually really liked about what BAE just did, I was looking at the map and I saw Neverhor and Flood take these cars that weren't there and actually put themselves in positions in the map where they can get some more coverage and able to feed information to the rest of their teams. And so I'm just completely impressed about what they did in that phase. But also, Dark Legion's not in the best position right now because both other teams in this lobby know where they are.
Yeah, and look, Flood looking to try and finish off what was Dark Allegiances there. Got a few shots into Speedy K. However, as he stepped out, the guys in Bliss were doing a lot of damage back, and you can see that Non-Reg actually took a bit of damage there, so it's up to Edge to look to push over towards Loki's. Loki's is out in the open at the moment. Edge has spotted it out, but Loki's is quicker on the trigger, leaving just Non-Reg to try and find someone out. He's going to go to Sophia. Sophia's going to go to dodge up and out. Now to try and deal with Neverhor has come from the side. Bliss are going to go down in third place, and now it is just going to be BAE versus the one man in Speedy K, and there's nothing he can do about it, and BAE are taking out their third chicken dinner, this time with 9 kills as well. They are looking like the team to beat right now, and I don't see it happening anytime soon.
That was beautiful. Like, as I said, I was just watching on my screen what BAE did to position themselves to be able to have an advantage in the later circles. And I mean, their circle position, where they held it, the angles they had, I'm definitely not surprised that they came out on top. And I mean, Dark Allegiance, the dark horses of this competition, came out second. Although they only did have 1 kill, they still have points on the board, from placement points on the board from second, getting second place. And then Team Bliss, the team that's currently biting at the heels of Battle Arena Elite, were only 6 points behind them. They did come out in third place with 10 kills, and those 10 kills are going to mean a lot as they chase that awesome and exciting first place, $900. So this is awesome. And TNG, this is a team that we know they are full of impressive players, and we know they have the capacity to have a win. They did get a win yesterday on Erangel. They rounded it out in 4th place with 6 kills, and then the boys. This team is what I'm excited about. Bounce Gaming. You know, we haven't had a lot to say of them in the top 5 before, but Killer Roo really clutched that out, and he was the player that he wasn't afraid to pull the trigger. You know, he didn't do what Straya did, where he just waited for the players to walk in front of him. We just literally witnessed Killer Roo go full ham and take down what was the last remaining parts of TNG. So, absolute kudos to him. This is actually the first time they have been in the top 5. So yeah. For Bounce Gaming, the closest that they've had to a top 5 was actually they've had 3 7th places. So it's really, really awesome to see that they've finally managed to get into the top 5, and hopefully in the next 2 games they can get into the top 3, because they are all strong players as well. Yeah. And I mean, we've just seen Dark Allegiance today completely turn around and get a win and a 2nd place. So these teams that are the dark horses, the underdogs, they can cause some trouble for the.
They can. I feel a little bit torn though, because your Dark Allegiance did well. They got themselves a 2nd place, but as you said, they didn't do it with a lot of kills, and that's what worries me. Because flip side, Pandemic, they didn't do as well in placement, but they did get a lot of frags. And I believe that they actually got more points on their frags alone, let alone, I think, the couple of points for placement that they got. So they are going to be going ahead of Dark Allegiance. But again, you come 2nd in a lobby, you're sort of stepping yourself up. You know for a fact, hey, look, we're capable of doing this. We just need to click a few heads on the way there. And you're going to do it more often. Dark Legions are definitely setting a good precedence, because usually what happens as I see teams progress is they do one of 2 things. They either go out swinging very early on, get a high frag count, but no placement points. Or they go for the placement points, they get really high in the placement points and not a lot of frags. What is happening at the moment is that a few of these teams are doing a mixture of both. Once you're a good team, you can combine the two together. And, I'm talking about the likes of BAE, I'm talking about the likes of Athletico, Fury, things like that. They combine high frags with high placement. And they do it consistently well. These other teams, at the moment, they're still trying to, I suppose, find their feeding and do one of those two things. And they're getting there, which is absolutely fantastic to see. We could go back from game number 1 of this tournament, look into where we're at now, and, you probably wouldn't be saying a team like Dark Allegiance, for instance, would be capable of pulling out a chicken dinner, a second place, getting a bunch of frags, and being, one of those top 5 contenders because they didn't have the best of starts. They were, as Speedy K said to himself, he considers himself an underdog, and they were outside of that top 5, and they were just comfortably, building momentum. I feel like they're definitely a team that are going to continue to build momentum. But that being said, I'm a little bit surprised. Fury didn't have the best of games, and we were looking at kills on the map, and before we realized that Fury had already exited, and I don't know who kicked him out of the game. I don't know what happened to them, but it definitely was a surprise. I think they lost a couple of people along the way, and it was just more a series of losses rather than one big loss all at once. But that's something that's when you're battling in this top 5 placements, you need to not have happen, especially when you're talking about 2 games remaining, because this top 5 or the top 3 particularly, they're so close to each other that a couple of bad games now could potentially drop you down the ladder.
Definitely. And I mean, we have seen that sadly of Athletico, who, as we said, they were reigning champions for the longest time for 5 games. And now they're currently in 4th place. They do have a lead before this game. They did have a lead over Dark Allegiance and Pandemic, who were the next 2 highest teams with 64 points compared to their 81 points. But that gap between Athletico, Fury, Bliss, and Battle Arena Elites is just growing, and that's not what we want to see. But, well, depending on who you're supporting and wanting to win, it could be exactly what you want to see. But
that's true.
I like going into the final game not having a clear winner, but it seems like in the final we've only got 2 games left, and before the leaderboard was even updated, we had 6 points between Battle Arena Elites and Bliss. Then we had 9 points between
Bliss and Fury.
Yeah, Bliss and Fury, and then 7 points between Athletico and Fury. So I mean, it is getting clearer to see who our top teams are at the moment with only 2 games left.
Yeah, and look, I don't know how well Fury did in that game. They may not have had the best of games. Athletico did get a bunch of kills. They did drop out early, but they did get a bunch of kills. You got to remember they had that fight earlier on. Got Stonewalls picked up. They picked up Apple Nana. They then came up behind, and I believe they did get one of the Pandemic lads as well. So they did get themselves a couple of kills. Whether that's enough to get them above Fury, that's another question. So, look, I'm eager to see this scoreboard update at some point, and when it does, we'll give you the quick rundown. It might be the middle of the next game. Who knows? But we'll see it then.
It probably will be. What we're trying to do is we're not updating the leaderboard until the game's finished on stream, and that does mean that since it does take a couple of minutes to update the leaderboard, we don't always get to tell you what it is before the stream starts, just because we don't want to spoil it for you watching it. But as soon as we can, we'll be able to give you an update of it.
And look, the one thing I really wanted to highlight as well, and going into that game, is that the top fraggers as well. Sophia was sitting on 23 kills, Non-Reg was on 22, Waikika Mukau was on 21, Flood was on 20, Critical Motion on 17. Now, when you're looking at that being the top 5 fraggers, and knowing that BAE has Sophia and Flood, who are 2 of those people, and the guys in Bliss, Non-Reg and Critical Motion, they're another 2, and then Fury having their 3rd one, it kind of, you understand why they were the top 3 teams going into that lobby. Now, I would be very eager to see what does come out from the wash of that game in terms of the kills and things like that, because, again, there are going to be players and teams that do stand out more. Obviously, Non-Reg had a big 8K game earlier in the day, which is why he's up there, but Edge showed up a little bit more that time as well and got a few kills on there, so they could be looking to teeter that top 5. we'll see. 2 more games to go.
For sure. And what's
We'll know.
really interesting is if you can compare the kill leaders with the damage leaders, we've got
Yeah.
Sophia, Non-Rage, Waikiki, Flood, and Critical as our kill leaders. But our damage leaders is actually Waikiki, Flood, Sophia, and then it goes Zoidmate and Lynxie.
Yeah.
So it seems to be that Zoidmate and Lynxie, the boys from Athletico, are actually getting like a lot of doing a lot of damage. So we can see that Zoidmate's had 18 knocks with 16 kills. Lynxie's had 14 knocks with 15 kills. So they're doing a heck of a lot of damage, but unfortunately just not being able to follow through with the kills and get those points. But the second to last game is about to start, and this is a playing path that we actually haven't seen yet. We've been seeing a lot of north to south or south to north planes, but not a lot of east to west or west to east. So this is going to be good. And I mean, we have our 2 teams, Justice and Mod Boys, that we know normally either drop at the start of the plane or at the end of the plane, actually being first out of the bat right now.
Yeah, and look, I feel like I'm more surprised about Mod Boys more than anything else, but I feel like they've realized that Lipovka is one of those places that doesn't get looted, so they are going to be taking it for themselves. Again, that's really good use of knowledge on the stream, is going back and looking to see what's going on there. I like this playing path because it does mean that there are a lot of teams that do get what they want. Your Dark Allegiance get to do their mansion split. You've got the guys over in Vance who do get to go towards Gatka as well. Obviously, there's Georgia Pool, North and South, opened up for everybody. You've also got Pachinki right down the middle there, also being able to be picked up, and that's what I love to see. What I am a little bit surprised to see right now is that I think we've got a couple of teams going very close to each other, and it looks like Holty is going to pull back, as I believe they were going to be fighting for the US up here on the corner, but neither one of the players went for it, so it is going to be free game. But again, this is the kind of play styles that you've got to get into the minds about earlier on. The one player, wow. What a zone.
That zone is interesting because, 40% of it is water. And so this is going to be very, very interesting. But we do have Thrust actually just taking a few shots at Snow from Hospital to South George. So that these teams are around them. But the leaderboard has been updated at the moment, Copt. And as we were saying, like the top 3 are just leading and they're going away from the pack. Battle Arena Elites at the moment, currently 79 kills on 122 points. Now, 79 kills is 79 points, and only 4 teams have more than 79 points. Only the top 4 teams have more than 79 points. So that is amazing. Team Bliss is second place on 112, so that's 10 points away from first place. Then we have Fury on third place, 88 points. So they are 34 points away from, I think 34. I can't maths right now. 24 points. No.
It's
34.
just proof in the pudding of how close every team is here right now. Everyone is putting a lot on towards the pressure. Maxoris is just popping some tires there just to annoy, I think, the guys in Endzone Tractors more than anything else. But look, the games are that close, and you're talking about a 10-point difference between first and second. A chicken dinner is 10 points, right? That's the points, and then you just got to frag out for the rest of it. Anything can happen here. BAE.
24 points between second and third, 1 point between third and fourth, between Fury on 88, Athletico on 87, and then between fourth and fifth, it is 12 points. So I think the top 3 is going to be very interesting over the next 3 games.
Yeah.
2 games, 3.
And look, I'm happy to say that we're not in a position where, we can say this team's definitely won. BAE, they still have to put in the hard work right now because Bliss, they're hot on the heels. Fury, hot on the heels. Everyone wants it.
Double-digit kill games,
Yeah.
which means that BAE could go out in 15th or 16th, like we've seen the likes of Athletico and some of the other top teams go out. So anything can happen. They haven't done enough right now to completely say that they've won it.
And look, we're talking about Fury and Athletico. Neither one had a good game in that last one, but they're only 1 point in it. And when you got those two teams going so close, you know that an upset's going to happen. And you can see Athletico's already making that rotation in. Fury haven't moved just yet. You'd have to think everything north of the river at this stage is going to get eliminated as well. There's not a lot of retail space that you can go and buy right now to hold yourself into a good spot and zone. You've got to really be on edge here and hope that you're moving quick enough, because you've got TNG looking to go on top of Everest. They're going to be able to see a lot of these teams rotating through. Valorant Gaming, they're looking to come around as well. You've got the guys in Athletico rotating around the north side there, but in front of them, you've also got the end zone tractors. We also have Roy picking up a very early kill on Sigs, which is absolutely fantastic for the guys in Bands Gaming. We're talking about how seeing them in a higher spot is absolutely fantastic to see. I'm a little bit worried about end zone tractors at the moment, where they're deciding to pull up, because there is a Maxorus here, and shots already coming out. Maxorus is going to be able to finish it off. Extreme's going to be able to find Bulldog, though. This is not looking good, as Husey just goes and puts himself inside the building. He's like, you know what? I never had any teammates. I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone around him just got taken out. Like what Husey's doing here as well, that he's been able to take out a couple of those. Is that a flash? Oh, Husey, you make me giggle. Smoke is going to go out. Maxorus is going to be able to put down some cover for himself, and he's looking maybe to smoke his way into that area, but he's got to be careful, because Snowball has come around from behind, and he's been able to get a little bit of a dirty angle on towards Maxorus. What they don't realize potentially is that there's only one person here, which could be all the difference, as Flickbox has actually been knocked over in the distance, and you can see the guys in Athletico looking to try and pick up the pieces of anything that's happening in front of them just there. And so is one of those guys. He's actually got a little bit of pressure on towards Flickbox just there. Leaf is putting the hand of life, the touch of grace, whatever you want to call it, the revival powers, the good vibes into Flickfox to be able to pick him back up. And he is going to be able to get back up, but they have to get in this vehicle. They need to get moving, because Max Horace has just been knocked as well. Husey's going to get knocked from a massive distance, and now Snowball needs to get over there and get in there quickly, because the push is going to come through. It's going to cost Max Horace his life, but Snowball needs to go and position himself in a position where he can actually pick these guys up from moving in. The push has now come in. The door's going to get open. The back through, but Flickbox was ready for it, and that is going to be the end of End Zone Tractors into this game. And 16th place already being picked up, and we're only 7 minutes into the game.
That was utter chaos watching that fight. Like, my heart breaks for End Zone Tractors. Like, going out to 16th place in the first 7 minutes is really rough, especially as your second to last game. But I mean, Thrust, they were just supporting one another. They did have other teams just taking pop shots, which makes life a little bit.
I'm sorry, I just saw an ET moment come out just there with Garfield breaching over the top of the building, and Loki's just staring at it, watching it happen. Garfield hasn't had the best of runs in. He's had a few shots sent his way from, I believe it was, up, and Loki's he's on the board, and that's a very early point now for the guys in BAE, who usually get going about mid game through to late game. They're already hunting for those kills, because they know that this game is close. They can't just rest on their laurels. They've got to do something about what is the next lot of kills, which is going to be coming their way, and that's looking to be Pandemic. It's also looking to be the guys over in Bliss, who are very close to them, just over on that north eastern direction from Loki's. So there's a lot of pressure on here. That being said, Sophia actually going to find themselves a knock onto one of the guys, which is Hikaman. And look, I said Pandemic, they're a team that goes really well, potentially when Hikaman's the first one knocked. Are they going to save him? That's going to be another question altogether. But Critical Motion's got something to say about it, and they are going to be able to get the revive off, because Sophia, he's been put back into cover. He's on 2 HP. Critical Motion's doing a lot of damage, sending a lot of shots over, and Sophia has to just abandon ship to get himself into a safer spot where he is going to be able to save his own life, but at the expense of his vehicle.
The thing is, if any of Bay get knocked right now, then the likes of Pandemic and Bliss may try and push them, because as soon as you know the leaders are knocked and are weakened, then you want to get them out of the game. But this circle of I'm pretty sure it's 50% water right now.
Look, I'd be surprised if it wasn't more than that. This zone is not kind to anybody. And look, if we're talking about teams trying to push their way in right now, Dark Allegiance are coming in, and they've got Straya to be careful about because he's just jumped into a vehicle and we'll be following him down. Benny SHD is already on the road. And look, Straya could have just got out of the vehicle and put some spray down on him, but he's going to look to keep on going. But this is where it's going to get dicey because he's now taking the road, knowing the Dark Allegiance is going to be taking the beach, and there is an Athletico in the way, and Straya just gets hurt an absolute ton amount of damage. Zoid mate's right in front of him. Zoid's actually going to flip the vehicle! What a play! Oh, my lord! Did we just witness magic happening just there? But Nikus is going to be able to pick up the kill. I thought that was Fury that picked up the kill, and I got very, very scared for a second. But it was actually Nikos that picked it up. So Athletico going to be walking away with a point just there. What an absolute mad ladder plays. Insane.
Absolutely insane. And I mean, I'm still baffling at the circle. And TNG are about to run into Fury, who are all going to run into Athletico. And I mean, Athletico, if they get into a good position, they can definitely kill a lot of people on these rotators.
Head kick is going to go down to a vehicle explosion there. He tries to go into the water so he can hop out. Not going to be the case. And the Mad Max raiding party and Ronan inside, they're just going to go back to where they came from. But there are still some TNG members further to the north. You've got yourself Big Boy Maka, who's currently taking shots over towards Waikikamukau. He just needs to land one more shot, and it is going to be a knock. But Waikikamukau, he's in that buggy. He's looking to get out of dodge. You can see Jukesy just trying to get onto his bike, and does dance with it a little bit just to juke out the shots, although some big shots are still coming in. Big Boy Maka has run out of ammo, so he's going to look to go for a bit of a spray and pray. But Inside has spotted him out, and that is going to be Big Boy Maka going down, leaving just Holty left alive, and I don't think Holty's going to want to get in on that action. And Jukesy is going to go look to finish this one off and claim that point, rightfully so, for himself.
For sure, but I mean, Athletico now know that the teams north of them is actually Fury and TNG. So that's really important information to have because Athletico, I mean, they're only a couple of points behind Fury currently.
Exactly right, and that's a team that they're going to be wanting to take out. So you can see that Zoid, Nikos, Extreme, and Lynxy, they're all on the ground running right now. They know they need to go north. They need to go quickly as well because as you can see on the map, everyone is all kind of clamped up on themselves just there. Killaroo actually finishing off Dark Allegiance. Really well played just there. But this is something that I am very interested in right now because this is a ladder upset. This potentially could be one of the teams eliminating another at the expense of points. It could really, really shake things up. You know, we're talking about money plays at the moment. We're talking about what can really make a difference in the ladder. And I think at the moment, it looks like the guys in Athletico are going a little bit more passive. They're waiting for what that new zone was going to be, which still has some water in it. So it's going to be pretty obvious.
But look at Zoid mate right now. He has found 2 of the players. Oh.
And he's got backup as well. He's going to get the 2 knocks. He's going to get taken down to 7 HP, so he's going to be very, very careful what he does here because Ronan is still over on the side there. Nikos is looking to try and get some tags down. He's doing it with iron sights as well. He does find Insight, which just leaves Ronan left alive, and I don't know what Ronan's going to do here. He's in the vehicle. He's going for the drive. He needs to get out.
He may try and
get Insight.
But I mean, Nikos does have vision on him. No, it does seem like Ronan's just getting out of there.
Oh no, the tires.
Oh no, Ronan.
He's on fire. He's got to keep on going. But
he does.
Got to keep on going.
Oh! And it's tight. It's Tragics that actually get the final kill. Wow. Where even are they?
They're waiting south. They just saw the vehicle coming. They saw the fire and go, you know what? We'll just aim up line. We'll get you. And look, they walk away with a couple of points for it. It's absolutely fantastic to see. Now, there is a...
Sure. I'm just have to say Athletico are probably a little bit relieved that the team that they have to chase is currently out of action at the moment. But Mod Boys and Justice, the 2 teams that dropped at the start of the plane, currently sitting in the same compound.
Yeah, and look, it is just Ashley Two Shoes left alive at the moment. Ashley steps up, gets the knock on one, but can't get the knock on the other. And player 4, only just, I might add, only just 23 HP. That's the power of a Vector right there. And Fury is going to be sitting back going, say, look, guys, I told you, it's a powerful gun. Evidence right there. But that's definitely some good points being picked up for the guys in Justice as they do finish off what was Mod Boys. Now, we do have a quick look at the map just to sort of see where everyone is around. BAE looking to hold down the center of that map. And TNG, they've done a very big fat wrap around to the south, with Holty actually being on top of the quarry at the moment.
And we have I think they're about to push Bants. The two players left on Bant.
Oh,
Goodness!
what a name! Absolutely insane!
We're flying.
He has his take. And now the guys in Athletico, they're one man down, but they have been managed to get in. They've knocked Tchaikovsky, but that grenade was perfectly timed for the second vehicle coming through. Now Killer just needs to get the damage down onto Athletico. He's only got to deal with. The shots are coming out. The smokes are going to go out. Killaroo just looking to hold down this angle if he can. He's got a way out. He may choose to jump in the vehicle and just dip out if he wanted to. He's also got mollies to cut angles off as well. So the guys in Athletico, they're like, mate, I'm going to give you respect for your nade, but you need to sit down. And Bants Gaming, they're going to get eliminated in 12th place. But what a montage clip that is going to be. And I know Killaroo likes his montage clips, all right? I know he's going to be putting it in there. So that is something to watch out for, because that was incredible.
That was stunning. I saw it from following Linksy. I just saw him go absolutely flying out of the car when that nade hit. But that circle, though, that's currently favouring our top 2 teams right now, Bliss and BAE, who are both in quite good positions. But I mean, the whole centre of the circle is open. It isn't the best area because, I mean, it is swamplands. You don't get a lot of information if you're sitting in any of these buildings, so they're not ideal. But if you just want to get into the circle and get safe, then that's the place to go at the moment.
Yeah, and look, Swamplands is one of those hard ones as well where, you know, potentially it's not going to be finishing in that area. For anyone who does get caught here, they're just going to have to keep on journeying their way into the zone, which, look, I hope for their sake they can find a way in, but at the moment, Thrust is that team that is looking to suffer some serious consequence at the hands of Bliss. And Bliss doing some big damage just there. Still taking him down. Non-Reg actually went on the hunt to go and find him. They're still sending some shots over there. They're still getting the damage down. They're just reloading, unloading, reloading. There goes one. They found themselves beef. Beef's going to get finished off. And poor little Flickbox is going to be the last one left alive for the guys. And he is just going to have to hope to stay alive, because look at that vehicle. That buggy is on fire. He's in a bad spot. If they blow that buggy up, he may get caught up into the damage as well. Oh, that was close. That's rough right there. And poor Flickbox, he has to work out what he needs to do from here. He's got himself a nice little shack. He's inside the zone, but he's going to be holding it out for a while. Now, that being said, Pandemic, they've gone on the aggressive side of the fight as well. They found themselves a knock on towards Juice X in the Hot Tauntauns just towards the north. And look at Sarsummer and Asper. They are looking to push this one. They want to get in on this action. They know that there's some juicy kills just over here, and they don't want to be giving up any points. They do need to be careful, though, because over towards the west, on top of the mountain, there is Lucid Freak, and Lucid Freak has spotted that out, but Suspect has already spotted him, and that's going to be a quick takedown. So now it is going to be just the guys who are standing over on this side trying to deal with what is Pandemic Esports as Asper. Look, he's got the God gun right there, the MK14. We heard Speedy K talk it up in the previous game. We know this is where he wants to be going with, and he is looking very much to use it to the full ability. As Thrust seem to lose their footing in the north there. Bliss finishing what they started. They're going to be able to get that kill. So that is going to be a second one for Team Bliss, who they're off to a bit of a slower start, but they're still 4-man strong. And that's what you really want in this game. Whereas the likes of Athletico down to just Zoidmate, sitting on 8 kills though. So
They
this-
are sitting on 8 kills, so he can just let everyone fight it out for a little bit because they already have 8 points. They can see where the next circle goes before he actually needs to try and engage or move positions or anything. And right now, the circle has popped. He doesn't actually need to change at all. Now, this position, this circle, Bliss or Battle Arena Elites actually can try and get a lot of information and a lot of spread to try and hold the circle. But I mean, BAE, that compound actually does provide them with lots and lots of information. And I just saw Zoid mate take out Frozen Sniper. I don't know if Zoid is actually aware that his team got more people there as well, and I don't know if he's going to try and actually risk going out outside of the placement points.
Zoid, I think he's done with this spot. He managed to get himself that kill on the Frozen Sniper. It kind of caught him off guard. Now he's just waiting for teams to come and breach in. He's got the grenade. He's got the spray. He's going to get one with it. He's now looking to go wherever else there is. Can't get the second one down, though. And that is going to be Athletico going down. And I don't think he even saw Asbert go flying way over the top just there. But that does mean that the guys at Pandemic, they are now dealing with Apple Nana, who are just down to Badman Official as well. And Badman Official, he's got to deal with what else is coming, which is actually the guys in Bliss putting a lot of pressure down onto him. He's been taken out of 27 health, so he is going to be able to put a med kit back into it as he does have some safety behind this tree. But look at the pushes that are coming in. You got Hoth Tontons. They are just hard here. Oh, no, Tragics. What has happened? Where are you? You're in the back of the car. You have to get back out again. I've never seen anyone be squashed by a vehicle and not get killed for it, but he managed to survive, although only temporarily as Norridge does find his mark on towards him. Jusak also knocked as well. It's just Guru left alive. Guru, he's got the smoke. He's got the cover. He doesn't have the teammates, though, as both of them do go down. All he's got is time to try and find his way into this little wizard hut if he can get in there. Once he's in there, he's going to have a little bit of safety, but it's only temporary as well because there's going to be so many eyes looking his way. You can already see those white lines coming across the top on the mini-map, which are the guys in Bliss shooting over towards what is Pandemic, and they are very much looking to put some pressure on in this area from the high ground of the observatory.
That is like right now, Guru is in a very precarious position because, I mean, both teams around him, Pandemic and Bliss, know exactly where he is. But going down to the south, BAE have 3 teams around him. He's completely stuck in behind Justice to be able to get into the building. Then you have Justice, who have just crept along on the edge of the zone under the hillside to come up on this compound. And, of course, Battle Arena Elite's doing exactly what Battle Arena Elite does, is hearing gunshots and then following the noise and killing the team.
And look, zone, no surprise, has come to the south as well, which actually really favors the guys in Battle Arena Elites. Surprisingly, actually works out for Holty as well, as he did sneak himself, as you said, into that compound with them. Justice, though, they are just on the outskirts. They're 4 men just holding this nice little compound.
BAE doesn't know that they are here because they were distracted with what was going on to their west, and the whole time they've actually just been crouch walking to not make any type of sound for the team that they know are above them.
And look, if they get the ability and they may see that, or hear, I should say, shots going off and kills in the feed, they could do the same thing and sneak up to here. Look, they are a team that do random tactics. We know that for a fact, but I'd be interesting to see how they get themselves in the zone here, because you can see that Battle Arena Elites, they looking like they're pretty confident that no one is behind them, which I'm really surprised about. You would think that right now they'd be clearing down rather than clearing forward, because Neverhoy is on the run, but he's looking to just push up over in this direction, and that could end up
doesn't even have a gun out.
Yeah, it could really, really bite them if they're not careful, because Justice are right there, and at the moment, he's literally running in and potentially could be face-checking against the likes of Bliss, which they would know are in the north, just purely by the fact that they could see them in the kill feed and not hear their gunshots.
Yeah, and I think it is because Justice literally just crouch walked their way to that position. So even when Neverhall was just on the wall of the house in front of them, he wasn't looking behind at all. But critical motion, I don't think he's even aware that Guru is. No,
oh, he's aware now.
Yep.
But it's Asper that gets the kill. Pandemic, you're going to steal that one away from Crit. So Bliss, look, Crit's done a big job. He's on 4 kills right now. He's doing absolutely monstrous work, but he's in a bit of a rough spot. And that's something that's is going to be a little bit hard to see. Now, there are some shots happening down the south here. I'm not sure if it is Justice really stepping forward, but player 4, he's going to find himself low keys. But he needs to be careful here because it is actually Sophia that is coming around from behind. And Holty's in that building as well. And I don't think player 4 knows or would even suspect someone being in this building too, because Holty, not a part of the AE. There he comes. He's going to get the kill. And player 4 is going to throw his hands up in the air on that one because Holty played that so quietly. And that is going to elude BAE that there is another player here.
And Sophia, he's just scoping out that window just to wait for Holty to actually jump out so that he can pop up and kill him.
And look, the zone has moved away. It hasn't moved that far. Holty, look, there's one nade on Sophia. Sophia knows Holty would be right there. Mm-hmm. I don't doubt that for a second. Holty is just recovering meds at the moment. You can see his life going up. Justice, they've set up camp, but they need to push through BAE. That could be the only thing that saves Holty at the moment, is if they get into an engagement that requires Sophia to move from this current position, because Holty is not going anywhere. And look, this could be a surprise to Sophia.
Oh, if only it was cooked a little bit longer.
That's not even that. I just love the fact that he was able to preempt that one, because that's actually moved Sophia off the spot. Not going to get him past what is where Sophia moved to, and even Justice was taking some good shots at it, but it still was a good setup play. But that being said, now Sophia is trying to dance with a couple of guys. Justice does spot out one and does get Stone Norts down. The other 2 guys there are a little bit low on HP as well, and you can see that Stone Norts has been left behind, as Rupenny and Fury are looking just to continue their push too. Penny just outside of the zone, though. They can't stop here. They need to keep pushing in because that's a lot of damage that the zone is now doing. You do not want to be suffering the consequences to the blue zone. Right. But BAE, they need a clean fight here. They're not getting it just yet, though, as we are seeing Flood dealing with a lot of damage coming their way. They are able to finish that one off, though, as Flood does get that knock onto Rupenny. It's now Fury left alive. Fury's not going to be able to dance with Flood, and Flood actually gets a good, clean sweep against the last 2 members of the guys in Justice. That being said, Pandemic also going down around the same time, leaving our last 2 teams left alive. And surprise, surprise.
I feel like we've seen this multiple times today alone.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? But it's interesting, though, because now it's a 4v2 with in Bliss's favor.
Yeah, there's a bit of favor in numbers, but that being said, the guys in BAE, they're actually doing a lot of damage here. You can see those shots are coming in from support. They've been able to push up. Sophia is getting a tight angle there and is actually going to get the knockdown onto Textile. And Textile's actually going to get flushed out for it. There are some more shots coming out from Flood. Flood's going to be able to find the one. It's just going to be Critical Motion, less one less standing. And Non-Reg as well. He was just kind of camouflaged in the background there, but Critical Motion's up close and personal at the moment with a couple of the guys. Edge is still in the knock phase. He's going to get finished off now, but you can see Crit is just looking to try and find an angle. It's a 2v2 at this stage, as BAE only have 2 left alive, 2 up for the guys in Bliss. Which one is going to be able to step it out? You can see Flood just sneaking his way over in the background there. Crit very much trying to look at whatever he can to find an angle there. Sophia just going to hold this tight angle, make sure that Crit can't come forward. The shots are coming out. Critical Motion is going to look to go to the other side, which is going to confuse, I think, Sophia. But Sophia's cooking a nice little nade just to go over the top. It's going to go way too far, though. And Critical Motion is still looking to try and rotate around here. But Non-Reg, he's the one that's on the flank at the moment. He's the one that's further out. He's trying to group back up with Critical Motion just to provide a little bit of extra firepower. The nades are going forward. That one was a flashbang, though. Sophia very much looking to try and hold the angle against both players here. He hasn't spotted that Non-Reg yet, but he can hear those footsteps. Critical Motion slowly but surely creeping his way around, trying to get behind Sophia. If they can get an angle on either one of these players, need to be careful here. The flashbang's going to come out. Non-Reg, though, he's okay. The next one's going to come out. He's now being flashed as well. Sophia using these flashbangs. How many flashbangs does he have? He is just popping about one at a time, which actually gives a lot of time for the guys well, for Flood, essentially, to get himself into a good position now, too. He's holding that tight angle, so he's going to be able to see anyone coming around from that side to be able to get the knockdown. But this is really a game of chess more than anything right now, as they are just moving to position, trying to catch anyone out. The position, though, that is being wanted is actually behind BAE, because that's where that final marker is. Sophia steps up, gets one shot of damage onto critical motion. It's going to do a little bit, but not game-breaking bit of damage just there. Flood is already pushed back over to the far side. He's looking to try and get the off angles. Critical motion, looking to run forward, but he's going to run straight into Flood. Flood's going to be able to pick up that one, and that's going to be a point secured as well, leaving just Non-Reg to do it. He spots out Sophia. He gets a good couple of tags down, but that blue zone ever so closing in. They know that the points matter right now. You can't just give up the chicken dinner. Non-Reg is looking to try and dance with the big ones here, but he's getting stuck on the rocks. You don't want that this late in the game. He is going to be cussing those rocks right here because he wants to get moving a little bit further in. You can see Flood just trying to push in, and Non-Reg knows exactly where he is, but he's dancing around these rocks like there's nothing to him. As he does come back around to the other side, he's going to throw out the smoke. He's going to look to try and push through, using this vehicle for a good bit of cover. No one has any grenades at this stage. Everyone is looking to try and hold the angle. Non-Reg does put out Sophia just for a second there, but he needs to move forward. He needs to get the shots down. He actually has, and now it's just Flood versus Non-Reg. Flood does spot him out. Non-Reg spots out Flood as well. This is going in any way that it wants to right now. No team with the full advantage, as Flood is just as far on the outside. The secured point is going to come through, as we do have more flashes coming out, this time going against Non-Reg. And Non-Reg is going to get flashed for a little bit, but he's still going to be looking to push forward. They still need to get onto that center partner zone, which is pretty much out in the open. Flood, the only one with a massive bit of cover, which is behind that tree. He's looking to hold that angle very good. Non-Reg going to look to try and do a massive flank. You can see that Flood didn't catch it, but he can hear it. He knows that he's gone over towards that side. Didn't catch it just there. It's done it. Non-Reg has come through.
Get it.
Oh, my Lord. 2 versus 4. And it was always going in Bliss's favor, you would hope. But they just clutched out that game. 11 kill chicken dinner.
First and second actually both got 11 kills.
Which does mean that the gap has closed down in those top 2 spots to just 4 points. The point difference between placement. So you can tell how much and how important those frags were to get the equal footing, but also that chicken dinner. You can't just run out of zone and deny that point. It's too tight, too close in the end game to really be denying 4 points to another team. And look, they did an absolute fantastic job. And Bliss, Non-Reg, I mean, can you speak any higher? He's been putting up some big numbers in terms of frags. He's been doing some amazing things, but also clutching out that game just there is absolutely fantastic to see. I honestly thought BAE had that. They had the position. They had the cover.
I thought so too.
Wow.
I thought they had pinned Bliss into the, because Bliss was trying to outrun the circle, and I honestly thought they had this. But I mean, that top 3 with Bliss coming first, BAE coming second, Pandemic coming third, Justice fourth, and Apple Nana in 5th place. And I think after this game, we are going to have a different top 3, because from my calculations, BAE and Team Bliss are still going to be first and second. But because Fury went out in 14th place only with 4 kills, and Athletico actually got 10 kills. At the moment, Athletico is only 1 point behind Fury. Neither of them got placement points, and with Athletico's 10 kills, they've actually got into the top 3 position behind Team Bliss. So that is exciting to see.
And look, I said it earlier, the guys in Athletico, they do so much better when they're fighting a comeback than when they're just trying to hold on to a lead. And they found their motivation, and in this game, it was for them to take out Fury. It was a little bit touch and go there for a little bit of it. You know, we saw Killaroo get an amazing grenade on towards Linksy as he was driving.
That was actually a beautiful grenade from Killaroo, and I'm pretty sure he's excited that he did that, and Linksy's just perplexed how it happened. But I mean, because of that, prompted Zoe to do exactly the same thing when Pandemic was pushing him in Swamp, and unfortunately he did get one of the 2 players, but he was just powered, and unfortunately went out in 9th place. But
and I mean,
get to 10 kills.
That's something else to talk about too. There is that Pandemic came 3rd. You know, they picked up 5 kills for themselves. They came third. They're that team that is in a fight for that 5th place. They are starting to look like they've secured it. Still 1 game to go, so they can't rest on the laurels, but they did just get a good, decent amount of points just there from that game. You know, 4 points for third and their frags as well. So, you know, it's looking good for them. But that one good game, we've seen Dark Allegiance already pull out a chicken dinner. They could still do it. And again, you know, I don't know how far out the guys in Justice are, but they were very much on that hunt as well. And they had an all right game then too. You know, they were able to sneak in, get a few kills and get themselves into a place that was very much worthy of getting up into some placements as well. So look, it's could go either way at this stage. You know, I don't think that in my eyes any team can be counted out here. Apple Nana, you said they were in the 5th spot for that game too. They're still the ones on the hunt there too. You know, it's going to take a big game. You know, we're talking like 20 kill chicken dinners for both Justice and Apple Nana, I think, to get close. But they could do it. You know, we have seen really insane fragged games so far. You know, there's possibilities.
There is huge possibilities. All that needs to happen, I mean, is to BAE go outside the placement points and without any kills or even a couple of kills, and then Bliss to have a huge game. Or, I mean, those two could just completely go out with no points. We've seen it happen before. And then Athletico or Fury can overtake them both. So we can't rule anything out because, I mean, as I said early on yesterday, FaZe Sunday in the semi-finals of the PUBG Global Series last November in Los Angeles, like FaZe weren't set to qualify, and they completely turned it around in the absolutely last game for a horrendous amount of points, which led them to be actually qualifying into the finals. So we can't write anything off until the final moment in this last game.
Last game, we know it's going to be close. We know the points are super close. The quick math says that BA is still in the lead. Bliss are so close behind them.
Mm-hmm.
It's the last match of the night. I know these teams are going to go about their own ways. They're not going to do anything too crazy, but there's going to be a lot of pressure there for both of these squads. You know, it's not just a case of, hey, we're first, you know, we don't need to worry. They need to worry. There's not that many points in. I think it's probably only going to be 5 or 6 points in the difference. So
for sure. And we're actually going to be waiting until the leaderboard updates before we start the next game, because going into this game, so much is on the line for all of these teams that they would want to know how many points they need to overtake whoever they're chasing. So we're just going to take a little bit more time to have myself and Copt talking to you, lovely viewers at home, just about the game, so that the leaderboard can be updated, so that the players and teams can look at what's going on and where they are at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I can't wait to see what it looks like as well. And, you know, not just for the leaderboard side of things too, you know, I want to know what the players are doing, you know, in terms of the kill counts, the damage, and the knocks, things like that. They mean quite a fair bit behind the scenes. And, you know, that's the teams really going to be looking at. I am surprised at the likes of Fury, though. I felt like they were in a bit of a running contention here, but I am sadly going to keep them down in that 3rd, 4th slot at the moment, with Athletico fighting for that 3rd spot. You know, those are the 2 teams I think are going to be fighting for around those 2. Obviously, Battlegrounds Elites Team Bliss, they're going to be fighting for that 1st and 2nd spot. Pandemic, they got a good amount of points. Dark Allegiance, they have obviously in that game didn't do as well, but they're still in the spot for that 5th place. There's still a potential that they could pick up some prize money from this. So, look, definitely not going to be counting them out. The past that point, though, like I said, we're talking about 20-plus kill games to pick up 1st place, which is exciting.
We have the leaderboard copped.
Oof.
Look at this. I mean, okay, so first off, 6 points between 1st and 2nd place.
Yep.
But between 1st and 3rd place,
it's a big jump.
34 points right there.
It's a big jump. Like I said, we're talking 24 kill chicken dinner if that other team gets nothing.
Yeah.
So, look, I feel like the first 2, like I said, 1st, 2nd, they're going to be sitting in their spots. it's going to be either one of those two teams that walks out number one. The same can be said for third and fourth. Unless Pandemic really do have a blistering game right here, they're a solid, 12 points behind Athletico. If Athletico and Fury both drop out, then you know what? Pandemic can mix it up, and they may very well mix it up. So I'd be keen to see what happens there too. After that point, though, Dark Allegiance can very much still fight for that fifth spot. They're well and truly capable of doing that. 72 to 85. There's not a huge amount of point difference there, which again you can argue is a big game, but it's not the be all and end all of the game. So that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. But I think once you're dropping down to Justice, Apple, Nana, from there down, you kind of have a lockout from the prize pool, and it would take next to a miracle. We're talking like a half a server clear on a team to be able to get those points to get in there. And we've seen stranger things happen, not really, but look, it would be great to see. I just don't see it in this one. So I think those first 6 teams, they're the teams we've got to be watching to see who actually comes out with some prize pool money.
Do you think that we're going to see anything different because it is the last game, so that we may see some hot drops or may see some teams dropping an area where their opponents are to try and wipe them either earlier or in rotation or anything like that? Because we have seen Incognito do it with Athletico before.
And look, if I was to put a name to a team, I think I would probably more see Fury doing it this time round than maybe one of the other teams. I think these other teams are looking to just play the game. Atletico, they do have that third spot at the moment. They are sitting ahead of Fury. They just need to hold it out. So they're not going to be wanting to go and do anything too silly. They want to get in there. They want to get their loot. They want to get themselves comfortable and, get ready for the defense for potentially Fury pushing against them. Because, again, Athletico know that Fury go and loot Yasnaya.
Yeah.
And vice versa, Fury know that Atletico like to loot around Rodsock.
Okay, so final game has just started. The players are in the plane. It is a beautiful northwest to southeast. Very, very beautiful plane. Nothing too crazy, so that most teams are able to get their loot spot.
Except
the last game. Except
there's an except in there. I think Yasnaya might be a little bit too far for Fury to get to. And look,
they may go military bases a second.
They may. I'm trying to see.
I think they are going military base.
All right. We have ourselves no hot dropping at this stage by the looks of things. You can see BAE still in the plane as well, which I'm surprised about. I would have thought that they'd be going somewhere different, but they are looking to go over towards Milta potentially, go that farm area, that Southern Coast Road. We do have ourselves Hot Tontons and Fury still in that plane, so they are going to be sharing that. Outside of that, it's fairly stock standard. Nothing too dissimilar from what we saw in the last game, except for maybe the likes of Mod Boys. They seem to be going very close to what is Bance Gaming at the moment, and Bance, they're very split up, which is great to see. Holty, I think, just stole that vehicle away this time and managed to get out there as well. So Crit's doing a couple of shots, so a little bit of a win there for Holty in this one. But all in all, we have ourselves a lot of.
Oh, that's so cocked.
Yes, that zone. It's real. It's Millie Islands. There's any doubt to it. Fury feeling very happy about that choice. I think this time around, like, you know what, Gasnaya, we don't need it. We've got ourselves Millie Island. Loki's doing some sick tricks on his bike right now, but BAE, they're moving straight in. They want to take across the bridge.
They normally go Milta and mini Milta Power, but I mean, because they did get vehicles quite quickly, they're now going into Sosnodska Island because they're pretty darn certain that it's going to end here. But we've already got our first kill of the game at 2 minutes. We have got Frozen Sniper from Apple Nana getting taken down by Dark Legions.
Yeah, and look, he did take out Power AU before that. And you can see Rapidos off in the distance as well. He's very, very hurt too. Dark Allegiance look like they are going to be able to get this pickup. And look, this matters a lot because Speedy K, look, we saw him on screen earlier. Yeah, he's going to get that knock on a Rapidos as well, and that's actually going to be huge for the guys in Dark Allegiance, because remember, I said they need a big game to chase down Pandemic.
They only need only 7 points between Dark Legion in 6th place and Pandemic Esports in 5th place. So each and every kill that they get is 1 more point on the board. And I mean, they've already got 1 point, so 6 more points in they connect with Pandemic.
Yeah, and look, they've already got themselves 2 points. So it's a 5-point gap that they have to get, well, essentially 6 points to get in above. 5 to tie, 6 to get above. But they are on the right path. You know, they've already got a couple of kills. They're looking to do the right things. It's very interesting to see some of these teams rotating. You can see Justice already on the move, TNG already on the move, Bliss looking like they're getting ready to move. The guys in BAE, they've already moved. They're taking up Novo, which, you know, really good player decision for them. Like you said, they got the vehicles early, so they decided to keep on moving. I'm interested to see if Mod Boys can pick themselves up a kill on this. They can hear the rotating cars of the guys. Shots are coming out. The Bison, the first time I think we've seen the Bison get used in the comp so far tonight. And, you know, a lot of bullets that the Bison does hold, so I'm always excited to see it being used. But Dark Allegiance, they're also receiving a couple of shot response as well. Tire nearly blown out in their vehicle. Looks like Apanana trying to handle a few things, but not able to get the knockdowns there, so no rotation of kills picked up for them. Jakovsky, he's now in close range to the guys in Mod Boys. He's actually got a takedown now on set. He's looking to try and find needs. He knows it. Set's going to land the shots. He goes to the SKS, gets the headshot. It's now just Ashley Two Shoes out in the open, and I don't think Jakovsky knows exactly where they are, nor are they looking for him. Although Zappington is looking for Jakovsky, has now been spotted out. Can they defend against this one? It's going to be a bit hard as Roy does spot that one out. It's now just Ashley Two Shoes, who again is running out. Jakovsky being able to spot him. This is just going to be a slaughter as Jakovsky comes through with 3 kills just then on the guys in Mod Boys.
In the first 5 minutes. It just hit 5 minutes when they were wiped. I think that's the earliest the team has been eliminated this whole tournament.
Look, I'm not surprised. Fury are looking to put some pressure on Hoff Tontons as Loser Freak actually goes and gets himself a walk. He's found himself the loot crate. He's dancing around at the moment. He's called for some backup, but the backup's going to be hard to be given. He's got to get himself up onto this bike. He's got to get himself going. The damage has come through. Why kick the move out? He's on fire! Picking up the quick kill just there. I don't even know how he saw him. He was wearing a ghillie suit and all. That's just a myth to me. The Bush Wookie not giving him enough cover. But that is going to be a point picked up for Fury, which is desperately needed. But look at what Athletico is doing.
I am looking at what the Athletico are doing. They are going to be gate camping, bridge camping for any teams that want to come over the bridge at the moment. And I mean, at the end of the day, they can stay here for a little bit until the next zone pops, because more than likely, they know that not all teams have completely rotated over the into the circle yet, and so they may be able to get some points on the board in the first phase, which is actually what they want. They currently have no points, no kills, and they want to be able to get and keep this 3rd place spot.
Exactly right. And like I said, they're down in the defensive spot. Nothing silly was going to be happening. Zoid just needs to see someone in that. But does. Shots are going to start coming out. The Athletico picking up and get the shots in. Apple Nana looking to go through. Pandemic's just gone down. They've gone down to Fury now. If guys at Athletico can see that in the kill feed, they're going to know that something needs to happen right here. They need the kills because Fury, they're fighting back with the firing Fury. And the guys in Dark Allegiance, they're still getting kills themselves. I don't even know where they're getting these kills, but they're going to be getting. And look, that's looking good for them because Pandemic's now out. Dark Allegiance have a chance. Their door has been flung open with a massive Fury. And I do mean because Fury killed him. That's something that could really upset that top 5.
I think it is going to upset it because, I mean, hopefully, I'm pretty sure that Dark Legion are looking for a boat at the moment, and they have found one. And they're going to get a little bit of damage on the blue zone, but it's not going to be a lot because it is only the first phase. And they, if now, I don't.
I'm a little bit worried about what's Valorant Gaming are going to be doing here, though, because they did actually pick up one of the Kingdom members in their rotation, but they're stuck well and truly out of the blue. You can see Thrust, they've got themselves a boat over on that western side. We've got Bance Gaming, who are looking to rotate in a little bit late. They don't have a boat. They're still trying to find their way in, and they need to be careful because they're literally driving side by side at the moment with the guys from Endzone Tractors, who, honestly, I want to see some big things come out from them at the moment because, even though, you're not in that top 5, you're still putting a lot on the line for this. You're still learning in every single game. And, we talked about it before, PCS just around the corner. Everyone is trying to make the most of what they can and take every game just as serious as the next one. So very eager to see what gets brought out there. We've only got 14 teams left alive. We've got Kingdom down to just one player, which is a little bit of a sad moment for them. But outside of that, the zone is really just dictating where people need to be.
And it's going to definitely dictate where people are going next. I mean, this is a battle arena elite zone. If I have seen one right now, they can pretty much pick most places on the eastern side, and they won't have any competition for it. But I'm a bit nervous personally about Athletico because you do have Sophia Flood looking directly north to see if there is anyone. And it looks like, oh no, they do have a boat. They're going to be boating in. That's a bit of a relief.
But where do you go from here? Because when you have a look, you do have a team already over in Novo, and look, they would know that they're there as well because they took shots at this team. So they're going to be heading pretty much directly towards Badman Official just here, and Badman Official just has to wait for it. You can hear him toggling the fire rate on the Skyro just there. He's got himself the mutant as well.
BAE saw someone had a boat and they actually moved to take these shots.
And, oh no, it's at the detriment of Sophia. Sophia's actually going to get knocked down, taken out.
And Extreme just knocked Nepahua from a moving boat.
But it's not looking good. Let it go as they all get taken out. Oh no! Oh. Look, I said they should have known that there was going to be a team over there. They shot at them on the way in. Of course they're going to camp them on the way out. But oh my lord. That could not have gone any worse for Athletico. And also, it went really bad for BAE as well, who tried to go and get those kills. They lost Sophia, one of their top fraggers, to that.
They did. The thing is, I actually think Fury's going to overtake them. They've already got 4 points. They're only 5 points behind Athletico. They need one more point.
Wow.
Or one more kill, and then they're in third place.
I mean, Ed's just got a kill. Sorry, Ronan just got a kill on Edge.
Yeah. So they're currently tied with Athletico. So they need one more, and then they're third place.
They're not looking at stopping anytime soon. And I do like the fact of what gun Ronan has gone for in this one too. He has gone for the Destroyer of Destroyers. He's got the M429. It's got an extended mag. Like, he's got 150 bullets just there. We're talking about one of the best teams in OS, arguably on the international stage as well, that they are looking to just spray down. And unfortunately for Bliss, Gage just got a knockdown in the critical motion as well. And he does have someone next to him. You can see that Textile is doing the revive, but this is actually pressure against Bliss, who don't want it right now. They did lose Edge. They're not looking too happy, I think, at the moment with how things are panning out because they had an advantage against BAE. That advantage is all but gone now. They're back to 3-man each. This could go any which way that it wants to. There is a bit of a drive by the guys at Bam who are looking very close to pulling up on Thrust just there. The vehicle that's still going as Roy is going to get knocked down as well. Actually, it wasn't Jakovsky, it was Dueno. I apologize. But Killaroo and Jakovsky, they're going to look to come into the zone from a different angle, thanking their fellow teammates for letting them know where to come in. And all the while, Dark Allegiance over the other side, they're still clicking at the moment. They're still getting themselves knocks. And I believe they just knocked out one of the guys in Apple Nana. It's just Bad Man Official left alive. This is going really, really well for the guys in Dark Allegiance, because you got to remember, Pandemic, they're already out of the game.
And they've already got 4 kills, and they only are, they aren't that far behind Pandemic.
I believe it was 13 points.
13 points. So they already have 4. They just need 9 more points. And they're in a pretty safe spot in the zone. They don't have anyone to their, in their direct area apart from Badman from Apple Nana. They do have that hill that goes up to where BAE is, so they have a bit of cover there. So they could get this, and they could actually overtake Pandemic if they play their cards right. And we did see them get a chicken dinner. And we do know that Erangel is a stronger map for them, so I'm pretty confident that they can do this if they just think about things and don't rush their decisions like Speedy was saying that they sometimes do.
Look, they called themselves the underdogs. They're coming into this final game as the underdog. They're outside of that top 5. Every opportunity has now been given to them. You know, the team they have to beat, they got taken out so early. And they've been given a couple of kills. You know, they're now sitting in a position where, you know, if they were to pull out a second place, they've got the points they need. You know, they want to just keep on pushing through from here, and they will do really, really well for themselves.
That is very true. And I mean, I hate to say it, but the circle, though, it is a BAE circle.
Yeah, and look, I just saw another knock from Waikika Mukau there, so look,
and,
he's got the points. All right.
Yep, I think we've got our top 3 sorted.
We'll make sure after the game though. So don't think right now that is the top.
We don't know what it will look like. We just have a hint of who is going to be in the top 3.
Yeah, or even if we've got the top 3 sorted, then we have the top 4 sorted, if that makes sense. But we don't know just yet. There could be other factors that come into play. Although it's looking very good for Fury as Kingdom do get taken out. Bliss, they're just trying to defend at the moment, but they are on the edge of zone. And you can see End Zone Tractors are literally trying to make a mad dash through. Juicy and Snowlow, they are going to end up into this bunker, but they do need to be very careful here. You can hear a lot of shots coming through, but that's not why they need to be careful. It's that they are sharing this with Bance on top, and that means a lot of attention is going to be coming their way. And at some point, they may get spotted out, and at some point, they are going to have to fight when they do decide to leave, because that zone, yet again, has moved away. So they are going to have to move away from this spot, and that makes it very, very challenging for Bance and also End Zone Tractors to get moving from here.
That is really true, and that is really true. And we now have the next zone here copped, and of course, BAE sitting pretty in a very advantageous position because they can see and have a lot of information from where they are. I mean, Dark Allegiance, they've got, apart from Badman, they will be able to get into the zone quite easily, especially since they're going on foot, so they're not getting anyone's attention by vehicles. But I mean, this is...
And look, I believe
it's going to be rough for Bliss.
I believe you've got some experience in this position of shooting down to where thrusts are coming from at the moment and getting some long bolty angles in there. They can see so far. They have so much information on where teams are going to be. They're going to know where they are before any other team knows that BAE is on the top. You'd have to assume that there's going to be a team on the top in this zone. It's kind of one of those givens. So you're always going to have that in the back of your mind, but you may not realize that it's BAE because they moved here so early to hold down this spot that, it's going to be a bit crazy. Now, the downside to BAE holding that top spot is that Bliss are actually on the back foot in trying to get in here as well. And they're not even in the zone at this stage, and they have to fight their way through. Now, this is the team that's trying to fight for that first place. They know that there's teams over there in front of them. They're only sitting on 1 kill at this stage, whereas, some of these other teams have already put up some big numbers. They need to make a lot happen for them. And you can see that Crit is looking just to hold down one there. Non-Reg's looking to try and help and assist from the top as well, and did actually get a good headshot in. Textile also getting some pressure, and Crit's actually going to end up getting a knock on one. It's just Husey left alive. He finds Husey as well, so 2 more kills being picked up for Bliss, and now they have opened up this whole area, but they still need to be careful. They've got Justice directly to the north, and just beyond that, there is actually the guys in Fury as well. Critical Motion not even going to bother looking to see what he can kill. He knows that the shot's coming his way. You can hear the vehicle taking, the peppering, the tires getting popped. Jukesey's going to tap him in the back. Bliss, they're on the back foot by a long mile here, and now Critical Motion's looking at a vehicle that's on fire, and he's like, no, I can't take that. I've got to get this one on foot, and he is going to have to just run it in with everything he's got, when hopefully no one sees him trying to make this cross in the open.
Well, with the Erangel 2.0 revamp, he does have a lot of cover now because of all these trees to additional coverage for him from Fury. But if we're playing it on old Erangel, Critical would have been literally a moving target because the trees weren't there. Fury would have been able to see him. But with this additional tree adding, it's been working in Bliss's favour.
Now, Textile has gone up close. Non-Red's already been knocked down. It's just Critical Motion left alive here. He can't die out now. He needs to clutch this game out as a solo, and he needs to do it with a bunch of kills. Killaroo, he's going to put the pressure on. Oh, 4 HP.
I think he's just giving in and dying.
That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Bliss have gone down to the 11th spot. They've only done it with a couple of kills. BAE, again, there's probably a lot to confirm, but it's almost safe to say that this team is the team that's going to be sitting on top at the end of the day, given that they had the lead going into this game. So, look, I'm going to shout a quick kudos to them, but it doesn't mean they can stop. They need to dominate this game. They need to go further. They need to really show us what they're bringing, because again, there is a lot going on. Dark Allegiance, Speedy K is up to 5 kills. He is pushing into the backside at the moment of the guys in thrust, and he is making them regret showing up in this area. Speedy K does take a couple of bits of damage, but he has spotted out Max Zoris. He gets the knock down on the Max Zoris. It's just Siggs left alive, and you can see that they are putting a lot of pressure in. Siggs is just dancing up and down on that ridge. He's taken down to next to no health. He's only got 1 on him. You can see that Speedy K is looking to go for the push. This underdog himself is going to try and finish this one off, and they do it as well. Parry is going to be able to pick that one up, and that is going to be thrust eliminated in 10th place, and 8 kills now for the side of Dark Allegiance. They are making the dream play happen in the last game. They are looking to upset the top 5, and they could very well do it.
They definitely can do it. And I mean, they do have a vehicle to be able to rotate a little bit more into the circle, but they did have BAE shooting at them, so they do know that they've got to watch out for people on the hill at the moment.
And I mean, it was 12 points the difference going into this game for that 5th spot. They just need to continue keeping up where they're going, and I believe they'll get there. So we'll see what happens.
I still think that they can do it.
I believe.
I'm secretly hoping that they can. This team has been a very big underdog. Well, not an underdog, black horse from the beginning.
Dark horse.
Dark horse from the beginning, yes.
Dark horse like Dark Legion, and we are seeing that Loki's is actually going to get a knock on the gauge just there. Jakovsky is going to go down, though, and that is going to be the end of Bounce Gaming as they do exit out in that 9th place. So every point from here is actually placement points. You can see that Holty's gone down. Loki's going to be able to pick that one up. Fury's looking to try and make a little bit of a push in, as we do see Fury Oz go down to Big Boy Macus. That is going to be now 8th place gone, 7 places left. 1 point being picked up for Justice in that one as well, plus whatever kills that they did have. You can see Fury, though, they're looking to try and make their way in, and they are looking to try and go through TNG as well. Insight's looking to make that push forward. You can see Ronan's going to be able to throw that molly up. It's not actually going to go anywhere near any of the TNG players, as they've already made their rotation away, and you can see that there are shots coming in from behind from the guys in Fury. But it's not just TNG that are up here at the moment. You can see that there is also the Hoth Tauntauns. There's also Valorant Gaming and Apple Nana, and then to top it all the way up the top there as well, you've got Dark Allegiance sending shots down here too. They are very much looking to put
say about Dark Allegiance, they just I was about to say they just had a loot crate land behind them, and I didn't actually know if anyone saw it, but Downey did. He decided not to pick up the Groza, but he did change over his get the level 3 armor.
And look, that's very smart this time of game. trying to mess around with guns and reloads and things like that, especially when you're sitting in the zone and looking like you're holding dead set center. It's not really what you want to be doing. So very smart play for him just to be able to take it and go. Now, that being said, TNG and Fury, they're having a little bit of a battle at the moment. Ronan was knocked behind him. He just had Gage getting knocked too. Big Boy Macca, he is looking to be just underneath what is Insight and also Jukesy. But head kick looks like he's been spotted out. Gage is going to get picked up by Waikiki Mukau, which is going to be the 10th kill now for Fury. Very starting to be a safe to say call that these guys are going to get themselves third place.
They've already got themselves third place.
I don't think they're going to be pushing up into second just yet, but look, you never know what's going to happen. But Big Boy Mac actually comes up, face checks Jukesy, actually gets that kill. Waikiki Mukau, though, he's got the Grozer up higher. He's trying to get the shots down, and I'm sorry, I do mean Org from up higher, but he can't get the final knock on towards Big Boy Macca. The nade's going to go too far. It is just the one man left on towards TNG, and he
only has 2 bandages.
Oh, no, this is not looking good at all. He needs to get some quick flicks if he wants to be able to get the guys in Fury down. But Fury, they look all but unstoppable.
I don't
at
even
this
know
stage.
if he can get out. I think he's stuck. I think this is the end of TNG right now.
No,
Oh,
he's found a way.
Oh no.
He's found a way. But he still needs to be careful of Fury, and he's been able to spot them both out, but they've spotted him out in response as well. He's going to look to try and step up and take some shots, but it's going to actually be the blue zone that finishes them off. Waikiki Mukau did get a shot on there, but just took him down to enough that the blue zone tick would do the damage. And you can see now that the guys in Fury, they're looking to keep pushing forward inside, trying to get some damage over towards Hot Tontons and Valorant Gaming. Valorant Gaming is taking a bit of pressure from the guys over in Hot Tontons, but they are continually to push forward. They are 3 men, whereas Hot Tontons, I believe, are only 2 men. We are seeing Flood go down to the blue zone. I'm not sure what happened there.
Control Dark Allegiance have. Look at the circle control.
Yeah,
They know no one is behind them because Downey's kept it.
That shot just in from Benny. Quick double tap. Does actually do a lot of damage towards, I believe it was Waikiki Mukau, but not enough to get the knock through. Waikiki Mukau was taken down to 2 HP and was on a big jump. He would have been very much sweating as he was coming down that land, hoping that he didn't take any more damage. But they have got pressure against the guys in front of them right now, which is Valorant Gaming, and they're just looking to hold that out. They do have the zone. I believe Valorant Gaming don't have the zone. They are just out where they are, but Apple Nana's the last one left alive. The guy that is standing there, the bad man official, he is just healing at the moment, and he's going to get some good damage against Waikiki Mukau, but he can't get the last bit of damage. The Org steps up strong, and that's going to be Apple Nana eliminated in 5th place. We only have 4 teams left, and it is looking like it's going to be Dark Allegiance as they step forward and get another kill on towards Insight, I believe, just there.
Ooh.
They now look to get more, but Power has actually been knocked. He's in a bit of a tough spot there, but
He can't
it's Valorant
survive.
Gaming that are putting the pressure on. Can they do anything? Because Waikiki Mukau, he's doing everything he can right now to get the damage down. And look, there's only a couple of seconds. This is going to be a pickup. You're in the way. We need to go because that zone, you can see it slowly creeping in. They need to get through Waikiki Mukau and Dark Allegiance if they want to get out of this one alive. And Waikiki Mukau, he's down to 2 HP as well. He's not in a safe spot at any means where he is.
Oh, Speedy! 7 kills!
Look, they're making dreams right now. They're doing
They are.
everything they need to do as he gets himself an 8th kill. He's now trying to dance with Waikiki Mukau. Waikiki Mukau is just looking to hold down where he can, but there's nothing that Waikiki Mukau can do here, is there? He can't get up from this location.
I don't think he can.
He has to come all the way back
It is-
over here
It is a
and then
motorbike,
run up.
so he could attempt.
I mean, that's probably the way up right there.
Yeah.
That spot right there is the only place he has to go. The issue with Waikiki Mukau getting there is he has to go out in the open to do so. And you can see at the moment he is looking just to hold this angle. I think he doesn't want to give away any more points. BAE, they're down to just 2 players as well. They've been a little bit quiet for the most of this game. You can see Nefahor is just holding back behind one angle.
And they're
You can-
just
The universe.
patterns to each other.
Benny SHD, though, is coming around on towards the top of Nefahor. Maybe not realizing just yet. He's also above Loki's. Does spot out Loki's. Goes for the takedown. He's going to get
nice.
which is Nefahor. He is going to be the last one standing for Battle Arena Elites. This is 12 kills now on Dark Allegiance side. They are sitting so happy. They've got 3 men left alive. They've only got to deal with Waikiki. They've only got to deal with the last member of BAE, Nefahor, and they're going to take home their second chicken dinner. Now, it is a big ask. Don't get me wrong. It's not a done deal. They still have to clutch this one out. There's a lot of adrenaline running through these guys right now, and you can only imagine the excitement that they're feeling knowing that they had to have a big game, and they're having a big game. They want to make sure that they get every angle covered right here. And Downey just spotting out the bike. Can't spot out Nefahor, though. Nefahor, he's here. You can see that he can see players over on the side of the screen. You know that he can be spotted. Waikiki Mukau. Look, he's just holding this angle. He's not going anywhere. I don't think he's going to give up anytime soon to go and die. And we may have ourselves a very slow game. But Nefahor has been spotted. Speedy K, Downey, they both got him dead to rice. They just need to get the tags in. Take your time, take the shot. Nefahor, he's in a bad spot. Benny is chasing him. Nefahor, he's just running out of the zone. There's only one more person for the guys in Dark Allegiance to kill, and that's Waikiki Mukau. And they know where he is. They know that he's down there. Speedy K just has to keep that angle with Downey, and there's nothing that Fury can do in this one. That being said, it is Waikiki Mukau, and I never count him out for anything. He spotted that Benny SHD, and I feel like he is looking to line this one up. If he can get the shot, he is going to be sitting pretty, but Benny SHD is looking back in response, and it's a beautiful shot that comes out. Waikiki Mukau has been taken down to just 13 HP. He's got 5 meds. He's got the ability to keep the meds coming. The Molly, Speedy K's come up and face check. Dark Allegiance, they did it when it counted. 13 kill chicken dinner for the final game. And they are definitely going to be sitting happy after that one. My lord.
I called it all along that they could get it, that they could get into the top 5 to get into the prize pool, into the money. And I'm pretty darn sure they got in 5th place.
I'm
well done and well deserved, Dark Allegiance. That was fantastic to watch. And I mean, Speedy, 9 kills. Is that the highest single player kill count for a singular game so far, Copped, or has someone actually bet this?
I'm not 100% sure. Look, if there is, it would be Sophia. But I'm not sold on that being the case. It could very well be. We'll have to go back and check, but I think he is the number 1 frag. I'm going to say that he is right now, and he should be very, very happy with it. Obviously, getting himself a little bit of screen time really, really helped him boost morale amongst the squads, because they came back and, you know, they said they were going to be aiming high, and they aimed really high just there, and it's absolutely fantastic to see. But, you know, 9 kills on Speedy K, overall having, you know, a good solid 13 kills as a team is absolutely fantastic to see. 23 points that they just picked up for that game. It's absolutely fantastic. And, you know, just to put, I suppose, a little bit of perspective on it, if Fury got 0 points that game, they would have got themselves into 4th. Like, that's how big of a game they just got. I'm still waiting to see, as always, you know, the final results. We won't know anything until the final results are done, but they definitely made the play that they needed to make, and it's very, very good to see. BAE, though, also picking up 3rd place for themselves. Only the 2 kills, 1 on Flood, 1 on Loki's. I feel like they did enough to hold their spot, because the guys in Bliss did drop out a little bit earlier. But Fury coming in 2nd, Waikiki Mukau just clutching it in when he needed to clutch it in. Absolutely fantastic. And picking up 5 kills along the way as well is absolutely fantastic too. But they did a great job. 2nd place, picking up 13 kills in total. Absolutely monstrous plays that those guys have had.
No doubt about it. I think the biggest surprise that I had of all of it was Athletico going out in 14th place. Like, that was completely unexpected, just because I generally thought they knew that the team that they'd been shooting at was actually a Novo. So I'm a bit disappointed about that one and really surprised. And I always get nervous when any 4 people jump in the same vehicle together because I always just think worst case, which is the vehicle gets destroyed.
Yeah, look, you're absolutely spot on. I am just blown away by all the effort that was put into this last game. And, even looking through the kill feeds down to, those bottom teams that left that game early, a lot of 0 counts, and Pandemic needed to have a good game and they just didn't, which is a little bit unfortunate. But look, I feel like we really did witness doors opening for a lot of teams just then, and a couple of those teams took full advantage. Obviously, Dark Allegiance, they are the biggest story to talk about. They're overtaking themselves into a placement, but you've also got to give credit to the guys in BAE. They would have been watching the kill feed. They would have seen that the guys in Bliss were taken out, and they would have been very happy with the performance that they were able to put in. Same thing for Fury as well. They would have seen the guys in Athletico get taken down. They're gone, you know what, boys? This is our game. We're going to come back. We're going to get ourselves in the 3rd spot, and we're going to keep on going. And look, they did get themselves a lot of points. Like I said, they got 13 kills. They got themselves second. Overall 19 points is what they got for that game. Not enough to get themselves into second place. That would have taken a monstrous game to do. But overall, they did absolutely fantastic to get into that position. But the team that came in 4th, and this really surprised me, they were constantly in the top 5. They just never had a lot of kills to go with it, and I don't think they did that great overall in the total amount of points either. But Valorant Gaming, they're always one of those teams that will surprise me, stepping up and doing a few things here and there. Followed very closely in 5th place there with Apple Nana, which absolutely fantastic to see. Now, guys, we are waiting a few minutes to get this leaderboard fully updated. I believe we are going to be doing something a little bit special before we do have the final leaderboard, which I'll let you go through if you like, Ezra. Put in a lot of effort. They did have that name change, I think, today as well, where he put the Hot Tauntauns on the start of his name, which is absolutely fantastic to see the rep that he brings his own team, which is fantastic to see. But yeah, look, I'll be looking forward to seeing what he can actually bring with this one as well. But look, all in all, today's been an absolutely fantastic day. I know that the prize pool's definitely something that the players are looking forward to. I know that the Shield was definitely something that was great as well. But overall, like the event itself has been pretty fun to see. And I love the fact that, we've been able to get the best out of these teams and seeing what they can bring. Some of the highlights in my mind are going to be that killer Nade, obviously Dark Allegiance pulling it, the clutch chicken dinner in the last game, but there's been so many other things as well. Like, I think we had a 600-meter kill from one of the guys on Fury, and it's been absolutely fantastic to see how these guys have, in total of all the teams, have really stepped up their game tonight.
And speaking of prize pools, just a reminder to everyone at home, the top 5 teams are the teams that are getting a share of the $2,000 at the moment. So first place will be $900, second place will be $500, third place will be $300, fourth place $200, and fifth place $100.
And obviously, we had the giveaway for the NVIDIA Shield as well, going towards Tragic. So beyond the monetary prize pool, there are also some prizes there too. So that was absolutely fantastic to see. I believe that there are also 10 merch packs that are going to be announced over Twitter for the players as well. So, guys, make sure you do get that follow on towards the XP Twitter to see if you guys win that one as well. But that's another thing that the players will be looking to get. And, all in all, it's been absolutely fantastic. Now, I believe we're only just moments away from the leaderboard being updated to actually see what the final results are. So we'll flick over to that shortly. But did you expect the top 5 teams that we've seen throughout the competition to continue to be the top 5? Is there teams that you thought would have been, a little bit higher, or how do you think it's gone so far?
I think from looking at the leaderboard before, because it's not updated at the moment, I think looking at it with BAE first, Team Bliss second, Athletico third, Fury fourth, these 4 teams were going to be in my top 5. I didn't know where they would be, but they were going to be in my top 5 somewhere. I thought that Athletico it was going to be a Bliss Athletico Fury type for top 3, just because BAE is full of strong players individually. This is, as you've said multiple times, as we've both said, this is the first time that they have actually competed together. And now we do have the updated leaderboards, Copped.
And look, when it comes up on the screen, I am happy to say that BAE are definitely taking out first place. Team Bliss going to be taking out second place. A good solid 10 points between the difference there. Fury did sneak their way up into third place with 111 points. Athletico coming in fourth in 97 points. And then fifth, Dark Allegiance with 95 points. Oh my God, that was close. And I don't think Dark Allegiance know how close they were to fourth as well, which is so surprising.
That is absolutely, that's just amazing. Like, the sheer difference between first and second, 10 points, and then second and third, it's 24 points, and then third and fourth is 14 points. It's just, it's crazy. There's 92 kills BAE have. So BAE, first place, they have the $900. Team Bliss, second place, they have the $500. Fury, third place, they have the $300. Athletico, fourth place, they have the $200. And fifth place, Dark Allegiance with $100. This
absolute shout out to them.
Is insane. If you asked me this time yesterday, I would have thought Athletico were going to be in the top 2 just by the sheer domination they had in the first 5 games yesterday. But the fact that Battle Arena Elites, for the first few games yesterday, they were sitting in the bottom 8. They were just having not a good run, but they completely and utterly turned it around to be our XP Esports ANZ Open champions.
Yeah, and look, there's probably a really good reason for that too, because looking just underneath the leaderboard, looking at the top kills, Sophia, 30 kills. And if you want to compare that to some of the other teams, Kingdom didn't get 30 points as a squad. You know, Sophia did better than the whole team by himself. And that's absolutely insane to think. But when you're looking across there as well, you've also got Flood in the mix with a solid 28 kills. And when you're looking at the overall kill count for BAE, 92 kills, they beat 6th place on just kill points alone. And we know that they won a couple of chicken dinners on top. Obviously, the combination of the both is how they got to that 146 point mark, but absolutely killing it to get those points. And considering they came, I think it was 5th yesterday overall, like they were sitting down in that 5th spot, they've really, really turned it around in one night. And I said you need to have a couple of good games. They did it straight off the bat. Chicken dinner, bam! They were setting themselves up. And it looks absolutely fantastic to see them, how they've been going through. And they started slow. You know, I'm not going to lie. They started really slow yesterday, but they came through so hot today. And definitely earned that first position, and absolute shout out to them. I think we started the stream with an interview with Flood, and look, I think if we could go back and ask him the same questions of, hey, you know, did you think you were going to be winning? He probably would have gone, you know what? No, we're just looking to make a good performance. They did a good job. You know, they did absolutely fantastic. It's better than a good performance. They are awesome. And, you know, absolute shout out and kudos to the guys in Battle Arena Elites.
I know I am going to be so excited when the PUBG Continental Series OCE qualifiers start this Wednesday, and I'm pretty sure most of these teams, if not all of them, are in the event. So if you want some more PUBG action, we tune in and watch these teams play. But this event, I've absolutely loved it. I've enjoyed watching every single game because they've all been so extremely different, apart from BAE and Team Bliss having the battles, being the N2 teams in quite a few of the games. Shout out to our wonderful sponsors, Glitch Gaming, Computer Alliance, and NVIDIA, and of course the XP Esports team, and the amazing Testro, who's been our lobby host and player wrangler at the moment, and my delightful co-caster, Copped, who he's just a legend. So thank you from me. We hope you enjoyed this event, and we're looking forward to putting on some more PUBG events in the future.